Chapter 1. No Peace, No End. Chapter text. Look at me. Green eyes met black as Severus Snape took in one last shuddering breath. The final beat of his heart sounded loudly in his ears. He willed his last thoughts to be of what those green eyes invoked, memories that brought him heartache and comfort in equal measure. Eyes that belonged to a woman who had once seen the best in him, and a boy who was destined to die. I failed her. That was the last thought that accompanied him into the darkness. That smothering, all-encompassing darkness, where no light, sound, or thought existed. He would be stripped away, his intelligence, his will, along with all the pain and regret. Relief, or it should have been. It suddenly all came rushing back, like breaking through the surface of water. He awoke, alone and whole in the light. Snape gasped, scrambling to his feet, almost tripping on the hems of his robes. His body responded immediately, light and agile, unhindered by his years of neglect and physical wear. He stood, blinking, staring out into the vast expanse of white. He breathed out slowly, then no more, and then he understood he was dead. This was what was on the other side. With a dark scowl, Snape cast his eyes out at the silent white domain. If this was his hell, then it couldn't have been more fitting. He couldn't think of a worse eternity than to be in a place devoid of all mental stimulation or distraction, alone with only his thoughts. He lifted his left sleeve, revealing the black stain upon his soul. The dark mark that he willingly took, a permanent reminder of the atrocities he cannot be forgiven for. Did he not do enough? Was his remorse not enough to save him from his own mistakes? Was his sacrifice not enough to redeem him? He roared into the silence, filled with frustration and anger. Did I not do enough? Another voice pierced through the silence. Greetings, Severus. I see that peace has not found you yet. Had he a heartbeat, it would have been sent racing. You're dead. He hissed at the man strolling towards him, the figure who took the form of Albus Dumbledore, as I was last aware. The old headmaster replied, smiling his aggravatingly serene smile. Clad in his midnight blue, Dumbledore stood before him, his hand no longer blackened and shriveled by the curse that accompanied him into death. Because this was death, and Snape realized Albus Dumbledore might become his only company in this hell of eternity. That was almost a relief. Snape's scowl receded as he muttered to his dead companion. I thought I could finally rest. The headmaster offered a comforting smile and told him, You may, then shook his head sadly. But you won't. His piercing blue eyes stared right through the weathered spy whose mind shields rose upon instinct. You cannot find peace within yourself. You are unable to let go of anything. Was death not supposed to take that from me? Snape demanded. Dumbledore gave him a sad smile. If death was all it took to wash away regrets, then ghosts would not exist. Fear pierced through him. Was that his fate? I will not become a ghost. Snape bellowed at the infuriatingly calm man who looked so nonchalant they might as well have been discussing the weather and not the possibility of eternal damnation. My dear friend, I would wish nothing more than for that to be so. Dumbledore told him in a quiet voice. But you have laid those chains upon yourself, wrapping them tight about you in life. How do you expect to be free of them in death if you do not let go? Let go, Snape rasped. Were it so easy? The anguish of his remorse, the rage he felt to those that wronged him at every point in his life, the pathetic excuse of a life he led, to have faced all that alone. You weren't there. He hissed at the headmaster. My final year, what I had to do, what I endured for the sake of your plan, all for what? This is all I have to show for my efforts. Silence settled into the white world once more. With a gentle smile, Dumbledore spoke him in a quiet, solemn voice. I had just met the Lupins. Snape looked at him sharply. Both Remus and his wife, Nymphadora. So all the marauders are dead. Good riddance. He almost voiced the thought, but he could not find it in him to revel in the triumph. Not just them. The old man continued, sorrow bleeding through his calm. Colin, Lavender, Fred. Severus, heart dropped with every name. Students past and present, some he did not remember and those he was tasked with protecting. I am waiting for Harry now. Dumbledore finished, and Severus could not stop the rage from contorting his features. You sacrificed him, you old fool. You don't get to feel remorse. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Were there any other way, Severus? You know I would have taken it. Neither of us could have saved him in the end. I did all I could do. Snape muttered, defeated. The rage bled out of him as the dread of failure pressed upon his still heart, a sad ode to his life. Dumbledore nodded. This time the blame is not yours. The old headmaster stepped around, forcing Snape's eyes to follow, and to his surprise arrived at a basin he had been certain wasn't there when he last looked. It was pure white and set upon a marble stand, a bleached replicate of a pensive dish. The surface rippled, and memories bubbled up from the liquid, his own memories. Dark ones of abuse, of isolation, of soul-crushing loneliness. But then a glimmer of light, a girl's smiling face shone up at him, green eyes glimmering in delight. Lily, his heart clenched at the memory of the one person that made his life have meaning, along with the regret that would define him as a human being. And then her eyes turned sad, and he could not watch any longer. "What is this?" Snape growled. "I do not need reminder of my failures." "Failures, Severus." Dumbledore shook his head. "These are your regrets. No difference." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "I beg to differ, Severus." The headmaster stepped around the basin, watching those private memories with seemingly unaffected eyes, then spoke softly. "Love is a mysterious thing, as is death, things that the Department of Mysteries dedicated itself to solving, and yet still find themselves flummoxed after all that effort." Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes lifted from the pensive. "Time, too, is such a mystery." Snape frowned, his sharp mind barely following Dumbledore's vague words, willing him to just get to his blasted point. The headmaster smiled his twinkling, enigmatic smile. "Your regrets chain you to the living, Severus, and while that may be the last thing you want, it puts you in an interesting position, because your deepest, most desperate regrets are from a time so long ago." "Am I to be trapped in my past?" Severus whispered, the idea too horrifying to speak aloud. "Not trapped." Dumbledore offered gently. "You should never think of living as akin to being trapped." Severus frowned. "Live? Well, you certainly can't be a ghost during a time when you're very much alive." Dumbledore smiled. Severus' frown deepened as what he was told formed his horrifying conclusion. "You're sending me back to relive my regrets." "No," upon the pensive Lily's scornful eyes turning from him as if he did not exist. "No," watching her hold hands with Potter by the edge of the great lake. "No." A scream as the Dark Lord struck her down and she crumpled to the floor lifeless. "No," Snape roared. "I will not, I cannot," he grit his teeth, "live through that again." Dumbledore regarded him sadly once more. He waved his hand over the basin and the final image of Lily faded. "What if I were to tell you that not all of that needs to be?" The image returned, of the scorn-filled Lily, staring at him, unmoving upon the surface. "If the loss of her friendship was the only regret you needed to relive." Snape stared upon that painful image, eyes widening. "Everything else would be up to you." Black eyes narrowed as he regarded the crafty old headmaster. "If I am to erase my regrets to just the one, then no matter the outcome, there will be no chosen one." Dumbledore smiled. "And in that, you are unique, Severus. To have the intelligence and cunning, skill and will, to be able to use the weapon I hand you." Withdrawing a wand, the old wizard pressed the tip to his temple and withdrew a silvery thread of memory. The strand landed shimmering into the pensive, blurring that one memory of Lily still displayed. Images flashed to the surface, a quick succession of pictures that even Snape's sharp eyes couldn't discern. Information. Dumbledore smiled as the memory stopped upon a still image of a ring set with a heavy black stone, held between two old and weathered fingers. Poised to slip it upon his left hand along with the curse upon his form. A weapon most useful in the hands of a Slytherin, a weapon also most useful in the hands of a man with power. Snape growled. "Need I remind you at that time I was nobody?" Dumbledore did not seem fazed. "Indeed, Severus, so I think you know what you must do. Bring this knowledge to Dumbledore, the still living Dumbledore of his time, to pledge his service once more, for the chance to save Lily." "I will do what it takes," he almost whispered. The headmaster smiled. "Most commendable. Then I leave you with one last gift." He took the wand to his temple once again and dropped another strand in. The memories swirled quickly once again, but did not stop and distinguish themselves. "So that you may know you are not alone." Mismatched grey and black eyes graced the surface of the pensive, staying just long enough for Snape to register the image. "Go now, Severus, and good luck." Without awaiting instructions, Snape stepped forward and plunged his face into the pensive. The world shifted, and he was falling. "Falling? You killed her!" A young man screamed, his form an indistinct shape. "It wasn't my fault," a second blurry man insisted. "If only you hadn't. Gellert, please." A third voice, spoken as if from his own mouth. That was the bizarre dream Snape awoke to, one he did not understand but knew intimately as one of deep regret and sorrow. He lay there sweating, heart racing from regret that was not his own. But the fact his heart raced meant his heart was beating. Snape sat up with a gasp, the movement causing a smart of pain he could not identify. He held his hands up in front of his face, flexing his fingers. His nails were cropped short with sharp corners and rough edges bespeaking of ill maintenance, but uncracked, not yet flaking, and mostly unstained. His fingers, while thin and calloused, were not yet roughened by his years of dedicated potion brewing, not yet scarred by his many brushes with his silver knife, and not yet lined by age. He lifted his sleeve, and his heart leapt to his mouth. His arm, skinny and pale, but unadorned by his greatest folly. No grotesque skull face grinned back at him, no reminder of the gravity of his sins. However, even as that thought graced his mind, he seemed to still feel it, like a phantom limb. It was branded upon his soul, like so many of the ill choices he had made. Snape brushed the deep green curtains aside on his four-poster bed, realizing with little to no uncertainty he was in the Slytherin dorms. That meant he was still of school age, but which year? Stepping quietly down from his bed, feeling the chill of the stone floor upon his bare feet, Snape crept to his bag. He could not find his wand beneath his pillow, a place it would eventually be kept during his attempts to sleep. That meant he was still of an age where he had not yet developed his paranoia. His hands closed around the smooth and familiar ebon handle, feeling the relief and reassurance of familiarity. With a quick silent flick, he pulled the wand free of his bag and cast before him a time-keeping spell. 5 in the morning, he thought as the numbers materialized before his eyes. And the date is, he swished the wand again. Snape sat back as the numbers formed before him, feeling numb inside. It was the 6th day of September, 1976, almost a week into his 6th year at Hogwarts, an entire summer after when Lily last spoke to him and would never speak to him again. Sweat broke out upon Snape's brow. Suddenly it felt as if he were suffocating. Cold running water streamed around his ears. Snape held his head under a running faucet. His pulse throbbed in his ears, slowing as the cool water took away his anxiety. She's alive. He turned the handle, slowly easing the water away. He withdrew dripping as he straightened up to level with the mirror, looking himself in the eye. She's alive. And don't you forget it. A young, familiar face glowered back at him. His eyes were not yet lined, but were naturally deep-set, giving his already dark eyes a sinister look. It was perhaps the only thing resembling a redeeming feature on his otherwise regrettable face. He bared his teeth, crooked, as they continued to be later in life. But at least they were unstained as of, yet from the years of abusing potions of dreamless sleep that were soon to follow. His hair hung sodden around his ears, clumped together from the moisture, and undoubtedly the grease he could not escape from in his youth, and more often than not, his adult life. His thin, sallow face pulled the skin around his cheekbones, making his already prominent nose seem comically ill-fitting. Could see his tattered nightshirt hang off his thin, bony frame, his collar bones sticking out of his frayed collar. He could imagine the ribs that must show beneath. His entire physique bespoke of poor nutrition, a very believable outcome of being 2 months away from Hogwarts. He was never adequately fed at home, and even less so during his rebellious years. Why did I ever think there was anything I could offer her? He was as hideous as they got, and he had the misfortune of knowing age would not improve him. He hunched over and balled his fingers into fists against the sink, knuckles going white as the skin stretched taut against the bone. The movement pulled his ill-fitting nightshirt up along his back, setting off a dull stinging. Suppressing a sigh, Snape lifted up his shirt and turned his back against the mirror, already knowing what he would find. It appeared he was sent to school with quite the thrashing. Angry red welts stretched across his back, dull pain singing in vivid memory of the abuse. Blood seeped slowly from the scabs that formed from where the blows caught against the bony jags of his spine, turning into deep gouges down his back. He must have been belted, quite badly at that. He could not fathom how he could have allowed his father to do that to him. Had he not yet figured out how the trace worked? Did he not even try to defend himself? Matching stains were on his nightshirt from where he pulled the shirt and unstuck it from his cracked wounds. It couldn't have been less than a week since he got his beating, yet he had not healed sufficiently enough for the scabs to stop oozing. He actually could not remember how this beating came about. It had been a long time ago, and his mind had been preoccupied with matters of greater importance since. He did, however, remember stealing tonics from the infirmary. In his youth, he hadn't the patience to recover on his own. His body had been sickly during this period of time, and every recovery he tried to make without aid from magic, be it injury or illness, took an irritatingly long time. And this was the type of injury he could not find himself ever going to Poppy for. Number Madame Pomfrey. He did not have the right to be on first name with the adults at this time, perhaps not ever. Snape pulled his shirt back down, hiding the pathetic reminder of how miserable his life had once been. Number is now. This was his life now, his frail, ugly, 16-year-old self. With a shudder of self-loathing, he stepped out of the bathroom, not even bothering to dry off, allowing his hair to drip and soak through his thin shirt. When Snape reached his bed, he found his school robe sitting folded on his trunk. The house elves laundered it every night since he only had the one set. It was already frayed and threadbare from its repeated usage, repair, and lengthening spells. He stripped off quickly, stifling a hiss from his scabs, getting torn open again, and wrapped himself as quickly as possible into his school robes. He didn't need anyone waking up and seeing his bare torso. He knew for certain at this age he would react with no less self-consciousness. In this respect, not much had, or would ever change. He loathed attention and would never suffer the pity of others. As he belted his robes on a white sheet of folded parchment caught his eye. It was sitting on the trunk, hidden under the robes. Undoubtedly, his 16-year-old self had left it in his robe pocket when the elves came to call, and as a result, it was returned neatly along with his robes. Snape unfolded it, feeling the weight of quality parchment, knowing this was parchment that could not belong to him. Elegant, slanted writing met his eyes, and even without a signature, he knew exactly who this was from. My dear Severus. He actually read it in Lucius' obnoxious lilt. While I do not doubt your commitment to the cause, there are certain requirements I need of you. I know firsthand of your unique talents, but I am not the only one you need to convince. You will need to send me something to present as a demonstration of your worthiness. The letter ended abruptly with no closing, reading more like a memo than a letter. Yet he had held on to it in his youth. Snape remembered this. It was his first step towards initiation. He received the letter during the first day of his 6th year. If this is how he remembered, then he had not yet replied. No matter how eager he was, that was not how Slytherins respond. With a flick of his wand, his copy of Advanced Potion-Making flew from his bag, as worn and tatty as he remembered it. A familiar piece, the sanctuary of his mind. The solitary source of comfort in this trying time. With a gentle caress, he cracked open the ancient textbook. Property of the half-blood prince, read the front page, and suddenly this one memory of comfort fell to ash upon his mind. Because it was this toxic way of thinking that led him astray, this idea of I am at least still half a prince. With a bitter scowl, he turned the page, no longer feeling the comfort this book had offered. He turned to where he knew the spell would have been scribbled in the corner. That corner of the book sat blessedly bare. That was the spell he had presented, the spell that Lucius had determined meant he was worth the effort of grooming into a presentable state. He poured every waking moment into it, refining it, perfecting it in his haze of anger and hatred. Because that was all his life was at this time. Boxed in from all sides, unable to find refuge at home or at school, forced to face the demons of his life alone, because he pushed away the only person who ever gave a damn. It was little wonder he held on to this letter like a lifeline, a hope for a brighter future, a place where he mattered, a decision he would regret bitterly. Incendio, the letter caught a flame, shriveling into blackened shreds as it drifted to the floor. A faint smell of smoke settled in the dorm room as Snape blasted it away with a silent gust of wind, crumbling it into fine ash. He had since faced far worse in solitude. He was no longer that pathetic boy. Too early for breakfast to begin, Snape slunk into the great hall. His stomach was already a gnawing great pit. It was a strange feeling to have an appetite again. He hesitated at the doorway, eyes drawn towards the high table, towards the seat that had been his for the past 17 years of his life. A seat he'd had for longer than the years he would have already seen in this body's lifetime. That was a strange thought. With deliberate effort, Snape dragged himself to the Slytherin table and sat on the cornermost seat closest to the high table. He needed to catch Dumbledore's eye, and unless he was relying on a lucky random encounter in the hallway, the Great Hall was the most efficient place to establish first contact. After several minutes of sitting in stewing silence, the first students began arriving. Ravenclaws were the first to find their seats, the over-eager overachievers they were. Already noses in their textbooks, and debating loudly and heartily across the empty table on whatever feckless thoughts they had on the already established magical theories. A small cluster of Hufflepuffs entered then, first years by the size of them, looking nervous and lost. Floating alongside them was the fat friar, no doubt finding those eager little first years lost in the hallways and shepherding his little badgers to where they needed to be. Food began to materialize then, little spots around where the few scattered students sat. A large dish of bacon appeared before Snape, whose stomach growled fiercely in response, but he instinctively avoided it and reached for the toast. In his older age, he had found a lessening ability to tolerate heavy fare in morning meals, though it had not been an issue in his youth. Instead, it would be spots and all-based breakouts he had to contend with at this age, when he actually had adequate intake of nutrients to speak of. With hindsight and the self-control that came with age, he could at least save himself from that discomfort. Dry toast and porridge was more than adequate for a morning meal. Perhaps a little egg as well. He was in desperate need of protein. Ranging his breakfast neatly on his plate, Snape took a sip of his porridge, edging off his hunger slowly, before proceeding to neatly fold the scrambled eggs and crop them into manageable pieces. The house elves always managed to make them equally fluffy and firm. But then the Gryffindors began arriving, and breakfast was forgotten. Snape hunched over his plate, frozen. His eyes flickered desperately amongst the red emblems, searching desperately for a glimpse. Just a glimpse. "You feeling all right there, Snape?" A voice asked from behind just before a body settled onto the bench beside him. Turning with a scowl, Snape met the weasel face of Alexander Avery, his yearmate and fellow future Death Eater. "Never better," the young potion master answered in his smooth, low-pitched voice, and returned to meticulously folding his eggs onto his fork. From across the table, Owen Mulciber dropped heavily onto the bench and pitched in. "You're usually not stuffing your face so daintily. If you ain't sick while you're eating like a princess." Apparently the usage of cutlery was suspect. What kind of a coarse cretin had he been that table manners was called to query? "Focus on your breakfast, and less on mine." He could not help but be snappy, not the right tone to take with Mulciber. The larger boy bristled and pressed forward menacingly, and Snape had the foresight to avert his eyes in a show of submission. During his school years, Mulciber had been the top dog. He was bigger, stronger, and from a good pureblood family. It didn't matter he was as dumb as a pile of bricks, at least not to children, and not in the pit of snakes where the weak would find no support save from submitting to the strong. And Severus Snape had been weak. Appeased Mulciber leant back and completely skipped over the cutlery as he reached over and grabbed a handful of bacon. Without even so much as touching the plate, Mulciber shoved it between two slices of toast and straight into his face. Snape watched the display with muted disgust, but he did not wear his thoughts on his face for any fool to see. He quickly turned away before his stomach could be turned, and was pleased to see Avery, at least, was using some semblance of manners to handle his food. The squirrely boy met his eyes and said, "Before I forget, I left your Transfiguration's homework on your bedside table. I didn't copy it word for word this time." Snape nodded, scowling on the inside. Apparently, he had participated in this deplorable behavior of homework sharing in his youth. It was not a memory he kept into adulthood, and the idea of it made his inner professor cringe. Turning away, he focused his attention to the high table, watching the professors arrive and take their place. Minerva, Professor McGonagall now, with fewer greys in her hair, but no less stern of a look, took her place in the center of the table beside the empty throne that was to be Dumbledore's seat. She had been the Professor Snape respected the most, and yet her parting words had been to accuse him of cowardice, a testament to the legacy he had left. The head of Slytherin, Horace Slughorn, waddled in and settled his sizable frame into the seat that overlooked the Slytherin table, a seat that had been Snape's before he took the headmaster's throne. And almost as if summoned by his dark thoughts, Albus Dumbledore drifted through the doors, garbed in sparkling lavender. The once usurper's eyes followed the headmaster as he passed Sprout and Kettleburn, exchanging greetings and pleasantries, before settling into the throne that was always meant for him. He never once looked Snape's way. God, look at those offensive robes. A stifled mutter came from across the table. The days of the Dark Lord is just a matter of time. Snape looked sharply at Mulciber, who without swallowing the bite already stuffed another bacon sandwich in. A light, unassuming voice spoke. I'd watch your overeager tongue if I were you. The large boy turned sharply, his intimidating glare not having the same effect with his bulging cheeks. Evan Rosier took his seat lightly across from Snape. His heavy-lidded eyes set his face in a permanent expression of boredom. With money and looks, and his father in the Dark Lord's good graces, he was the only one of them who did not have to fear Mulciber. Remember, the portraits have ears. Porters can stuff it, Mulciber returned, spraying grease and crumbs. Snape lowered his gaze to his half-eaten breakfast, unwilling to meet the headmaster's eyes under the scrutiny of the far cleverer Rosier. He would need to approach Dumbledore a different way. "All right there, Snape," Rosier inquired, more out of politeness than actual curiosity. That was one thing Snape always liked about him. He was cordial to everyone, even those he was about to murder. "I'll live." Snape offered, eyes meeting those of the soon-to-be Death Eaters, then widened. From across the hall, a flash of dark red caught his eye. He could not help the hitch of breath, nor the sudden pattering of his heart. Lily alive. Her hair fell about her shoulders like dark red silk. Her eyes, such a lively bright green that he could see them sparkling even from across the great hall. She smiled, and it seemed the morning light shone brighter in response. "Oh no, he's at it again." The snarky voice of Avery yanked him back to reality. Snape glowered at the rolling eyes and muttered unkindness from those he had once called friends. He hunched back over his now cold plate, appetite surprisingly still present, and grudgingly spooned his breakfast into his protesting stomach. With casual observance, Snape looked back, likely fooling nobody. His heart sank to find her seated squarely beside the enemy. The bile of hatred rose as he spotted the smiling, arrogant face of James Bloody Potter, chattering to her, laughing away like she already belonged to him. She couldn't have. Not yet, surely. They started dating in 7th year. Snape could remember it clearly. It was hard to miss the squawking titters of gossipy Gryffindors, and it was harder yet to forget the heartbreak he felt. He was to watch it all happen again. Standing suddenly, able to stomach his food, no longer Snape excused himself. He was met with a few snide looks, but he didn't care. Exiting the great hall, he took off, sprinting down the hall, stopping only when his sickly body gave out and he leant gasping against a pillar. This was his reality, knowing what was going to happen and being unable to do anything to stop it. She would never speak to him again. He balled a fist against the cool marble pillar, biting back the gasps of breath lest they become racking sobs. But she's alive. The thought darted across his mind. His breathing calmed. She has a chance to be happy. He straightened, arms falling to his side as he let out an unsteady breath. She has a chance to live. Snape looked up out through the hallway window and cast his gaze out onto the dawn-touched grounds. He would bear it all to reduce all his regrets to just the one. Chapter 2. Duty of Regret. Chapter Text Defense Against the Dark Arts was the only class Snape had ever actually wanted to teach, and a class that he had taught most competently. Now he had to endure it as a student. Again. Snape couldn't remember which seat he would usually claim as his own, but he got the distinct impression it was not at the front. He had already gone through this very conundrum in ancient runes first thing this morning, and chose the back most window seat. A Hufflepuff had thrown him a dirty look, and Snape sent him scampering with a well-placed glower. In this class at least, the would-be-one student had some people he could use as a guide. Mulciber slouched into that seat in the corner, most of the back row, and Avery took the one directly to his front. Rosier took the back row seat by Mulciber, and Snape assumed the seat by Avery was his. With his school bag set atop the desk, Snape placed his wand beside it. He didn't have a holster for his wand at this age, so if he wanted his wand handy, he simply had to hold it. He had pockets that were deep enough, but they were so worn it made him nervous to carry this precious cargo, lest it drop through without his notice. Then she entered. He thought he had been prepared for it. Snape averted his eyes as Lily took her seat at the front, but not once had she looked his way. She's alive. He had to keep reminding himself to ease the pain. He had no right to feel upset. After all, was she not right in the end? He was to be the death of her. A middle-aged witch materialized from the side door. It was probably safe to assume she was the professor for the class this year. Snape let out a slow, pent-up breath. Class was to start, and no matter how easy the subject would be for him, he at least got something to focus on. "Okay, class." The bubbly voice of the professor called out, settling the class. Snape could barely remember her. She was a blur amongst the many faces that whisked in and out of this department. "My name is Annabel Leafley, but you may call me Professor Leafley." Oh God, a friendly one. "As you remember from the beginning of year feast, barely, your old defense teacher, Professor Vakes, came down with a bout of dragon pox in the summer." Not even the barest hint of an impression. Before she could continue, the door down in front was yanked open, and a quartet of students poured through. Marauders. A rush of hatred boiled through Snape. He was not even surprised to see they were tardy. "Oh, more students. Well, find your seat, please." Professor Leafley didn't seem the least bit fazed by the disrespect shown to her. Had they been late to Snape's class, he would have gladly docked their points into the negative and given them a month's worth of detentions. Had he the power now, he averted his eyes, fuming at how pathetic he was. He actually thought of professorial power as real power. "Now, I don't think we need the little preamble into the topic. I'm sure by 6th year you'll all be well aware how important defense is. No introduction. Sacrilege. We'll just dive right into our first lesson, wordless defensive spells, starting with the shield charm." With a satisfied frown, Snape remembered that was indeed the first spell he had taught on the first day to 6th year too. Perhaps Professor Leafley actually had some idea of what she was doing. "Okay, students, all stand." Snape sluggishly complied. The marauders hadn't even found their seats. With a silent wave of the wand, the desks parted, leaving the middle clear for practice. "I want you all to find a partner and practice the spell, with one party casting the knockback jinx, gently, and the other party try to parry it with a wordless protego." Trivial. Snape thought, as he parried the knockback. Avery sent his way with a simple flick of his wrist. But what did he expect, really? He was taking a 6th year defense lesson. He was not going to be challenged. Avery fired off another much stronger knockback jinx with a great cry of flipendo, and without even acknowledging the effort, Snape brushed it aside again. That caught the attention of those around him, when a bellowed spell didn't cause him to careen across the room and into the tables stacked to the side. Snape glanced around the classroom, meeting the eyes of his staring peers, forcing each of them to drop their gaze. Until he met those green ones and wished desperately they didn't look away. "Or snivelous. The lady doesn't want your greasy nose sticking in her general direction." James Bloody Potter, if looks could kill it, would have done him a favor. The glower he sent the boy could have inverted his arrogant smirk and punched his stupid perfect teeth through his skull. That is some impressive display. That bubbly voice sounded right at his shoulder. Had he been anyone else, Snape might have jumped, but as a seasoned spy, he simply scowled in surprise. The professor had appeared at his side, seemingly materializing from the walls. "I don't think I've ever seen a student your age master wordless shielding as effortlessly as you have. 10 points to Slytherin." A small whoop came from the small cluster of greens in the corner, the Slytherins that proclaimed themselves to be his friends in this period of his life, looking so pleased with themselves, as if they had somehow contributed to this gain, and as if this somehow had impacted their lives at all. Professor Leafley clapped her hands. "Now switch around. Everyone gets a turn in practicing the shield charm." "Flipendo," Snape muttered unenthusiastically, knocking Avery stumbling and sprawling flat across the floor. "Gently," the squirrely boy hissed, dusting himself off as if attempting to shed his embarrassment. "That was gentle," Snape muttered, nearly rolling his eyes. Before he could try again, however, a knockback jinx blasted into him from behind, knocking him to his knees and setting his tender back aflame with burning stinging. Scowling, Snape struggled to his feet, his dark eyes drawn to the forms of Black and Pettigrew, doubled over each other, laughing. That wretched half-breed Lupin couldn't hide his smile either, standing just behind them, pretending he had no place in the matter. And in the center of them all stood Potter, wand pointed, arrogant smirk plastered across his face, so pleased he had caught his Slytherin victim by surprise. It was harmless compared to what the marauders were capable of. what Snape knew they were capable of. Even in his previous life, their actions against him had petered off in severity since his fallout with Lily. No doubt Potter had achieved what he had aimed to, eliminating Snape from Lily's circle. That was all Snape ever was, an obstacle for that arrogant boy, something to grind into the dust for daring to stand between him and his object of fancy. And true to spoilt child form, he coveted the only girl who didn't throw herself at him, wearing her down until she fit that mold he desired. Enraged, Snape swept his wand sharply across, sending a powerful wordlessly cast knockback shockwave right into that arrogant prick. Potter waved his wand in a feckless attempt to wordlessly block, but to no avail. Snape's spell blasted through his flimsy shielding spell, sending him flying into his friends. Black was quick to react, sidestepping out of the way as Potter flew past, catching the rat and the werewolf, and sending all three tumbling into the desks. Green eyes met black ones again, as Lily's outraged expression killed any sense of enjoyment Snape might have gotten from this. Why was he made to feel like the villain? He was giving tit for tat. Black snarled, wand out. Snape returned his glare with a bored, dismissive expression. Nothing would give him more pleasure than to thrash the marauders publicly. He itched at the thought, the desire to take his tormentors apart, to put the force of his vast power and experience to bear. At this age, there would not even be a challenge. He would destroy them. But those green eyes met his, giving him pause. He wouldn't be the first to attack. He won't be the bad guy, but that won't impress her. Why am I still trying to impress her? I've lost. Black snarled a hex and Snape swept it away like it was a bothersome fly. He would be well within his right to retaliate. But those green eyes won't let him. They were watching him, judging him. I thought you were meant to be smart, snivelers. Potter untangled himself from the assorted arms and legs of Pettigrew, Lupin, and the tables. But it seems you still haven't learnt your lesson. Snape's hateful eyes met those contempt-filled hazel ones. With a cruel sneer Potter spat. And I had thought I had given the lesson so well by the lakeside. It all rushed back to him, his humiliation. A memory that was never too far away. A memory that was still fresh in the minds of all those who stood here. Cruel sniggers arose around the classroom, and Snape felt his rage aflame. Settle down, class. Professor Leafly tried uselessly to diffuse the situation. He had not felt the desire to break all promises to the light as badly as he did now. No amount of suffering he endured could equate to the hatred he felt for this man before him. The darkness whispered to him, strike him down. It would be no more than he deserves. He gripped his wand so tightly he felt his knuckles pop. I killed you once, he thought, savoring the memory of James' death, of his own sweet role in it, feeling with horror as the memory turned bile in his mouth, because he had killed Lily with that very same stroke. He felt the guilt choking him. It was not the memory he wished to invoke. Green eyes met his in that moment, that terrible moment, almost as if she was judging him for that terrible deed, judging him for killing her. Guilt threatened to overwhelm him. He couldn't take it. Snape dashed to the door and escaped down the hallway, chased by cruel, ringing laughter. James, Potter's loudest of all. Pathetic. Lolling his head back, Snape knocked it gently against cool stone wall. He fled down to the dungeon, with his tail between his legs, taking refuge in one of the empty classrooms. A room that was never in use, having been set up for theory in the poorly lit dungeons. The once spymaster could not have imagined handling that encounter as poorly as he did. He who had spent years amongst his enemies, acting, lying, never caught, never suspected. Yet within the span of a day, mere children were able to crumble his composure and send him fleeing for sanctuary. Snape grimaced, suddenly remembering his flight from the astronomy tower after committing his second most heinous sin. How too then his composure had slipped dangerously as words flung from the mouth of an ignorant child struck him too close to the core. Story of my life. He muttered into the dark. The rumble of foot traffic from the hallway alerted him of the time. Potion class must be over, and that must have been the sound of students hurrying up to the surface, eager to be away from the dank depth of the dungeons during their break between classes. Snape lolled his head again, thankful that break time would give him more time to recuperate. He wasn't going to truant a class just because of a small setback, no matter how meaningless school was to him now. He was at least thankful his next class was arithmancy. That was not a class he expected many of the boneheaded marauders in. Perhaps Lupin studied the exacting art of numerology, but without the other three, he was never an issue. He scowled disparagingly into the dark at his pathetic relief at the prospect of avoiding those prats. He was no coward, yet here he was acting like one. This was only the first day. He sighed deeply and heartfelt into the darkness, thankful he was alone. But that was the problem of life in a sentient castle. One was rarely ever alone. "Get up!" Snape scrambled to his feet at the sound of that deep, booming voice. "No Slytherin will hide in some rat ditch moping." Snape glared into the darkness and made out the almost invisible outline of a ghost floating above the dust-coated desks, the barely visible blood-covered visage of the bloody Baron. For a ghost whose favorite pastime involved rattling chains in various locations, he certainly snuck up quietly. "Leave me be," Snape muttered. He already knew the Baron would pay his request no heed. Never had there been a house ghost less sympathetic to members of his own house. He and the Baron had a casual acquaintance in his past life, never exchanging more words than enough to accomplish a task. Whereas other ghosts would helpfully guide their respective students and assist them in all the various matters they're capable of, the Baron would only berate for lack of skill or judgment. Most befitting of the image of Slytherin, cowards are given no quarter, the blood-stained ghost bellowed. "I am no coward," Snape roared back, suddenly incensed. The barely visible spirit swooped into his face, so close they were almost nose to spectral nose. "I am not convinced," he matched with an echoed hiss. "What do you know of courage, O Slytherin ghost? You're dead." The living man hissed. "Your call to courage is over." "Is it?" The Baron's eyes flashed warningly as a dark, mirthless smile graced his barely visible face. "Do you have regrets, so deep they root into your very soul?" Snape grew rigid. "Do your regrets haunt your every day and every night?" "Yes." The Baron's eyes flashed as he retreated and disappeared into the darkness. "When you can face those regrets every single day of your existence, then you may speak to me about courage." Snape was breathing hard as he stared after the faded form. "Oh, is that all?" He spat scathingly into the darkness and found no answering reply. Potions, the last class of the day, the lesson was never going to be challenging enough to keep his mind on task. Snape found himself casting glances to the beautiful creature that sat at the front desk. An hour-long class, and she never even once looked his way. Lily, disheartened, the potion master refocused his attention to the brew before him, bubbling away, refusing to challenge his abilities. A potion of addled thought, an advanced version of the confusion concoction. Useless if he were to take it at this stage of the process, despite the temptation. Distract me, damn you. The Baron had called him a coward for refusing to face this regret. What did he know? Snape had faced this every day of his previous life, though never this directly. She sat beside someone he could not name, a blonde Gryffindor girl who both stood and sat taller than her red-headed counterpart. He watched Lily put her potion on the burner before drawing her silver knife to a tan-oak nut. With a swift strike of the blade handle, she cracked the nut down the middle, and with a swift flick of the point, separated the flesh from the hard shell. In 3 quick strokes, she slivered the specimen into 4 equal slivers. It was not a required step in the recipe from the textbook, yet she knew that was how the nut should be prepared in order to speed up the reaction process and lower the chance of clots forming within the brew. Masterful technique. From as long as Snape could remember, Lily had been learning his tricks in potions craft. They sat together at the same bench since first year, and she watched him closely, closer than any student he'd ever had since. But she hadn't simply copied his technique. She was clever. She had learned. By 4th year, she had become a master of the craft in her own right, understanding instinctively what properties each ingredient would exhibit and how to coax the maximum potential for each of their desired effects. The first and only person he'd ever successfully taught to brew. Taught. She was never my student. The only success in the craft that he was ever able to pass on, and he could not even claim the credit as his own. Snape pressed his blade into his own tan-oak nut and shelled it, taking far more meticulous care in the action than he ever had, or ever needed to. Beside him, Avery, already 3 steps behind, shredded the nightshade into a spindled mess. The potion master internally sighed, but was in no mood to correct him. It was with profound relief class end rolled around. Snape handed over his perfectly crafted brew for marking. Avery did the same, albeit far less confidently. He watched as Slughorn shut his potion carrier case. waving goodbye cheerfully to his select handful of students. The Slug Club, a more blatant display of favoritism than even Professor Snape had ever deigned to show. Snape focused intently on packing his deteriorating bag as Lily slipped out with a cheerful wave, the delighted potions professor, her brew sitting snugly in the rotund professor's palm as if he intended to mark it before all the others. Lily was always the professor's favorite. But who could blame him? You go on ahead. Snape muttered as his table-mate waited for him at the front. I need to discuss something with the professor. Right, Avery replied, rolling his eyes, Snape having something potion-related to discuss. That notion didn't surprise anyone. Snape had counted on it. The door closed with a click as the last of the students exited, and the lone Slytherin finally approached the gargantuan professor. He heaved his bag onto the frontmost desk, not at all keen to shoulder it through a conversation. The straps were so frayed they cut into his shoulder like cords, but he could not bear the weight straight on his back, so he'd been forced to shift it from one shoulder to the other. Severus, boy, come to dazzle me with a new bee in your bonnet. Slughorn greeted him cheerfully. Evidently, he too suspected his student only wished to speak to him about some self-conceived theory in the craft. Even without remembering much of his schooling habits, Snape knew instinctively that it was exactly the kind of thing he would have done at this age. Not this time, however. No, Professor. I come to make a request. The smile slipped off the elder man's face. Always eager to receive favors, rarely happy to grant them. None the less he motioned for his student to continue. I need to speak to the headmaster. Snape requested, laying his cards on the table. Like any Slytherin, Slughorn would not grant the request easily, at least not without putting it through some questions. But whatever for? If you have an issue, you should come to me first and foremost as the head of Slytherin. And yet, you never quite act like it. Snape thought disparagingly. It wasn't favoritism he was after from the man, but just any sort of acknowledgement that the Slytherins were his to assist. As the head of house, Professor Snape had always made sure his young snakes had him to turn to, the only point of surety in the otherwise precarious snake pit. Slytherin had always been a house to its own. They had no one to turn to outside their own house, and within, each snake bore fangs. If their house head would not support them then, they were cast adrift and alone. It was little wonder so many submitted to the darkness under the watch of Horace Slughorn. I have an issue that can only be resolved by the headmaster. Snape insisted. The professor would not budge. Why, dear boy, if you have an issue then, it is my job as the head of house to deal with it, not Dumbledore's. The headmaster is a very busy man. When had Slughorn ever taken his position as the head of Slytherin seriously? Was the man not always chomping at the bit to push his responsibilities off onto others? Snape had misjudged the man's character. The man he remembered from a more recent life was far more reluctant to take on these tasks. This was not going to be the path forward. There were too many risks in pursuing the path of concocted lies, and too few ways one could conceivably find success. A Slytherin knows when it's time to retreat and pursue other options. Snape slowly shook his head. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my request, he muttered, lifting his bag over his shoulder with a grunt. But I ask that you not mention this to any of my housemates. The bushy brows on the old professor knitted together. Is there something the matter with your fellow Slytherins? Snape suppressed a derisive sneer. At this point, there'd been something the matter for a while. That is all, Professor. Without another glance back, Snape headed for the door. If the man could not tell of the turmoil within his own house, then there was no helping him. This was the period of time when Slytherin was left bereft of support, where darkness was left to fester and grow unchecked. His insides burned with the indignation. To have been forced to face this alone at this age, with no corner of support, and boxed in from all sides. How could I have turned out any other way? That was the unfortunate thought that passed through his mind when he opened the door and found two green eyes staring up at him, startled. Lily. She was leant slightly forward, as if she had been pressing her ear to the door, her eyes round with surprise. One foot was turned, pointed down the hall as if she had wanted to bolt, but wasn't given enough time to react. The self-righteous rage fled, replaced by the soul-crushing guilt. The guilt for a crime he could blame on no other. In the end, he was the one that made that choice. He was the one that went too far. Lily looked as if she was going to deliver an excuse, but then froze before a single word made it past her lips, as if she just remembered they were no longer on talking terms. Her wide eyes narrowed, and she lowered her head, pushing past her once friend roughly. "What should I have done, Lily?" Snape lowered his eyes and slunk out, letting the door swing shut behind him. Avery, Mulciber, Rosier. He trudged down the dungeon corridor. "Your house is your family." His footsteps rang hollow in the dark, echoing hall. "What you asked of me would have left me without anyone." He stopped and looked back over his shoulder into the gloomy darkness. "Even you would have eventually left me." His eyes darkened as he shifted the cutting straps across from one shoulder to the other, feeling the heavy bag knock against the sores upon his back. "You could never have kept me and Potter both, and I could never have kept you." Dinner only had one purpose for Snape, his last chance of the day to gain Dumbledore's attention. Scowling softly into his plate of mash and gravy, Snape waited for the cheerful old man to complete his greetings and find his chair. Potatoes were filling and would do for tonight. Ordinarily, he would have gotten perhaps a few slices of roast, but he could not afford the hands to cut it. He needed his wand in his right hand, under the table and out of sight. "Still feeling poorly?" Rosier politely inquired as he cut up his own slices of medium-rare beef cuts. Snape grunted and looked away. Let Rosier believe it had something to do with what happened with the marauders today. It would not be the first time he was rendered moody and unsociable by the constant harassment. His eyes appeared to drift casually down the teacher's table, finding Dumbledore in his throne and already chatting away to McGonagall beside him. Snape flicked his wand, and suddenly a metal pitcher halfway down the Slytherin table went flying, spraying some fourth years with pumpkin juice. "Peeves!" bellowed the Baron, who was floating at the other end of the table. He wouldn't have witnessed the culprit, yet the poltergeist was simply the natural conclusion when mayhem occurred. With everyone's attention fixed to further down the table, Snape cast his eyes to the headmaster's, the only pair of Slytherin eyes that were not turned in the direction of the commotion. "Meet my eyes." Snape willed. Almost as if responding to his request, those piercing blue eyes locked onto his. Snape silently pushed his mind forward, casting a wordless legilimency through eye contact. A shadow fell over the headmaster's expression as Snape's mind met with the solid wall of the headmaster's occlumency. He had the man's attention. Leaning back slightly, Snape allowed his mind wall to melt away, summoning a thought to the forefront of his mind that would truly get the old man's interest. "Severus, you've been a good and faithful servant." Those words poured from the mouth of a grinning snake mask with glinting red eyes. A moment that Snape could not forget. A moment that led to his death. The shadow lifted from Dumbledore's face as the old headmaster gave him an almost indiscernible tilt of the head and leaned backwards into his throne. Dinner had been cleared from the table along with the errant jug and mess. Dessert settled in its place along the house tables as well as the high table. Dumbledore appeared casual as he reached for a bowl and brought out a disgustingly sugar-coated sweet. The dessert quivered between his fingers as if alive and in anticipation of being eaten, and with unnecessary meticulousness, the headmaster turned the shivering treat between his fingers and popped it into his mouth with a smile. As if that was the highlight of the evening he had been waiting for, Dumbledore then stood, exchanging goodnights with the other teachers, and glided back down the table and out the door. Snape turned to his own bowl of quivering sugar candies, scowling. He could not for the life of him remember what this sweet was called. He didn't even like sweets and hadn't made it a habit to learn their names. And with these ones, these vibrating cavities to be, these sweets probably didn't even exist in his time anymore. Why did Dumbledore have to use these as inspiration for his password this cycle? Hesitantly, he bit down on the disgusting sugar-coated confectionery and cringed as the overwhelming sweetness coated the inside of his mouth. The gummy flecks that broke apart as he chewed continued to wriggle, creating a disconcerting tingling sensation on his tongue. Snape pushed through his disgust and concentrated on the flavor, hoping it would trigger some type of memory from his school days. No luck. With a sigh, Snape stood and excused himself from the table. There was nothing for it. He'd have to guess. Dinner was always a rowdy affair at the Gryffindor table, and because of that it wasn't that much of a surprise when pitchers go flying. When the commotion happened at the Slytherin table, everyone had been briefly startled, but the Gryffindors quickly settled back into their own world, no longer paying heed to the bellowing Baron, and the curious case of the flying jug. Lily's attention, however, did not shift from that one dark figure amongst the many indignant snakes. Snape had not reacted to the picture, instead stared up at the headmaster in almost desperation. The Gryffindor girl felt a squirm of relief when Dumbledore appeared to notice him, a relief she refused to acknowledge. The Gryffindor girl recognized the lolly the headmaster meticulously displayed as the password to access his office this week. All the prefects were kept alerted by the head boy and girl of the change, and with the explicit instructions to never disturb the headmaster for anything other than critical issues. Lily watched with guilty interest as the Slytherin boy picked up the same piece of candy and placed it hesitantly in his mouth, his entire face convulsing with revulsion. Lily looked away. Snape should be able to take care of his problem now. She didn't need to get involved. Trifle. Mary offered as she spooned the treat from the giant sundae dish at their end of the table. Mary MacDonald was a little on the chubby side, but her cherub face worked well with her luscious brown curls. Lily shook her head. Not tonight. Ate a little too much at dinner. Not on a diet, are you? Came Marlene from across the table, helping herself to some hot brownie with whipped cream. Not all of us can keep a slim figure effortlessly like you. Lily retorted with a grin. It wasn't strictly true. Marlene McKinnon was a chaser on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Today was evidently a practice day, as her normally loose blonde hair was struck up into a messy ponytail, and her face still ruddy and windblown from a hard day's flying. Mary rolled her eyes. Any skinnier and you'll disappear. Put some meat on your bones, Lily. I prefer to stay at equilibrium. From down the table, a cheeky grin caught her attention as her eyes were drawn to the bespectacled ones of James Potter. His usually unruly hair stuck out worse than usual, kicked up by the winds from up high on his expensive racing broom. Lily was always torn between wanting him to brush it and liking how roguish it made him look. Today, however, it was the former. Lily narrowed her eyes and looked away. She was mad at him today after what he pulled in defense class. She and Snape may not be friends anymore, but that did not mean she was happy to allow this crazy grudge to carry on. She hadn't seen Potter cast the jinx, but she was left without a doubt who had done it when the Slytherins stumbled, and the marauders fell over each other howling with laughter like a pack of idiotic banshees. "Ooh, the princess is mad at you again," came the irritating smooth voice of Sirius Black, loud enough that it could be heard from down the table. She glanced over and saw the worried expression on James' face as he gave her a meek, hopeful smile. Lily glared back without a word, wishing to convey all her displeasure with a withering look before turning away and paying him no more heed. "I think I'm done here," Lily announced with a nod to Mary and Marlene. "See you both back in the tower." She stood and headed for the entrance hall without another glance to James and his childish marauders. Crossing into the pleasant silence of the entrance hall, Lily took a moment to roll her shoulders and enjoy the cooling breeze of the summer evening. She could see the sun's rays shine through the west-facing windows, playing prettily over the ancient stonework of the historical castle. In moments like this, she could almost believe everything would be all right. Breathing deeply, Lily set off up the grand staircase, shedding as much of the unpleasant thoughts as she could. She had been stewing since defense this morning, after that maddening in-class altercation between Snape and Potter. There hadn't been any doubt James had started it. Her once friend had seemed muted and despondent today, as opposed to his usual rage-filled disposition of the days preceding. His hate-filled eyes had followed her since school's start, blaming her for her decision, as if it had been an easy decision for her, as if she wanted to end their friendship. Snape was skinnier than she'd ever seen him, even coming out of a school holiday. His family didn't have much, she knew. He couldn't eat well at home, she knew. She knew but told herself it was no longer her business. He never wanted her to meddle in his home life anyhow, and now they had no place in each other's lives at all. He was toxic to me. I had to end it. It was the right decision, but it didn't sit comfortably to Lily, especially knowing what she knew about his unfortunate background. But what could she do when he was so full of hate and rage, when he would lash out every time she tried to help, rebuking her pity? His angry looks of betrayal pierced through her each time she spoke to Potter. At least James never practiced dark arts. At least he didn't fly off the handle unpredictably. At least he didn't say horrible things about Muggle-borns. No, he only said horrible things about Slytherins, about Severus, about Snape. Much of it had been deserved. When Lily had first started her friendship with Remus in their second year, she had hoped to persuade the much more pleasant boy to influence his friends into leaving her Slytherin friend alone. It looked as if it was working at first, and Lily got a little more acquainted with the rest of the marauders. They didn't seem so bad. However then, Snape acted as if Lily had needed his permission to befriend anyone else. And then, suddenly, everything became much, much worse. He was controlling, violent, and angry, and he grew darker by the day, spiraling deeper and deeper into that awful Slytherin philosophy until she could no longer see her friend when she looked at him. The boy who showed her magic, who showed her wonder, who told her it didn't matter if she was Muggle-born. To quote a Muggle proverb, last summer had been the straw that broke the donkey's back. But then his venom-spitting, violent fury cooled, suddenly and without warning. The change was so abrupt, she even saw his Slytherin friends cast appraising glances at him. It unsettled her. This afternoon, after potions, Lily had returned to confirm the time for the Slug Club meeting the coming Saturday. However, when she approached the door, she heard Snape's voice. "I ask that you not mention this to any of my housemates. Is there something the matter with your fellow Slytherins?" The words stoked dread within Lily. Had he got himself into a bad situation involving the other Slytherins? She had been torn between staying to listen and fleeing down the hall to avoid him. But the decision was taken from her when door to the potions classroom suddenly opened, and they met face to face. She thought she had seen anger in those eyes, but it quickly fled, leaving nothing but an empty melancholy within those dark pits, a state she could not fathom from her fiery recluse once friend. Pulling out of these ponderous thoughts, Lily stopped at the second-floor landing and glanced down the hallway. The setting sun did not shine through these windows at this time of the day, casting deep shadows. Surface classroom hallways were never lit with torches, forcing whoever wished to traverse these areas after sunset to do so by wand light. The gargoyle corridor was on this floor, the only entrance way to the headmaster's office that Lily knew of. I'm not supposed to care anymore. That was the thought that lanced through the Gryffindor girl's mind as she found her feet taking her down the darkened corridor. She instinctively softened her steps to stop the natural echo of the hallway from alerting anyone that might be there, to stop Snape from realizing she had come to see if he's managed to find his way to the headmaster. An angry expletive echoed down the hall, halting her, heart racing. Severus. No. Snape. Slowly, Lily made her way down the hall and peeked around the corner. A dark shadow paced back and forth before the gargoyle. Despite the setting sun, no wand light was lit. But even without it, there was no mistaking that voice. "Move, you ludicrous gargoyle. I don't have time to play guess the sugar-based trollop." He growled rather than screamed. He didn't flail or stomp his feet. He was almost calm, if not for the pacing. A frightening thought occurred to Lily that this might be someone under polyjuice. It would certainly explain how drastically different he was behaving lately. He was like a complete stranger, but the way he had looked at her, those were not the eyes of a stranger. Lily took a deep breath and whispered, "Lumos." She stepped around the corner, lit wand held aloft. Shadows leapt up around the man who wore the face of her once friend. He whipped around, wand drawn and pointed, growling, "Who's there?" Lily moved her wand light to the side, watching closely as the boy's dark eyes widened marginally. The light glinting on his black pupils, wavering as if from some unspoken emotion. Not the eyes of a stranger, jittering dandies. Lily called out. The gargoyle leapt to the side, revealing the spiraling staircase up to the headmaster's office. Despite having a way forward, Snape stood stark still like a deer caught in headlights, hope in his eyes. She knew then for certain that he was no impostor, but she was not going to forgive him. She had run out of chances to give him. "Whatever you got yourself into, sort it out, Snape." She tacked his surname to the end of that sentence, almost as if she was formalizing their distance. Hurt flashed in his eyes. Lily felt her temper flare alongside her guilt. He didn't get to look hurt. He didn't have the right. Not when he battered aside every one of her attempts to this point to mend their divide. She could give no more. He won't ever change. Lily turned to leave before she could say something she'll regret. "You were right." His voice came like a whisper. The Gryffindor fought the urge to glance back. She wouldn't be swayed by his murmured words. The deceitful mask he wore only for her when he would publicly stand with his Slytherin friends and their awful ideals. A liar or a coward. No more chances. Lily rounded the corner, leaving all thoughts of him behind. Snape was not in an emotionally good place. He stood silently before the headmaster's door, composing himself. Lily. He took one shuddering breath and pressed that memory down behind his mind walls, down into where his emotions slept. The storm inside quietened. This was only the first day. Snape knocked, as composed as he'd ever be. "Come in," beckoned that familiar, welcoming voice. He pushed through the door and was greeted by the patiently smiling headmaster, a mask he wore above his ruthless core. Behind the headmaster perched his phoenix fox, ruffling its shining feathers, leaning forward as if regarding the visitor with curiosity. Severus remembered the first time he met the bird, when he gave his first report as a newly indoctrinated spy. The phoenix gave a haunting cry that shook him to his core, a sound that drew out all his deepest fears. He thought he had hated the bird then. But then the bird sang again. That night he sat sobbing in the corner of this very office, his greatest fears having been realized. The song soothed the dregs of his shattered soul and lent him courage to continue when he hadn't believed he could. His courage had only burned fiercer since. "Good evening, Mr. Snape," Dumbledore greeted, his half-senile smile still masking his true thoughts. Snape nodded his head and politely returned the greeting. "Professor Dumbledore." There was no point in continuing pleasantries. "I have come with information you might find useful." That was it. He was committed. But that was something that had never been in doubt. He was never going to seek the coward's way. No matter what, I'll see my duty through. Chapter 3. To serve once more. Chapter text. The dream took on the quality of a memory Snape had never lived. He walked down darkened, torch-lit corridors that seemed to stretch for miles. Screams echoed within the halls, appearing to come from every direction at once, following him. He was a visitor there, a young man who didn't belong. He couldn't stop shivering, breath condensing into white puffs from the despairing chill. He quickened his step to catch up to the guard who was guiding him through. A silvery hound strode beside the uniformed man, chasing away the darkness and all that lurked within. The visitor stopped before a steel door, seeming to hesitate. He felt the fear that permeated him, as if he would like nothing more than to flee from this dark place. The guard that guided him through the halls stepped forward to slide open a panel, and the face of a withered old man peeked through, staring blankly, as if not registering he was no longer alone. "Father," the visitor's voice came out in a white puff of breath. He felt the rise of sorrow beat in his breast. The old man turned his eyes to him, glinting blue in the silvery light, but they twinkled no more. The younger man thought he might have seen a hint of recognition, a fanciful hope. "Father, it's me." The old man's eyes met his. "I'm sorry." He croaked, barely a whisper. Sorrow stung again, but this time gilded with anger. "Take care of her for me." His voice echoed into the swirling uncertainty of the dream. The sorrow and regret lingered with the bitter tang of frustration and resentment. The colors shifted, and the dream suddenly took familiar tones. The warm tones of pastel wallpaper and white upholstered sofas, the cozy warmth of a family home. A warmth that fled upon the sight of what was happening before him. "You killed her." The face of the young man who screamed that came into sharp focus, his face contorted with rage. A handsome, blond man took a step back, pinned by the force of the first man's ire. "It wasn't my fault." His wand was still gripped tightly in his hand. "If only you hadn't, Gellert." The third man spoke, the man whose eyes Snape watched through. "Please." His eyes cast downwards and alighted upon the body of a young girl, sprawled unmoving upon the living room floor, struck dead by spell fire, sorrow, regret, bitterness. The first man's face was suddenly in his, bright blue eyes burning with rage, an accusing finger prodding into the watcher's chest as he screamed, "I blame you most of all." Snape awoke, heart pattering. The sorrow that seeped through the dream had colored his mind, but slowly his equilibrium restored, and he was left thankful that the dreams were not of his own regrets. At the very least his rest remained sweet, and restful sleep was something of great commodity to Severus Snape. But a niggling thought would not leave him, a sense that those within his dreams were somehow familiar. Slowly and tenderly, Snape got up out of bed. 2 bloody spots stained the sheets, having seeped through his nightshirt while he slept. His wounds kept cracking and resealing, a telling testament to how long it would take to naturally heal, and how much scarring would remain. He could not remember how he dealt with this injury the first time around, but he got the sense it might have to do with the times he had stolen from the potion supplies cupboard. But it was no longer in Snape's habit to steal, especially not from potion stores. It was something he was simply going to have to see through. The other beds were already empty. Breakfast likely was already underway. Snape had slept far longer than he was used to. His young body needed far more sleep than he had allocated it as a fully grown adult. He made a mental note to adjust for this when headed for bed in the future. At the very least, he felt thankful that nobody was here. Snape stripped off, unsticking his shirt carefully from his back, trying his best not to tear his scab again. That was another thing. He needed to take in more protein to increase his recovery speed. He couldn't keep to his habitual breakfast diet of dried toast and little else at this age and expect good results. He slipped on his newly laundered robes, feeling the itch of the scratchy, thin material against his healing skin. He sighed, dropping the worn garment to the floor, and took out a hole-riddled singlet from his small store of clothes, slipping it on his thin frame. It at least offered some comfort in the form of padding. Snape never had a large amount of spare clothes, not even when he was able to afford it. Even as an adult, he restricted his wardrobe to 3 changes of the same set of black teaching robes. He slipped on his frayed grey trousers next, a newer but obviously second-hand addition to the rags he could barely call clothes. The article was still too short for him, the hems barely reaching his ankles. He didn't even have a proper belt for it. Snape had to thread a strip of leather through the loops and tie it closed so it wouldn't slip off his thin hips. Though not a traditional part of the wizard's garbs, Snape had acquired the habit of always wearing trousers, even underneath long hemmed robes, a lesson learned harshly in the summer of his 5th year. Snape adjusted his robes. He supposed this was as comfortable as he'd be today. He gave his chin a quick rub, noting a thin, patchy roughness. He didn't know when he last shaved at this age, but it had certainly not grown long enough to warrant one. He never had an affinity for facial hair, and for that he had been at least a little thankful. Goodness knows his state of mind if he had to waste time more than twice a week on maintaining a clean shave. With a mutter of his timekeeping spell, Snape ascended the stairs out of the empty dormitory, deciding he'd best catch the end of breakfast before taking his time with a shower and care for his unruly teeth. Charms class with Flitwick was the first order of the day. That meant sharing a class with Lily and the entirety of the Marauders, a mental tightrope if there ever was one. The classroom was arranged like an amphitheater with the desks lining the walls, leaving a corridor down the middle in which the charms professor may demonstrate and zip from one student to another efficiently. Snape sat slumped on the edgemost seat closest to the door. Across the room from him, almost literally at the furthest point possible, sat Lily, next to an unidentified Ravenclaw girl who kept trying to engage her attention. He could not help but shoot sideways glances at her, feeling a stab of helplessness when she would not once meet his eyes. In front of her sat the enemy. Potter, seeming all too aware of this privileged seating position, immediately set about peacocking away, ruffling his hair and making flourishing sweeps of his wand in elaborate, unrequired displays. An unnecessary and frankly idiotic way to attempt the spells asked of them today, it was satisfying to see that none of his showboating bore any fruit. Charms was a craft that required specific and meticulous wand motions, and the feckless Potter's proclivity to making a spectacle was biting him in the arse. Today's Charms lesson involved wordless magic yet again, but this time with 3 spells taught instead of the one. Wand lighting, fire starting, and levitating charms. Simple first-year spells. Snape glanced around the classroom, watching the Hufflepuffs hard at work, some reaching a semblance of success, and some needing to whisper under their breath to produce any effect at all. The Ravenclaws were engaged in discussions over how wordless magic actually worked, and whether control for a wordless spell was increased by thinking the words rather than saying them. It was a theory question Professor Flitwick had posed in the beginning of class, and had subsequently proposed it, offhandedly, to be the homework question due the following week. Snape already knew the answer, however, having been through these motions before. Wordless magic came from tracing the same magical paths the magic took while casting, but without the aid of verbal command. It required habitual use of those spells to build familiarities with the magical paths they engaged, then precise magical control to be able to activate the same path through will alone. Snape found saying the spell in his head helped him focus on complex casting, but for spells that require quick casting, that method remained inefficient. Like all skills, it required repeat practice, and what he lacked in natural proficiency, he always gained with dedicated focus. "Mr. Snape, you won't learn the spells just sitting still, gathering moss," said Professor Flitwick as he ambled over, peering upwards to maintain eye contact due to his diminutive stature. Up till now, the once potion master had been sitting in abject silence, watching those around him with an air of boredom. Flitwick, being the head of Ravenclaw, was not one to ignore idleness. "I encourage you to participate." Snape had thought about perhaps putting on a show, pretending to struggle to cast the frankly, insultingly basic spells, but he simply could not find the motivation to play dumb. With quick successive flicks, he cast all 3 charms at once. Surely this was not too much to expect from a talented 6th-year student. Flitwick certainly hadn't seemed to find this display suspicious, delightfully surprising, but not suspicious. "Well done, Mr. Snape. I can see you've practiced ahead of the curricula again." 20 points to Slytherin for that skillful display. Snape wordlessly extinguished his wand and gently set his floating lit candlewick down. Almost inaudibly, the mocking voices drifted over from that pack of rabid Gryffindors, but he chose to ignore it. "Good work, nerd." Mulciber grinned triumphantly as he smacked his massive bear paw over Snape's back, causing him to crumple in suppressed agony. Rosier nodded his approval and quickly returned to his own practice, seeming incensed by the ease of Snape's success. Mulciber followed suit, flinging his wand about like a conductor to a very timid brass band. "Too bad you can't copy practical work." Snape replied with a layer of thinly veiled sarcasm, obviously not received as such because the large, buffoonish boy nodded in agreement. "Mr. Snape, you're on fire." Flitwick evidently did not mean it in a metaphorical sense, as the smell of burning wool met Snape's nostrils. He spun quickly around to find the hem of his robes lit aflame. The charms professor rushed over as quickly as his stumpy legs would carry him, wand held aloft, ready to assist. Snape, however, aided himself with a downwards point of his wand and doused the smouldering flames with a jet of water, glowering at the damage done to his already thin and tatty robes. He did not have to look far to find who was responsible. That infuriating smirk shared between Pettigrew, Black, and Potter was quickly wiped off their collective faces when Flitwick bustled over to berate them. It was a miscast, honest. Lied Black while that rat Pettigrew shrank into his seat, and that infuriating Potter made his best impression of innocence with his wide eyes and false remorse. The sharp Flitwick did not at all seem appeased, but did not escalate the matter. "Careful in the future," was all he said before bustling off to attend to a couple of Ravenclaws waving their hands about for the professor's attention. Snape scowled at the injustice of it all. At the very least, they should have had some points removed. House points might be meaningless to him, but it was still galling to their child minds. "Reckon I can hex them wordlessly?" Rosier asked in a conspiratory whisper. He leaned over and raised his wand. Snape stopped him with a firm hand on his forearm, not because he cared about what Rosier would do to the marauders, but because Lily was sitting right behind them, and he could not remember the trueness of Rosier's aim. In that moment, her green eyes slid across to his side of the room, meeting those his dark ones just briefly before looking away once more. It was the strangeness of his behavior that caught Lily's attention. His hand had gone up to dissuade his violent friend from retaliating on his behalf. Snape had never shown restraint, that was not his nature. But when Lily glanced over, his eyes had already been fixed on her. She met those dark orbs briefly before looking away again, willing him to believe she happened to be glancing about the room casually. "Come on, Padfoot, do it again. Flitwick's not watching." Lily felt her temper rise. She looked down at the cretin of a Gryffindor, James Potter, egging on his possibly even more cretinous best friend, Sirius Black. With a muffled snigger, Black drew his wand back, aiming yet again for the hunched-over form of the Slytherin boy who was definitely not provoking them. Why can't they just grow up and leave each other alone? With a silent flick of her wand, she summoned Blacks out of his poised hand and snatched it out of the air. Two indignant sets of eyes swung around to meet hers. "I thought you were over, Snivelus." Black spat while Potter coyly withdrew, putting back up his innocent facade. "What I'm over is your disruptive behavior in class." Lily shot at them, offering Black's wand back to him. "You will point your wand at your candles, or Merlin help me. I will take away all the points you gained in transfigurations last week." The color drained from James' face. "You wouldn't." Lily smiled sweetly. "Just try me." Muttering obscenities under his breath, Black snatched his wand from Lily's hand, and James shot her a worried glance before averting his eyes. He at least had the decency to look abashed. From next to his chastised friends, Remus met her eyes apologetically, and Lily shot back at him a withering glare. A fellow prefect, yet he was less than useless when it came to controlling his friends. Honestly, he was never as bad as the other marauders, often positively pleasant, really. But frustratingly, he would always stand aside and let his friends do whatever they wished, whether it be creating mischief or tormenting another. However, on occasions Lily could not find herself innocent of this either, when those Slytherins would blatantly act upon their horrible discriminatory views, and the marauders jump in to answer them with violence. It was at times like these Lily found herself believing they were in the right of it, defending people like her. It was becoming harder and harder for her to make herself believe stopping the marauders was the morally just thing to do, especially if she had been witness to the cause, if the Slytherin had indeed been doing something to deserve it. Why couldn't things be simple? Lily sighed and shook her head, turning back to her candle wick and lit it with a silent flick of her wand. "Do you find yourself saying the words in your head?" The Ravenclaw girl beside her leaned forward enthusiastically. Dorcas Meadows. A curious spirit who spent each class sitting next to the student she thought to be the best at the topic, and peppering them with insistent questions. In charms, her muse was Lily. In transfiguration, she'd huddle up next to James. In the past, Dorcas used to squeeze herself beside Lily when they and Snape shared a bench in potions class. Snape had been the obvious genius in the craft and the focus of Dorcas' questioning, but always by proxy through Lily. Even the pursuit of knowledge couldn't persuade the curious Ravenclaw to be in arm's length when she tempted the infamous temper of Severus Snape. Lily shook her head. "No, I don't get why people would think incendio when casting it wordlessly. It won't draw the magic out. It doesn't work the same way as verbal casting." Leaning forward, Dorcas blew out her candle and proceeded to light it wordlessly herself. "Perhaps it is simply easier for most people to do so habitually. Like those words inspire them to remember what course the spell takes." Lily nodded, mentally noting to explore that line of thought in her essay later this week. "Do you think aloud in your head then?" "Oh, yes." Dorcas nodded vigorously. "In fact, I think it's more common to find people who think cast rather than instinct cast like you do." The Gryffindor girl leaned back and rolled that thought about her mind. "Actually, Lily, can you do your trick again? You know, casting without a wand." Lily nodded and waved her empty left hand before her and commanding, "Wingardium Leviosa." The candle responded by hovering off the table, wick still flickering. Wandless casting was a trick Lily found she could handle with ease, but nobody else seemed to quite have the knack for. There were limitations, of course. She could only do it well with charms up to only a moderate difficulty, as well as some simple transfigurations. She would begin to struggle when she would reach for an advanced level charm, but some were still possible. "I don't think I've ever met any witch or wizard who could do what you can without a wand." Dorcas sighed admiringly. Setting the candle down gently, Lily replied, "Well, I think it's more like the magic we used to do as children before we came to Hogwarts, only I simply hadn't forgotten like everyone else." Dorcas' hand shot up, and Professor Flitwick was immediately at their table. "Yes, Miss Meadows. Sir, is it possible to acquire wandless casting through practice?" "Why, of course, Miss Meadows. Just about everything can be learned through practice, just like everything can be improved through practice." The charms professor fixed Lily with a steely eye, and she felt a twinge of chagrin. No matter how far Lily was ahead of her classmates in that particular skill and possibly charms in general, she was always met with Flitwick's muted disapproval. He berated her for relying too heavily on natural affinity and for not trying hard enough to maximize the potential of her gift. She supposed that was just how Ravenclaws thought. Having raw talent meant a responsibility to pursue it with every fiber of your being. Ms. Evans, my personal assignment to you this year is for you to cast one charm, any charm, both wandlessly and wordlessly. Don't expect to pass without completing it. Lily was aghast. I can't do both at once. Well, I do believe that is the point of practice. The professor turned on his heels and waddled off. He is never so strict with anyone. He must really like you. Dorcas said with delight. Though sweet as that sentiment might be, Lily could not feel it in herself to feel appreciative, but before Lily could reply to that effect, a knock came at the door. Come in. Flitwick's voice squeaked up from behind the corner table, having accidentally been sent over the counter when a Hufflepuff's wordless levitation charm backfired. To everyone's surprise, Slughorn's hefty frame pushed through the door, a teacher with a vastly different philosophy on how natural talent should be treated. Apologies, Phileas. I was sent by where the devils are you. Here, right here, Horace. Flitwick was finally able to right himself and pop his head up from behind the desk. Right you are. Slughorn turned, but did not amble over. Apologies, but I've been sent by the headmaster to fetch one of your students. I'll be borrowing Mr. Snape, if you don't mind. Lily could not help but glance over at the Slytherin teen, along with almost every other student. Snape hadn't seemed all that surprised. In fact, he was most nonchalant as he stood, slinging his bag over his shoulder with an almost casual sway. He hadn't even unpacked his books. It was as if he had been expecting this. The memory of his desperation to meet the headmaster the previous day flittered through her mind. What have you gotten yourself into, Sev? Number Snape. Well, we'll be off then. Sorry for interrupting. Slughorn called with a jolly wave, and out the door he popped with Snape stalking out silently after him. Well, I'll be. Old Snivelus finally did something rank enough to get himself kicked out, I'll bet. Black said almost too gleefully. Potter nodded in agreement and turned to Lily with a terribly satisfied smile. Good thing you dropped him when you did. Lily could feel her temper ticking away again. How could James not realize already that every time he brought it up he wounded her? She did not think it a good thing that she could no longer find herself able to maintain that friendship. The first magical friend she had ever made. The first person to have ever made her feel like she belonged. But the world they entered into showed her they could never have belonged together. He was poison to me. No, he turned into poison. The boy she had met was nothing like the young man she had parted ways with. A boy, dressed in rags, with riches in his eyes, reaching to the future so full of hope, with nothing to his name but a firm knowledge he belonged to this world, and yet even with so little he had never hesitated to share it all with her, bringing magic into her life. It was that boy she missed so keenly. At the very least, Snape's got the message to keep away. Lily replied coolly. A skill, Potter, that you've yet to master. She savored the crestfallen expression on that arrogant towerag, knowing all too well even when bitten he'd never be twice shy. If truth be told, Snape had expected to be summoned far sooner, perhaps missing charms entirely. It wasn't like he needed to attend classes, and by now Dumbledore knew it too. The night before, Snape had extracted the memories Dumbledore's dead counterpart had gifted him, leaving them all neatly in the headmaster's pensive for his browsing leisure. Memories from a life that the headmaster had yet to live, or possibly never would live if he could change the course of the future using the memories Snape gifted him. Memories Snape had not yet been able to see, despite being stored in his mind. Like any Legilimens, Snape knew Dumbledore had made it inaccessible from his own mind as a failsafe to protect his sanity. Those memories had not been his own, and would likely alter his sense of reality if they were implanted into his mind like real memories. Likely, the only way Snape would be able to view them was if he extracted them into a pensive. He, however, had not been offered a chance to view it. Dumbledore had dismissed him after he offered up the memories, insisting sleep was necessary for a growing young mind. Standing now in the headmaster's office and facing the imposing height of the elderly headmaster, Snape smirked internally. Dumbledore probably knew now that young was not the term that best described Snape. Ah, Horace, I see you've got our young Mr. Snape here in one piece. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled as if sharing a joke. Snape's internal smirk turned into a scowl. It looked like the headmaster decided to take his predicament in a humorous light. Slughorn placed a hand on his student's shoulder, almost protectively. He's not in trouble, is he? Why not at all? Your concern for your Slytherin is welcome, but misplaced. He is not in trouble. You may relax and leave him in my care. Severus thought his concern was more likely for one of his little slugs. Despite never attending any of the man's frivolous parties, Snape was somehow considered a member. Right you are, Albus. Horace appeared almost too eager to comply. Will there be anything else you'll be needing me for? No, but thank you for your offer. Slughorn bustled out of the office, squeezing his large frame back down the spiral staircase. The door swung shut, and immediately wards began stitching together, flaring up so powerfully that the magical thrum was almost visible. Am I correct to suppose all pretense can be dropped? Snape asked in a silky tone. The headmaster's smile turned grim. Indeed, Severus. May I call you Severus? Snape could not help the tired curl of his lips almost forming a smile. It would not seem too outlandish. Well, Severus, it seems you are not who you appear to be. Dumbledore turned, and without a word or emotion his pensive dish floated out of its stone holder and settled upon his desk. Are you a seer, Severus? No. Snape replied, I would like to ask then how you came by these memories. The smooth surface of the pensive shifted, and a memory appeared, a memory of old hands brushing open an ancient-looking scroll. Upon its aged, yellowing surface laid an ink illustration depicting a cup engraved with badgers. They are evidently not your own. You had given them to me. Snape replied. He did not make mention under which circumstances and how, but he knew the old man had suspected the truth already. If I had, then you must have been a precious friend indeed. The old man appeared suddenly weary, and Snape followed Dumbledore's distant eyes to the surface of the shimmering liquid where a familiar face shone out, that of a blond man with mischievous mismatched eyes. Snape's eyes widened in recognition. Those were your memories, too. Those dreams were memories. Why would you give me those? Why indeed? Dumbledore's blue eyes lifted from the surface. That was the next question I was going to ask you. It appears the Dumbledore, you know, is quite the enigmatic soul. Good to know I have something to look forward to. Then you know, Snape pressed urgently. You understand I am not of this time. You believe I am from a time yet to come. I believe, Severus, that no matter who you claim to be, these memories at least are truthfully from me. A wariness settled over the headmaster's expression as the pensive shifted again, and the dead girl appeared upon its surface. Who is this girl? Snape asked in a muted tone. Ariana, came the reply, spoken as softly as he'd ever heard the headmaster speak. My sister. A memory jogged in Severus' mind of what he had overheard mere months after Dumbledore's death. The Skeeter woman had published a muckraking piece in the form of a biography, and that had been all that was discussed within the staff room during those long, dark days. They had already been worn down by the darkness brought by the Second War. Even brilliant minds sought refuge in the mindless gossip. The full extent of what the article had detailed, however, never made it to Snape. He would never deign himself to read such codswallop, and as for the staff room, the moment anyone noticed his presence, all conversation would melt away. Accusing eyes would follow him anywhere he went. Murmurs of traitor and coward dogged his every step. Solitude was his only refuge during the year of darkness, the last year of his life. Murderer. Those words were from those that once regarded him as friend, that he perhaps might have considered friends too. He could find no haven save within his own convictions, the knowledge that he alone kept, that he was no traitor and no coward, a knowledge he took with him to the grave. Nobody would ever know what he had done, what he had endured the suffocating solitude for. Because the only other he passed the knowledge to would not have been long behind him. You weren't popular among the staff, I see. Snape's eyes widened as he realized Dumbledore saw everything. He had not thought to occlude, standing face to face with the old headmaster, yet again lulled him into a false sense of mind security. He was reminded quite vividly that this Dumbledore did not have context. This Dumbledore was not his friend. Sliding his walls carefully in place, Snape dipped his head, half in acknowledgement and half to break eye contact. I was never popular. It was simply worse that year. Why did they believe you the false ally? Because you had to sit under the thumb of the enemy to play your role. Because of you. Snape's eyes rose to meet the headmaster's, anger bared upon on his face. How convenient of Dumbledore to have reminded himself of Snape's utility and left out why it was he was forced to mire himself so completely in that darkness. Of how Dumbledore forced his hand. How he used that memory, reminding him of something he did not need a reminder for For her, always for her. Dumbledore glanced away. If you endured so much on my orders, then I do not doubt your dedication. You are not the sort of man to shirk your duty. His blue eyes met Snape's once more. And duty will call you once again. Snape felt the horror well up within him before his mind had fully comprehended the implications. Another lifetime of this soul-crushing charade. He met those blue eyes, desperately holding his mind wall together through his emotional upheaval, pressing down his memories of Lily furthest of all. He would use her against me again. But even as that thought passed through Snape's mind, he knew, even if her memory laid uninvoked, it would never leave him. The anger, the misery, the guilt, the love. She was the person who taught him how to love. He could never let her go. Even if he had to suffer through another worthless lifetime, he would do it for her. I am willing to do what has to be done, Snape rasped. But please, if there is any alternative, any at all. He was groveling, and he knew it. He knew what groveling sounded like. It was the voice that sounded in his mind whenever he remembered that night where he stood before the fat lady's portrait, begging for her forgiveness. His mental shields swayed against his emotions, but Dumbledore did not breach. He was no longer probing Snape's mind. Snape had once sworn to himself he would never be a true Death Eater again. That was the mantra that sustained him in the years where he was forced to continue to bear that mask. It was the hope that sustained him now, having been given his time again, a wish that had never taken the form of a wish, a chance to make different decisions, to make the right decision, to bring the end of the war one step closer, to free her from her fate. I shall serve. Snape bowed his head, even if it meant another lifetime of suffering. Do with me what you will. Actually, I was rather thinking you would not make a very good spy at all. Snape frowned, unsure whether to feel relieved or offended. The old man's eyes twinkled, as if he found this assessment to be humorous. In fact, you are already full of useful information. The last place I wish to place you is within Voldemort's grasp. The name sent a lance of fear through Snape's spine, but the familiarity of the name uttered in Dumbledore's voice eased the blow. He felt himself physically deflate with relief. At the very least, he would be free of the dark mark in this lifetime. Free physically, but never mentally. However, the first thing I ask of you, Severus, is that you let me into your mind. Snape's dark eyes narrowed as he met those blue ones. I want all information regarding this war and how it will play out, but not just that. I ask you to give me everything you know. Show me everything you have, whether you think it relevant or otherwise. I want you to keep no secrets from me. That's rich, keeping no secrets. The thought of Lily skittered along Snape's mind wall, the crushing guilt along with it, and following behind, the spiraling shame and despair. You want that too, my greatest regret, my shame to bear. But Dumbledore had shared his too. He had shared with Severus his own deepest and darkest moments. Snape recognized those dreams for what they were, a confession, an offering to Snape, to placate his pride for when he makes himself vulnerable so that he too would gain once more the trust of Albus Dumbledore. Snape almost admired him for his manipulations. To have Snape not only hand him a timeline of what was to come, but also a way for this Dumbledore to understand the man before him as the last one had. The cunning man had found a way to relive his life without needing to actually relive it. Chapter 4, Prince of the Snake Pit. Chapter text, Thank you, Severus. You have been most helpful. Dumbledore sat before the pensive, swirling with memories he had extracted from his companion, some given quite readily, such as those concerning present and future Death Eater activity. Others Snape fought tooth and claw to keep, but relented after gentle prompting by the old headmaster. A memory of Lily floated across the surface, causing Snape to mentally shrink inwards. Dumbledore had collected from him mostly memories concerning the First War, of how it was fought, and how it was nearly lost. In this schooling period of his life, he hadn't known much of worth, so it was the rumors and news he overheard that Dumbledore took. These memories were few and far between, so they had zipped quickly through Snape's school days, mercifully glancing over his actual school life and delving into the darkness that was to become of his adult existence. A regrettable choice. Dumbledore muttered as Snape's committed atrocities played out in the shimmering memories. The first of which he was ever tasked to commit had been the murder of his own parents. What was the reason he asked this of you, do you know? Snape glowered. You do not believe it was simply because they were a muggle and a blood traitor. I believe that is not all of it. The once Death Eater relented. You would be correct. He tapped a finger on the desk, a fidgety movement he thought he trained himself out of. Perhaps muscle memory was learned by the part of the brain that could not be passed back through time. Aemdius Prince. He began, tasting the bitterness that came with the name. The last of the Prince line, and he is without heirs. He is also my grandfather. Dumbledore appeared to lean forward. A dark bloodline. I would have thought that Prince had thrown his support behind Tom. The Dark Lord's hidden name. A name that did not inspire fear. A name Snape was grateful Dumbledore used for the sake of his nerves. He was no coward, but he was not one to court fear without reason. He was no Gryffindor. Snape glanced away. No, not in its entirety. Aemdius is old. His concerns are no longer that of political squabbles. It is of his legacy. He let that statement trail off, knowing Dumbledore's keen mind followed. Goblin laws on inheritance differ from ours, so even if your mother was disowned, he stroked his beard thoughtfully. So Tom made you eliminate the only person who could have claimed that inheritance. Snape dipped his head in grim acknowledgement, and made me renounce my claim to the name. Like a fool, I agreed readily, not even giving a thought as to why. It was only many years after did I discover the timing of my orders coincided with the extinction of the Prince line. A sympathetic smile graced Dumbledore's lips. It appears you did not make many good decisions in your lifetime. Perhaps that was my only one. I was not killed for the foolish pursuit of a fortune that was never mine. A wise way to put it, agreed Dumbledore, and with a cheerful hum Dumbledore returned to his bowl of memories, picking out new ones to question its donor about. Now concerning this of the prophecy. No, Snape hissed, barely restraining himself from leaping off his seat. We will not be pursuing that conclusion. I will find and strangle that Trelawney woman to keep her from uttering those cursed words if I have to. Now, Severus, that is no way to treat fellow staff members. Snape snapped. I will not be a staff member ever again. With a twinkle in his eye, Dumbledore sat back in his seat and let that pass without comment. Instead, the old man glanced at the wobbling clock as it pinged and puffed out purple smoke. My, look at the time. You've missed a whole day's worth of classes. Snape glanced up and observed it was already 5 in the evening, almost time for dinner to begin. His stomach grumbled in complaint about its missed midday meal. I only had herbology left in the afternoon. Tuesday is a 2-class day. Snape grumbled. He couldn't quite believe the headmaster was actually bringing up class attendance as if was of such vital importance to a man who had already done his due. Dumbledore nodded and drew out a garishly feathered quill. Then I shall arrange for a note to be passed on to Pomona. I expect she'll excuse your absence. For now I must agree with your stomach's sentiments. Off to dinner with you, Mr. Snape. The headmaster drew out a parchment and dipped his quill into his multicolored inkwell. A clear message to the younger man that he was dismissed. But the potion master could not let this be. If I should be so bold, headmaster, but would I not be of better use dedicated to this war rather than stuck repeating my studies? The headmaster lifted his eyes from his parchment. Severus, as much as I appreciate your ability, we're fighting for the future. I would like you to have one. I know my spells and potions. There is nothing I could possibly gain from 2 years of wasted time. Defense against the dark arts and charms were already turning out to be a bit of a joke. Herbology and potions, Snape knew like second nature. As for transfiguration, he had never been the best at it the first time around, but after decades of practical use, he could conjure with the best of them. While arithmancy and ancient runes had large portions of grey areas, he was adamant that the only parts he needed were the parts he utilized in potion and spell development. I believe you might not be as on top of the theory as you might think. Dumbledore looked wistful. Alas, the years do tend to take things away from us. Snape glowered. What I cannot remember has obviously not served me in the course of my life. What would be the point of picking up that useless information again? Now, Severus, that is not the attitude a professor should take. I am not going to be a member of staff. Colors swirled around him. Snape knew he was dreaming again, and this time he had been expecting it. He stared out at the expanse of a field from atop a hill, filled with a tangible, flittering joy. He felt the warmth of the spring afternoon, the tickle of a breeze that should not have a tactile component as it did within this dream. He turned slightly. and from the corner of his eye he glanced to the young man standing beside him. A handsome young man with blonde curls to his shoulder and a mischievous grin that made his mismatched eyes sparkle. The same man who had decried his innocence over the body of the dead girl. It appeared, however, in this dream all was forgiven, or this was from a time before that chaos, because no grudge or regret gilded these memories. A shiver of nervousness ran through the boy, as if the observer feared to be caught staring. His heart sped up, and Snape could not help but feel the thrumming emotion familiar, but for the life of him could not find a way to associate it with this context. Despite the caution of the observer, the handsome boy noticed. Eyes were quickly turned away, and embarrassment permeated the memory. A hand fell upon his arm as the observer turned his eyes up, meeting the one grey and one dark eye of that handsome taller boy. For the greater good, that boy said firmly, hand gripping so hard upon the watcher's wrist that Snape felt the tingle in his own fingertips. Don't lose sight of that. I'll need you by my side for what is to come. The scene melted away, and the serenity was shattered by the sudden violence of a spell explosion, magical projectiles whizzing about his head. With a great sweeping arc of his wand, the observer brushed aside 3 curses aimed for his life. Howling fanatics rushed at him, clad in black, each carrying the mark of the triangular eye. A green streak darted towards him. With impossibly quick reflexes he disapparated, reappearing in the throng of battle. The cacophony was deafening. Swinging around, he parted the crowd with a powerful sweep of his wand, revealing the man who lay at the heart of this chaos. Those mischievous, mismatched eyes sparkled no more, his handsome face older, worn, and bared in a horrifying rage. A fanatical rage. Fear permeated the memory, a dread that sapped the strength from his limbs. The roiling press of war appeared to silence as the ground before their meeting cleared. Nobody wished to stand between their encounter. The fear was almost overwhelming. Snape felt himself choking on the sensation. This was a man who was ready to flee, but he did not. He drew his wand and approached, with the courage of a man ready to face the darkness within himself. Snape awoke, pulse racing. He did not see the end of the confrontation, but he recognized it instinctively for what it was, and he recognized the blond man for who he was. Grindelwald. Snape muffled a groan as he attempted to regain sense of reality. He parted the green drapes cautiously, noting the faint green filtering of light through the lake outside windows. It was morning, but too early for everyone to be up. One of his roommates was scuttling about, picking through his belongings carefully and quietly, as if afraid to wake the others. Snape pulled open his drapes, startling the boy, who apologized wordlessly and darted out of the room. Miles Lester, a boy Snape could no longer remember, his name too had been a mystery until he heard a professor call him in class. He could not fathom how someone he must have shared a room with for 7 years could have such a faint imprint on his memory. Rolling out of bed gingerly, Snape stretched and pulled on the back of his nightshirt cautiously. No sticking this time, no bleeding scabs. Perhaps he was finally healing. With a soft motion, the rattled not-so-young man sat on his bed edge, shaking the memories from his mind. When viewed from a pensive, a memory was removed and distant. The viewer did not share in the subject's emotions of the moment. These dreams, however, were viewed from the core, steeped with personal regret, with fear and failure, with unrealized hope. All emotions Snape did not need reminding of. This would not do. He had enough regrets of his own without Albus Dumbledore's cluttering up his mind. "Come in," Dumbledore beckoned from his desk, still poring over the pensive dish, the exact position Snape had left him in the evening previous. "Ah, Severus, should you not be having breakfast? I could ask you the same." Snape returned smoothly. He knew the headmaster did not grace breakfast until close to its conclusion. He simply wanted to lash out. The old man's memories were putting him on edge. It was discomforting, to say the least. Like he was given audience to a secret that should have gone to the grave. "I have decided to forego public appearances today." Dumbledore indicated to the memories floating within the pensive. Crystal bottles were already arranged in a container by the desk, undoubtedly for storing the memories to be fished from the bowl, preserved and organized. "You have given me much to work with, Severus. Then I expect you do not need any more of my memories," Snape said almost hopefully. The headmaster peered at him thoughtfully over his half-moon glasses. "Not right now. I've yet to finish sorting these, but I will summon you later tonight. It honestly was too much to ask for. Very well, Snape conceded, but I do not wish to be the only man read like an open book. A wariness passed over Dumbledore's face as he waved the younger man in and invited him to sit, an invitation he did not oblige. I do believe you have already seen my worst memories, Severus. And for some reason they were made so that I cannot avoid glancing into them while I sleep. I cannot discern what relevance they possess, or fathom its content. Snape began to pace, uncertain how to express his frustration or even understand what the source of his frustration was. A gentle smile graced the headmaster's lips. After witnessing your memories, I find myself understanding why I might have given you mine. So we'd be on equal footings this time. And I understand I must have considered you a precious friend to have wanted to help you in this manner. Help me, Snape hissed. How is giving me these scrambled visions of lugubrious dreams in any way helpful? Perhaps some empathy, Severus. A small twist darkened the gentle smile of Albus Dumbledore. To show you that you were not the only man to have fought to be loved, only to find bitter regret instead. Suddenly silenced, Snape froze mid-step. In his mind emerged the memory of the nervous young boy shooting glances to the Dark Wizard to be. The familiarity of the clawing emotion finally clicked in Snape's mind. It's different. Suppressing the growl in his tone was all Snape could manage. With a tired voice, Dumbledore agreed. Yes, Severus, it's different. Snape was agitated. He hadn't meant it as criticism. It was not a common occurrence in the wizarding world, but it was by no means illegal. Yet it was a hushed affair, something never spoken of, and never admitted to even up to his own time. The once professor never formed an opinion on the matter. He was never given cause to. Nothing should have to change in that regard. I only meant your regrets were not like mine. Snape shook his head. You stopped before it consumed you. Before I became a dark wizard, you mean? Dumbledore asked lightly. The younger man let out a rush of breath, unable to meet the eyes of the headmaster. It was his most foolish decision, one he still could not believe he had made. How? How could he have done what he did? How could he have been so hate-filled and stupid in his youth? How could he have chosen such evil? We never journey onto the dark path believing we are evil, Severus. Snape looked up in surprise, strengthening his mind walls instinctively, but was not met by the sensation of legilimency. We walk our paths believing ourselves righteous. It is only at the journey's end, when we finally look back, do we realize how deep into the darkness we had slipped. A kind smile graced the old man's face. That is the insidiousness of the dark side. Snape scowled, still unwilling to meet the headmaster's piercing blue eyes. He didn't need metaphors and platitudes. If Dumbledore was offended by his reaction, then he did not show it. There is nothing more I wish to say. I best be off. As the younger man stood from his seat, Dumbledore held his hand in a placating gesture. One moment, Severus. Before you leave, I wish to discuss your classes. I will attend them. Snape spat. Of all the things of vital importance, his dratted education was what Dumbledore fixated on. I'm very happy to hear that. Dumbledore said. His smile was sincere as far as Snape could tell. However, I understand you might find a direct repetition somewhat unstimulating. So I propose another solution. Give me my newts and send me on my way, the younger man muttered sardonically. Dumbledore's smile took on a wry appearance. Alas, my solution is less efficient than that, but perhaps you might find it more gratifying. Doubt it. Snape sneered, but waited patiently for the headmaster to get to the point. With the beckon of his hand, Dumbledore summoned a plain wooden box from a shelf and set it upon the desk between them and waved over the younger man with an inviting gesture. Snape ran his fingers down the length of the box, finding the two metal catches that held the two halves of the top closed. He flicked the box open, and it split down the middle, breaking into multiple layers. What is this? Snape asked as he was faced by a collection of assorted ingredients that was comparable to that of a potion-making kit. Bottled solutions sat in vials strapped to stable pockets. Dried grasses, flowers, and herbs were packed into labeled sliding compartments. Strangely, there was one layer composed of nothing but metals and stones, inorganic substances that had no place in a potion. The center piece of the box, sitting in a holder on the bottommost layer, was a flat round stone of an indistinct beige color. It is an alchemy kit. Snape startled, suddenly unwilling to touch it. Alchemy kits were notoriously expensive, so much so that it directly affected the availability of the class taught at Hogwarts. Alchemy was only offered on Newt's level and could rarely be met with practical delivery due to how few students could satisfy its requirements. To gain entry into the class, the student must have an OWL grade of outstanding in both potions and transfiguration, as well as the 200 galleons needed to obtain their alchemy kit. Needless to say, this kit was more expensive than anything Snape had ever owned at this point in his life. "I cannot afford this," Snape growled, humiliated to have been forced to admit aloud something the headmaster should have known. "It is a gift, Severus. I do not need charity," he spat. With an understanding look, Dumbledore gave him a gentle, placating nod. "Then think of it as an investment. A brilliant mind like yours with such expert knowledge in potioneering, I want you to be trained in alchemy, Severus." Snape glared with hateful intensity. He loathed being reminded of how little he had, and how much he had desired at this point in life. For Dumbledore to simply hand him the monetary equivalent of more than what his parents had ever provided him was galling. "If you offer this to me because you wish for me to have a source of mental stimulation, then you needn't bother. Then I offer it to you because you need a convenient excuse to meet with me at least once a week." Snape frowned. "You do not teach alchemy." Dumbledore smiled gently. "No, I do not. However, as a professor you must be aware it is taught through a two-way mirror by a teacher who never sets foot in the school." Snape nodded stiffly. "I have only seen it taught twice, once by a witch in Kenya and another time by an American wizard. Ah yes, Kayla and Ruthven no doubt, or maybe Arnold, but I digress. The students only have access to their teachers once a week for an hour at a time. They need a tutor closer to hand for any questions they might have concerning this very difficult subject." Understanding came to Snape. "And you are the only trained alchemist on staff." His anger calmed, recognizing the plan's practical value. This was not just for his own benefit. He needed to still exist among the students of Slytherin. Frequent associations with Albus Dumbledore would not be left unscrutinized. Snape snapped the lid closed, its many layers sliding into place. "I accept your offer." Dumbledore smiled. "First class is tomorrow, first period after break in classroom 7D. Autumn had not yet touched the leaves of the trees, but brought with it a breeze that chased away the mugginess of summer." With a sigh of relief, Lily strode down from the paddocks by the forbidden forest, enjoying the cooling wind as it took away the smell of mooncalf dung. She honestly didn't know what she was doing in the care of magical creatures Newt's class. She obviously didn't have a knack for it. As much as Lily loved these creatures, they rarely loved her back. She'd been bitten, scratched, and gooped on more times than she could count. Once she even got her hair set on fire by the errant fart of a fire crab. James had jumped to her rescue then, dunking her heroically into the trough, only realizing belatedly a water-making charm would have been just as effective and less messy. She didn't hold it against him, however, as she had been less than useless in her panic. Today they were preparing the mooncalves for their moonlight romp. It was an event none of the students would get to witness, as it would occur past their curfew. These shy little creatures did not come out of their burrows during the day, or in fact most nights, leaving their burrows only under the light of a full moon. The dung they produced that night had special potion properties, so hence the need to clean their burrows before the evening started. To cap it all off, Lupin was absent from class today, leaving her partnerless for her burrow cleaning exercise. Lily supposed she could not hold it against him. Though he never spoke of it to her, she already knew why he was absent. It was difficult to not notice the patterns of his illness, always on the full moon. She was shaken out of her worried thoughts by the presence of another marauder, one who never seemed to be too far away or too affected by her constant rebukes. "Good afternoon, Potter." Lily greeted the boy politely as he trotted up from behind and fell into a casual step. "Herr Evans." He put on a cool facade, casually running one hand through the back of his hair, making that messy nest stick up further. "Fancy seeing you here." Lily rolled her eyes. "We just came down from the same class." James and his partner Black had spent nearly the entirety of class attempting to unearth one of those poor creatures, claiming if they had to shovel dung, they should at least get to meet the thing. What part of only during full moons did they not understand? If Potter was embarrassed to have been caught out, he didn't show it. Well, I just attended a most fascinating Muggle studies class this morning. He began, seemingly nonchalantly, and could not help but think you'd be the most useful person to pose questions to. Lily conceded if it was study-related, she really couldn't fault him for utilizing his resources. Sure, fire away. I'm not exactly up to date with the Muggle world, but I'm fluent with the basics. Well, there's this thing called a cinema, where they have moving pictures. Aren't they just like our photographs then? You could think of it that way. Lily struggled to find a way to explain something she had never needed to explain before. Only they're much bigger, like the size of a classroom wall, and these pictures are accompanied by sounds and music, for Muggle entertainment. James nodded solemnly as if reciting from a textbook. Lily nodded enthusiastically. Correct. It sounds like a fascinating thing to see. James said, with almost a too casual wistfulness. Would you be interested in giving me a tour of one of these cinemas? I honestly wouldn't know where to begin with a tour. Lily was beginning to suspect this conversation was not just of academic interest. How about with a viewing of one of these moving pictures? James asked eagerly. Yep, she guessed it. A date. Did you know one of these moving pictures, or movies, as we call them, lasts for over an hour? James looked aghast. Really? He could barely sit still for the hour's duration of a class. Yes, frequently up to 2 hours even. Lily could barely fight the smile trickling onto her face as the boy struggled with the thought of being shut in a room for 2 hours straight. Right, I don't think the cinema is for me. Perhaps then this activity known as bowling. Before Lily could form an excuse, a shout rang up across the field. Hey, Prongs, Quidditch pitch is this way. Sirius stood on the forking path, waving over to his friend. Lily expected James to look annoyed at being interrupted in the middle of his attempts at flirtation, but he conceded readily. Right. We promised Wormtail we'd help him prepare for the Quidditch tryouts. Even as the team captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, James Potter wasn't going to let his friends on without qualification. He was the kind of friend who would go out of his way to do everything he could, short of nepotism, to help his friend qualify. Lily couldn't help but smile. However unpleasant James could be, he was at least a true and loyal friend. Why can't he always be like that? With lunch's end, Lily had the whole rest of the day to herself. Sixth year was lighter on classes, but unfortunately, the homework load meant she couldn't enjoy the free time. With a sigh, she trudged into the library, lugging a backpack heavy with textbooks and homework. She needed to, at the very least, get transfigurations done. The homework was set on the very first class on Friday, and she had waited till today, a Wednesday, to start. It wasn't the very last minute, but it was still cutting it mighty fine. Sneaking by the irate Madam Pince, Lily searched for an empty table, or at least a table with familiar faces to share with. Almost immediately, she spotted the one familiar face she didn't want to see and darted behind a shelf. Severus Snape was sitting alone in his corner, working hard as she always knew him to do. He was likely completing his charms essay. He never left his homework long. After Slughorn took him out of charms class yesterday, he never showed up for herbology. Professor Sprout had taken his homework to Lily and asked her to pass it on to him. The good-natured professor must not have heard about the falling out they had. It took Lily a good awkward minute to explain that they had ended their friendship. The concept appeared foreign to the kindly Hufflepuff and highly upsetting. Lily's heart twisted, wondering who now would bring him his homework when he missed class. Who would he sit with to study? Would he always be alone in the library? That empathy turned to annoyance almost immediately when Slytherins emerged from the shelves beyond, where she hid and dropped messily into the seats surrounding Snape. Avery, Mulciber, Rosier, the whole snaky gang. What was I even worried about? He has friends. Lily stalked away in a huff, picking the seat furthest from Snape as she could manage, inserting herself into a group of startled third-year Ravenclaws. Almost sulking, Lily pulled out her Transfigurations homework and measured out the required length of parchment. Her attempt to ignore the Slytherins was thwarted when a sudden commotion arose. Loud arguing could be heard from even her side of the library, and like a storm to the beat of a thunderbird's wings, Madam Pince was immediately at the site of the disturbance. Her screeches of "out" echoed through the chamber, chasing out the pack of unruly boys. Head bowed low, Lily could not help but bitterly feel they somehow deserved it, despite not knowing what had happened, and why Slytherins were, after all, entirely dark wizards and Death Eaters in the making. The house must have been founded upon the principles of being unpleasant, cruel, and evil. How else could she explain how the darkness was able to take her best friend so completely? Furious, Snape hefted his bag over his shoulder and marched down the library corridor. "Hey, don't you walk away from me." A large, grubby paw grabbed a tuft of Snape's robes, swinging him around to meet the snarling face of Mulciber. Snape had been calmly working on his herbology essay when his Slytherin friends approached. His homework was brought to him by Avery the evening before. Apparently, Sprout had been close to tears when she asked Avery to take it to him, something the rat-like boy couldn't make heads or tails of. She had been perfectly cheerful during class. When Avery, Mulciber, and Rosier arrived, they sat down and immediately demanded Snape hand over his defense homework, evidently not there to complete the studies themselves. So like any conscientious professor, Snape had advised them that they were better served finding resources and completing it independently. That did not sit well with the larger boy. If your reaction to not getting your way over a little homework is to roughhouse like a muggle, you'll be several degrees of useless to any lord willing to take you. Snape spat, completely disregarding the fact the other boy was a good head and a half taller and had his collar gripped in his gigantic mitts. Snape was slammed so hard against the wall that he briefly saw stars as pain shot up through his back. "I don't know what's gotten into you lately, Snape, but I will not tolerate this." Mulciber hissed, spittle flecking the smaller Slytherin's face. Down the hall, a young Hufflepuff turned and darted back down the corridor, his need of the library apparently no longer a priority. "Whoa there, Mulciber." Rosier inserted himself rather heroically into the conflict. "Perhaps Snape's right. It's our Newt years. We can't afford to simply cruise on his efforts anymore." Apparently reason was to win the day. Mulciber released his grip, and the smaller boy stumbled away, adjusting his torn collar. Snape cast a quick wordless repairing charm on the damage, and it stitched itself together imperfectly, creating a thin, worn patch. His robes were getting tattier and tattier. A thick finger jabbed into Snape's chest as Mulciber growled, apparently not done with him. "Watch yourself, Snape. I suggest you not tick me off again. Remember your place." With barely hidden disdain, Snape replied. "You give a tall ask, prohibiting something so easily and unintentionally achieved." Anger flared again on the larger boy's face. Snape instinctively took one step back out of arm's reach. "Ever since your humiliation by the lake, you've been worse than useless, pining away for that mudblood like the blood-tainted filth you are." He spat. "What was she repelled by the sight of your balls? I suppose even mudbloods have standards." Snape felt his anger flare red-hot. Had he been a young man, he might have attacked Mulciber here and now, swinging at him with his yet unexperienced but well-practiced spellcasting. Maybe he would have even won, 3-1. But Snape was a different man now, more cunning, more patient. "I wonder, Mulciber, if you heaving your weight about so desperately isn't a symptom of a fear that your time on the top is ending." Snape let that sentence sit, watching the dark rage build behind the larger boy's eyes. "I wonder, between the two of us, who is the better wizard. I wonder what would happen if I were to step out of line." A flicker of fear darted across Mulciber's rage-contorted face. Dense as a brick he may be, but he did not doubt who'd come out on top in a contest of spell power between the two. Behind him, surprise was stamped across the features of Avery and Rosier. Mulciber could not let this go and save face now, but the boy simply had no idea how vast their difference was now. Pathetic. Snape spat, and he spun around and swept down towards the staircase, his billowing cloak not quite having the same effect when it was worn and filled with holes. "Snape!" he heard the boy roar. The thumping of his feet tore down after him. "This isn't the place." Quickening his step, Snape found the staircase and darted down as quickly as he could, the lumbering great footsteps getting closer behind him. "Not yet. I need more to witness." As a young man, Snape never realized exactly how much power he could have commanded with his cunning and ability. He had been too eager to please, too shy to act, and too inept to harness his strengths. As an older and wiser man, a man whose life had been completely embroiled in the movement of power between Slytherins, both within Hogwarts and without, he knew how to move the dynamics in the House of Snakes. Snape slowed his step on the entry hall landing. Students were returning from the grounds, first and third years mostly. Slytherins knitted among their numbers. This was to be the stage. "Face me, Snape," came the huffing bellow of Mulciber, barreling down the stairs. Snape was beginning to grow short of breath too. Having only jogged most of the way down from the first floor, it was a worrying sign of how little stamina his younger body possessed. As his foot hit the ground floor, Snape slowed to a walk, pacing out in a large arc, parting the tiny students before him. They stared, wide-eyed, as the two older boys squared off. With an out-of-breath growl, Mulciber flicked his wand violently upwards. Snape brushed aside that poorly cast, wordless levicorpus. Undoubtedly, Mulciber sought to down him with a method that had proved successful on him in the past. He had more thinking capacity than Snape had given him credit for. But it would do him no good. With a dark smile and barely a flick of the wand, Mulciber's legs suddenly snapped together, and he fell roughly onto his hands and knees. The larger boy struggled uselessly against the leglocker curse, having dropped his wand in surprise. With two quick strides, Snape was upon him, yanking up the head of his defeated opponent and pressing his wand to the larger boy's throat. "Remember your place," Snape said silkily, repeating to him the boy's own words. Snape's eyes flickered upwards to the two watching from the top of the entrance hall stairs. Rosier and Avery, disbelief etched upon their faces. With a sweep of his cloak, Severus released Mulciber and stalked off, flicking his wand behind him in an almost casual motion to dispel the curse he set upon his opponent. Knowing full well a new memory was burnt into the minds of every witness today, leaving no doubt of where the power lay within the House of the Snake. Chapter 5. Patience of a Slytherin. Chapter text. News of the disturbance traveled fast. When Lily stepped into the Gryffindor common room, it was abuzz with excited chatter. The Gryffindor prefect had spent the afternoon in the silence of the library, and as such had missed the events that sparked such a flurry of excitement. She had been completing her Transfigurations essay. It had been on the limitations of transfiguration from non-living to living, an entirely too complicated paper for just the first week back. And that big one just went down, like it was nothing at all. A third-year Gryffindor boy recounted to a receptively listening audience composed of students of all manner of year groups. "What's going on?" Lily asked as she dropped into an overstuffed armchair next to her friend and roommate Marlene. The blonde girl was garbed in her Quidditch gear, but her hair was still tied neatly in place, so evidently she had been headed out before a change of mind. "Trouble with the Slytherins," Marlene answered in a hushed voice, eyes still on the speaker. "Who did they attack?" Lily asked, suddenly filled with dread. If it caused such commotion, it had to be serious. Slowly, Marlene shook her head. "It sounds like they attacked each other." Lily's eyes widened with surprise as she turned her attention back to the little third year who was being peppered with questions from the gathered crowd. An older boy from the fifth year cohort had entered behind Lily and consequently also missed the entire story. "Hey kid, what happened?" "Me and my buddy saw it," the storyteller answered. "Two Slytherins fighting. The guy who lost was this big guy, some older Slytherin, toppled by this bloke half his size with a huge hooked nose." Lily started. Marlene looked at her sharply. It was a totally unexpected result. The big guy was bellowing and stomping his feet, chasing that small one down the stairs. It didn't look like the smaller guy could have gotten away. He looked as if he were done for. Except he didn't run, just calmly turned and took the ogre down with one flick of the wand. Lily stood suddenly and asked, "This little guy with the big nose, did you catch his name?" The young Gryffindor hesitated, but his friend and fellow witness peeped up. "Yeah, the big guy was shouting it. I think it was Snake or something." "Snape," Lily muttered, dread beating in her chest. "Yeah, that's it," the main speaker nodded. "That smaller bloke was named Snape. Never noticed him before, but he was sure terrifying." What's this about a terrifying Snape? James had chosen that moment to enter through the portrait hole. Having been practicing Quidditch, he undoubtedly missed the commotion as well. Strangely, his hair did not appear as messy as it usually did after an afternoon spent zipping about on his broom. Snape took down another Slytherin in the entrance hall. The boy repeated himself again. "Just down the bigger bloke, it were nothing." Snivellus attacked another Slytherin. Black frowned as he entered the portrait after James. "Yeah, just brushed aside the other guy's jinx like it was nothing and locked him down with a leg locker. He didn't stand a chance." The second boy continued excitedly. "Then that Snape guy just walked up to him and pointed his wand at him as if he was going to hex his face off, and then just left him there." Did he threaten him? Black demanded. I didn't hear anything, but yeah, I suppose he might have. James and Black exchanged dark glances. Lily felt a shiver of dread. Is he falling out with the other Slytherins? A hand gripped her sleeve and pulled her back into her seat. Don't get involved, Marlene whispered to her warningly. Slowly, Lily shook her head. I won't. It's no longer my business. She shot a thankful glance at her concerned friend. Since her fallout with Snape, all her girlfriends had been extra protective, keeping her firm on the decision she had made, ensuring she would not recant on her promise to herself, no matter how sorry she felt for him. He was a toxic friend. This isn't my problem anymore. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot offer you wine for legal reasons. Dumbledore lamented as he poured a steaming cup of elderberry tea. Snape turned an appraising eye at the suspect murky liquid. I don't drink alcohol. How commendable. Dumbledore smiled, conjuring a porcelain cup for himself. When Dumbledore had summoned the younger man, he had fully expected him to come after dinner, but instead Snape came straight up, avoiding the Great Hall in its entirety. He was planning on giving the Slytherins time to react to Mulciber's very public humbling, and he found in times like this it was best he made himself as scarce as possible. Snape, at this age at least, did not cut an intimidating figure, and his own presence undermined the psyche he was attempting to instill. Instead, when the not-so-young student arrived at the headmaster's office, having not eaten since lunch, his stomach made its conundrum known. Dumbledore did not begrudge him dinner, nor send him down to the dining hall, instead simply summoned a house elf and procured one order of whatever you fine gentlemen recommend. Snape picked up his fork and appraised his plate of lasagna piled high. This rich fare, heavy with meat and cheese, and this late in the evening he was not going to have a happy digestive system when he settled to sleep. But that mattered little when the pasta, hot and fresh from the kitchen, warmed the gnawing hollow pit of his gut. I hear you had quite the eventful day. Snape finished chewing before he answered. I needed to rearrange my living situation. He took a quick sip of the searing tea and couldn't help but pull a disgusted face. It was sweet. He hated sweet. Dumbledore appeared thoughtful. Fighting on school grounds is still prohibited in your time, is it not? I find that rules often only apply if you are caught. Even I cannot spare you from detention and point deduction if it is justly earned. Returning to his meal, Snape rolled his eyes. He could not believe a system such like that could enforce any measure of control, yet the results often spoke positively in this regard. The comprehensible scope of youth was entirely too narrow. Concern wrinkled the headmaster's brow. Severus, though your actions can be interpreted as schoolyard antics, I advise you caution. Slytherins are known for their sharp eyes and sharp minds. You do not wish for whispers of you to reach the ears of our enemy. Chewing slowly, Snape lowered his fork against the plate. There appears a more efficient solution. You have suspected dangerous seeds sown among your students, and I have confirmed them for you. Why are you not acting against them? A wariness fell across the headmaster's features. Because, Severus, they are not yet Death Eaters. They will be. His knuckles bared white against his clenching hand. I have witnessed their future. Their choices are clear. Dumbledore fixed him with his clear blue eyes, causing him to dive for the shelter of his occlumency. You too had been on that path, right alongside these children. Gritting his teeth, Snape averted his eyes. I chose to turn my back on the darkness, and you were given the chance to choose. Snape went rigid in his seat. Silence permeated the room, broken only by the occasional whistle and clank of the gizmos that lined the shelf. After a moment, the headmaster finally spoke. Are you ready to continue our session? Snape nodded, pushing his plate of half-eaten pasta aside. The meal sat heavy in the pit of his stomach, but he knew he would be hungry again before the night was over. With a blink, the plate disappeared with its half-eaten fare, whisked away by the unseen magic of house elves. With a wave of hand, Dumbledore summoned the pensive to settle between them once more, surface sitting, still and clear, awaiting the memories Snape reluctantly offered. I wish to learn of the Second War. Dumbledore bade, as if it was the simplest request. Snape took a deep breath, mentally and physically preparing himself for the memory the headmaster demanded. With wary resolve, he met the headmaster's blue eyes. Night had fallen. Darkness permeated the manor, leaching out the colors from the walls and portraits, colors that not even the flickering firelight could restore. A distinct chill was in the air that no fire could touch, a chill that should not have existed on a warm summer's night. The Malfoy manor was unwelcoming and clinical at the best of times, yet it had never felt more like a crypt. Snape knelt before the throne-like seat, his lined face set still like stone. No emotion touched his features, no light touched his eyes as he turned those dark orbs up to those glinting red ones. My Severus, what a surprise! A rasping laughter crawled its way out of that inhuman throat. Here I feared I would have to expend some effort in finding you. Snape bowed his head. If the precariousness of his situation weighed on him, he did not let it show upon his face. My lord, I remain your true and faithful servant. Do you, Severus? In a sudden fluid motion, the snake-like figure arose from his seat, stepping towards the man kneeling before him. Because I hear you turned traitor for Dumbledore. I used every means available to remain at my post in Hogwarts, as per my order. The fruits of my effort is 14 years of intelligence. He could feel a small droplet of sweat sliding slowly down his neck. I remain faithful, my lord. Meet my eyes. Show me. He did not steel himself with a breath. He could ill afford to. He lifted his black eyes and unveiled his mind, unveiling the first layer of many. His eyes blurred with the visions of Dumbledore's ministrations, Dumbledore's words, Dumbledore's actions. Any events he had witnessed of the headmaster had been leached from his mind so quickly he could barely comprehend them. Yet they were simply memories pre-selected to be surrendered, information enough to appear useful, to appear honest, to appear as if he was offering all that he could, while their true conversations lay many layers deeper, something the Dark Lord came quickly to suspect. Snape felt the pressure upon the first occluded section of his mind. Surely, Severus, you cannot believe me unaware when you hide things from me. He felt a ringing tap upon that metaphorical wall. What is it you are occluding? Here begins the true test. It is nothing, my lord, nothing of concern. It is a simple matter of private. Nothing is private when you serve me. I own, you will open your mind. Snape hesitated a fraction, but he was not given more than that. Pain seared through his body as a scream was torn through him. He felt the first crack upon his mind wall. He sprawled, panting on the floor as the snake-like man paced around him, long toe-nails clacking upon the marble floor. He was not given long of a respite when he felt a force pull his spine straight, bringing his body upright to meet those red eyes once more. That probing force once more met his occluded mind, once again repelled. He read anger upon that serpentine face the split second before he was writhing on the floor once again. This time when his wall met the forceful intrusion of legilimency it shattered. Snape allowed it to be so, knowing he had reached the limit of his master's patience. Memories poured past his eyes, shameful memories, humiliating ones, depraved ones, ones he usually buried far deeper. Moments of weakness, moments of shame, moments all men possessed and few were willing to admit. Fewer still among Slytherins, where weakness was a sin and pride was a cloak. Yet these galling memories served their purpose. The Dark Lord withdrew, satisfied that this was all Snape was hiding, for no Slytherin could imagine anyone choosing to bear their weakness willingly. He could not imagine anything that could be hidden deeper than one's own shame. Snape lay gasping on the floor, finally released from the Dark Lord's grasp, body still racked with pain. He screwed tight his eyes, willing the humiliation to go away, to return back beneath the surface of his mind. I believe you, Severus, came the prickling voice. The relief washed over him, dulling the pain. But I'm afraid I cannot simply leave it at that. Immediately Snape tensed. For you see, I, the man who is immortal, touched upon death because of advice you had given. His voice took on a deadly softness. Snape struggled off his floor, finding his knees, head bowed as his body swayed, muscles jittery from the after-effects of the Cruciatus curse. My lord, I had no idea that was what the prophecy. There was a little mudblood, wasn't there? Snape went rigid. My lord. He did not lift his head. Yes, I distinctly remember you asking me to spare her. A mudblood you desired. Snape felt his spine curl back as his eyes met the Dark Lord's once more. He bade the jitter in his voice to still. She was beautiful, my lord. He felt the bile rise in his throat. But there is beauty aplenty in the world. Every fibre of his being shriveled with revulsion at his own words. She is nothing to me. A horrifying scene burned into his mind, a memory of a young woman pleading for the life of her son. her green eyes wide with horror as she knew it would be inevitable, a fate she could not prevent. Then, in the matter of a moment, the life in those eyes snuffed out. Snape gasped, reeling, rejecting that image with every fibre of his being. Then realized with horror through the power of legilimency it had been planted within his mind, like a true memory of his own. Those red eyes were watching. He had to take control of himself. His gasps slowed, as if he was recovering from the shock of those foreign memories. Slowly he pressed down every thought, every emotion spinning out of control, and closed it deep within himself. A sinister smile graced the serpentine face of the Dark Lord. "I believe you, Severus. Keep my memory of her as a gift. You are right. She was very beautiful." In the security of the headmaster's office, once more Snape slumped in his seat. He could feel the burn of the curse still tingling in his skin, a phantom from the memory, yet it was the dullest pain to be had that terrible night. Those blue eyes were still fixed upon his, now filled with wretched pity. Those memories now rippled upon the surface of the pensive, the first of many horrifying visions tonight. "I'm very sorry for what you had to endure on my behalf." Snape scowled at the swirling memories. "It wasn't for you." The pain settled as he pushed that memory back under his consciousness. No matter how painful that day had been, it had been but a small note upon his guilt-ridden life. The memory of her murder had now become a memory of his own. It haunted his dreams and hounded his waking life. But her death had always been his guilt to bear. "My fault." A small smile touched the face of the headmaster. "I think I can see why I trusted you so." He stood to collect a crystal vial from the shelf. "You are a loyal man, willing to endure so much for a love long lost." Unstopping the empty crystal vial, Dumbledore set about emptying the pensive. "However, in our time, I do believe she is alive." "Yes." Snape growled, the knowledge soothing him, pulling him out of the spiral of despair his memories always invoked. But she was already beyond his reach. Dumbledore slowly carried the vial of memory back to the cabinet, stowing it into a magically locked compartment. "Am I right in guessing you will do whatever it takes to ensure her survival?" Snape looked up sharply. "Always." Turning back around, a smile played upon the headmaster's lips. An already filled crystal vial held in his hand. "The memories you had first gifted me." He poured it into the pensive. Colors swirled within as images began to meld together. "One that I invite you to witness. I believe you are someone I can trust to assist." Snape leaned forward and the headmaster nodded with a somber warning. "Remember, Severus, discretion." Dark thoughts haunted Snape as he trudged down the grand staircase and through the dark, silent castle into the dungeons. In his hand grasped a hall pass, excusing his past curfew roaming, written by the headmaster. As he stepped onto the entrance hall flight, he stopped briefly by a window, allowing the autumn breeze to billow around him. Reluctant to enter his slithering quarters, reluctant to reinsert himself into his mundane role. The rest of the evening had been devoted to retrieving more memories from that previous life, continuing the story of the Second War. Despite the isolation of those years, these memories had been easier than the actual years themselves. Purpose had been his sanctuary, sheltering him from the suffocation. Perhaps purpose could be his sanctuary once more. Snape breathed out, closing his eyes against the tickling wind, willing his restless soul to settle. If only he could dedicate himself to the war. If only he could focus only on his greatest goal in life. His only goal in life, ensuring Lily's safety. The truth of the Dark Lord's immortality was his gain for the night, a reward for his 2 lifetimes of service. Dumbledore offered the secret to him to share the weapon Snape had handed over. Knowledge. 6 Horcruxes. That was the Dark Lord's secret, each an anchor for his consciousness. But in this day and age, only 5 of those 6 were currently created. So long as even a single one existed, the Dark Lord could not be killed. They were of the darkest of magic, knowledge within his own realm of expertise. But even with knowledge, Snape was at a loss as to how even to begin. The dead Dumbledore's memories showed him what form each of them were suspected to take, and the locations of only 3 of them. The cup of Hufflepuff, speculated to have been hidden behind a trick wall within an old abandoned orphanage, guarded by apparitions and spell traps. The original Dumbledore never had the opportunity to test that theory, as by the time he found a solution to that gauntlet, the artifact had been removed. Then there was the ring. The ring that brought about the great wizard's fall, the one that belonged to the Dark Lord's grandfather. It laid hidden under the floorboards of an old shack, trapped with spells and enchanted with a deadly curse. And finally, a necklace, hidden in a mysterious underground lake. The location of the diary was as of yet unknown, but at the very least they knew what form it took. As for that cursed snake Nagini, she was yet to exist, so that left one mysterious article yet to be identified. Snape braced his hand against the smooth stonework of the window, his knuckles going white from his grip. He could not fathom how he could possibly use this information stuck in this blasted school. When he mentioned this frustration to Dumbledore, the man responded in his usual infuriating manner. "Leave that part to me. What assistance does he want from me then?" With a frustrated sigh, Snape leant his head against the cool stonework of the wall, his eyes gazing distantly out the window at the brightly lit grounds, but with a wary glance upwards, he finally noticed the full moon. Stumbling back, a shiver of fear touched his heart. Snape remembered what implications that had in this day and age. That was all the inspiration he needed to hurry his way down into the Slytherin quarters. The common room was quiet when he entered. Most had already gone off to bed. A few stragglers were still up, young boys of third or fourth year, sitting by the fireplace and conversing in hushed tones. Upon Snape's entrance, they glanced up curiously only to look away hurriedly, as if they feared to be caught making eye contact. Avery and Rosia sat together in a corner, fixing their upstart roommate with a wary stare, no sign of commitment upon their features. That could mean good news or bad news. Keeping his head up and back straight, Snape strode purposefully to the stairs that wound deeper down, underground to the dormitories. He could not show weakness now that he had bared his fangs. A matter of appearance, a matter of perception. In the game of manipulations, Snape had the advantage. He had played this game for longer than many of these children have been alive. With almost a swagger, Snape pushed the door open, not hard enough to upset the opposite wall, but with enough gusto to dispel any notion of meekness. Eyes were immediately upon him from his roommates within. Lester hurriedly yanked close the hangings of his bed, peeking meekly from the gap in the corner. Snape had overheard snide comments from the halls that the boy was Muggle-born, which explained much in the way as to why the boy had been beneath his notice. Casting his eyes about the room, he noted the candles burning on their stubs at each bedside table. The only one darkened was the wick at Mulciber's bedside. The boy likely retreated behind his curtains to lick his wounds. That was a positive sign for how today's events were received. The only other soul to be accounted for was Sebastian Urquhart, his fifth and final roommate. The boy sat up in bed, reading by wand light. After the first glance, he barely spared Snape another. Urquhart was the aloof Slytherin, outcast by choice. He had never associated with the rest of his house, and unlike Lester, Snape remembered this one. Urquhart's uncle had been a senior officer at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the only other serious contender for the seat when Bartemius Crouch took over, a fact frequently mentioned by Slughorn. What he didn't remember was what happened to the boy. At the very least, he knew for certain Urquhart had never followed his peers into the darkness. That was unfortunately a fairly bleak diagnosis for his fate. If things went belly up, there was a possibility for an alliance with that boy. Without a word or gesture of acknowledgement, Snape prepared for bed. Back to the wall, he stripped slowly and deliberately despite the wounds upon his back. He knew nothing drew attention like haste. Without so much as a glance upwards, he slipped on his nightshirt. His rough scabs gripped along the threadbare material, but at the least it was mercifully clean. The night elves always ensured it so. It hung too short upon his body, barely reaching all the way down his torso, revealing his graying boxers. Snape scowled in embarrassment. The lack of privacy to be found in a boys' dormitory was just something he had to get used to again. He slipped into bed and pulled shut the drapes, his wand still in hand. He would not be sleeping with it in his bag ever again. Silently, he enveloped himself with surveillance wards and silencing spells, undetectable to the unskilled and the not yet fully trained. Snape did not know whether his dreams leaked from him through words or motion. He'd never had the means to find out how he slept. He'd certainly never had anyone who'd seen him sleep, not since the death of his parents. Even they might never have cared enough to investigate his nightmares. In the sanctuary of his silencing charm, Snape began to lay down his wards. Not any kind that would physically repel an attacker. Subtlety was key. If any approached, he would be awoken instead, and before they could even brush open his tapestries, he'll have a wand to their throat. He'll not hide like a coward, but he'll not be defenseless. Snape slid his wand beneath his pillow, content to close his eyes. At the very least, he trusted himself and was content to rest while his wards kept watch. Alone he might be, but he was still a fully trained wizard, while his enemies were just children. Those dreams swirled about once more, dancing within Snape's mind, weaving a tale of love and loss that was not his own. However, they were fainter now, colors no longer as vivid, emotions no longer as crushing. Mismatched, mischievous eyes stared at him through the faded dream. For the greater good, came the indistinct voice, fading into the grey. The body of the young girl, Ariana, centered in his vision. The emotion of choking grief was muted and distant. I blame you most of all, came the warbled scream as those accusing blue eyes bore into him, set in that indistinct face contorted with rage. Snape awoke suddenly, released from the tendrils of his dream. Reaching slowly under his pillow, he gripped the smooth handle of his wand. It did not feel like a disturbance of his wards, but still disorientated from his dreams, he did not wish to risk it. With a swift sweep, Snape cut through his silencing charm. He lay still, listening, hearing nothing but his own slow breath. The minutes ticked by as nothing came to disturb him. The tension left his body. He was simply awoken from restless sleep, a common occurrence in his previous life, something he expected would return to him now that the lifelike dreams from Dumbledore's memories were fading. Snape stared at the canopy of his four-poster bed, closing his eyes and easing his breathing, willing himself back to sleep. He knew it would be impossible before he even tried. Now that he was released from the grips of sleep, his insomnia would return, and with it, the worries of the world of the waking. Why had Dumbledore given him those memories? Evidently, he had taken great care to package them in a way they would not intrude upon his day or meld into his own memories, but trickle gently through his subconscious into his dreams. But even his time with these dreams was drawing to an end, and Dumbledore's memories were fading from his mind. Truly, why did he show me those memories? He was given a glimpse of the Albus Dumbledore hidden from the world. The Albus Dumbledore that did not wish to be known, and frankly, the Albus Dumbledore he did not ask to know. Behind the wise and powerful man ran a river of regrets as deep as the darkness of his mistakes. He loved a man who nearly led him down into the darkness, a mistake that would have rivaled Snape's own. But in the end, he did not choose that path, given the chance to choose. Snape had chosen badly in his youth, he knew. Was tempted stupidly into the darkness, led by his foolish belief that power would somehow win Lily's affection, driven further when his heart could not deal with its hurt. Given his choice again, he would never choose that path again. No matter the hurt, no matter his solitude. Love is not for everyone. Was that your message to me? Snape scowled and turned in his bed. If that was what Dumbledore was trying to tell him, he needn't bother. Snape became a wiser man after being burned by his foolish heart. He knew now, as he had known for years, for an entire lifetime, he would never be loved, and this time I'm brave enough to face that knowledge. With those dark thoughts swirling about his mind, Snape finally accepted he would not be sleeping again this night. He dragged himself upright and out of bed, deciding a long hot soak in the shower was the only way to accommodate the loss of rest. Ordinarily, he would roam the halls when sleep did not come. As a student, that was not an option. Many familiar habits were no longer an option for him, habits that he once used to cope with the stress and loneliness of his life. He gathered his change of clothes from his sparse selection, scowling at the rags he had to put up with now. Dignity was apparently too much to ask for, but that would always be the case. Dignity would always be something he struggled for, no matter how fine a garb he clad himself in, no matter how brilliant a mind he proved himself to have, no matter how high a position he took for himself. Stepping out of the dorm, he climbed slowly up the narrow stairwell, feeling the burdens of his lives press down upon his shoulders, knowing all too well that it would never get any easier. In many ways, it only ever got harder. Early to breakfast again, Snape sat in his usual corner. His long dark hair hung down in wet clumps, leaving damp patches on his frayed, patchy shoulders. His soak under the running water for an hour and a half only served to bring his mentality into a worsening spiral of self-loathing. He clenched his wrinkled fingers, willing his thoughts away. Soon he would no longer be blissfully alone. Soon he would return to student life at Hogwarts and the role he had to play. That was what his life was, a series of masquerades. That is what his life was to be again. Students began to trickle into the hall, taking their places along their respective houses' tables. The Slytherins who entered, second years, eyed Snape cautiously and chose seats diplomatically close to the center, not so close as to look like they associated with him, but not so far as to offend him. His previous day's display had bought him some clout, it seemed. As the food began to materialize, the door to the entrance hall opened fully, and with it came the breakfast crowd. Snape piled his plate high with eggs, beans, and toast. His hunger this morning was so severe he even decided to add 2 links of sausages to his morning diet. He poured himself a hot mug of black tea, wishing it was coffee, watching the crowds out of the corner of his eye, noting any changes to the Slytherin dynamic. Most were avoiding his corner, some quite obviously, some more subtly. Others took their original seats, not seeming to care about the commotion and what that meant for their place within the house. They were likely the ones who chose neutrality like Urquhart, but less obtusely. Rosier arrived, first of the 6th years, eyes meeting Snape's directly. Without hesitation, the boy took his place opposite his fellow 6th year and pulled up a plate. They ate in amicable silence for several minutes while the return of status quo rattled about in Snape's skull. Had he made no impression upon the boy, or was this Rosier declaring his shift of support? Then Mulciber entered the hall, and the entire table went silent. The entire hall even, perhaps, as not a peep of conversation could be heard over the clatters and scrapes of forks on plates. Snape met his eyes briefly, seeing the burn of hatred there. Without a word, the large boy seated himself at the other end of the table, very deliberately away from Snape. Avery came in on Mulciber's tail, and after a brief glance along the table, he followed Mulciber to his seat. The 7th years chose to seat themselves where their traditional places upon the table had been, seemingly unaffected by the squabbling of their underclassmen. Only 2 of their numbers were part of their Death Eater gang. Maxon Wilkes and Richton Travers, Death Eaters in the making and future members of the inner circle. They sat diplomatically towards the center of the table, refusing to lend their support to either Mulciber or Snape, content to watch how this played out. A small shake-up in Slytherin dynamics, something that put everyone on edge, but had not changed its overall face. Snape tried not to give himself away with a glower. He rattled the cage, but did not unseat the birds. These children were not as eager to tear down a weaker of their members as Slytherin adults had been. Had Snape done this to another Death Eater, that man would find himself very quickly out of favor. Perhaps that was the difference between adults and children. They were not yet as eager to destroy one another, twice as eager to attack, but rarely ever to deal any lasting harm. You're right, you are the superior wizard. Snape turned his eyes cautiously to Rosier, who didn't even glance up as those words passed his lips. And the superior Slytherin too, it seems, doing what you did. Snape returned to his meal too, arranging his food neatly and deliberately. Flattery will not get you homework answers. A small, twisted smile appeared on Rosier's lips. Somehow that appeared to be implied. Rosier's eyes turned down the table, and Snape followed his stare to where Mulciber and Avery were sitting. His father was one of his right-hand men, you know, Rosier muttered. One of the first. Snape's eyes narrowed. Who could forget? He replied, taking a small bite of his neatly arranged meal. Yet with all of that pedigree, I somehow think you've managed to prove you are likely to stand above him in that world. Rosier returned to his meal as well, not even glancing up as he spoke his ominous words. That had been the case. Snape rose to that very position in his previous life, while Mulciber wallowed in the fringes, a position he would no longer pursue in the course of this retry. But that was not something to confess, not at this time, not to these people. You are gambling early, placing your bets on me. Snape muttered, balancing his tone as to not sound ungrateful nor eager. Rosier gave a grim half-smile as he looked up from his toast and marmalade. Intimidation was Mulciber's only commodity, call it a calculated wager. Sharing a thin-lipped smirk, they both returned to their breakfast. Snape knew this support was conditional, as was any offer given by a Slytherin. The moment weakness was shown was the moment favor expired. For now Rosier threw his lot in with Snape, but in doing so proved to the wise old Slytherin that this boy was as cunning a snake as any Snape had the displeasure of knowing. Perhaps had Rosier not died in Snape's previous life, hunted down by the Auror Madi Moody himself, he would have been a true thorn in his side. Another cunning player in the game of power he had to outwit. It would not do to let his guard down around Evan Rosier. A flash of red caught Snape's eye. He could not help but glance up from his breakfast. Lily had walked in, seating herself in her usual seat at the middle of the Gryffindor table. Her green eyes glanced up briefly, meeting Snape's own, and for a split second he thought she might actually be looking at him. But it appeared not to be, as without a hint of acknowledgement or change in expression, Lily turned to converse with the brunette seated beside her. Snape turned his eyes back down to his plate, but not before catching Rosier's eyes. The boy did not say anything, but the wise old Slytherin knew better than to assume the boy did not realize who Snape had been looking at. His weakness had been known for years. Weakness. Let them believe that. She was no longer just a memory, more than a guiding light of loss and regret, or even a reminder to Snape that in this life at least he had not yet committed his most grievous of sins. She was his courage and strength, the only purpose that could sustain his world now. There were no lengths he would not go to ensure she lived, that she was safe, that she was happy, even if it meant never entering her life again. Let them try me, he thought as he glared up from his half-devoured plate down the length of the Slytherin table, and I shall see that their world burn. Chapter 6. The Malign House. Chapter text. The 7th floor corridor was mercifully empty. Snape had his misgivings passing so close to the lion's den on the way to this relatively abandoned classroom, but thankfully his worries were unfounded. This was his first class in alchemy, and he was only 5 minutes early, despite that no other students were milling about the door. The hall stood deserted, almost worryingly so. Snape reasoned to himself that it was a class with a long-distance educator, so perhaps the students were already inside. With a smart rap of his knuckles against the door, Snape let himself in. He knocked not because he expected any answer to invite him in, but more for politeness' sake. An empty classroom met his eyes, and with a thrill of worry, the would-be student thought he might have actually arrived at the wrong room. That worry was brief, as his eyes fell upon the setup of a large, newly shined mirror facing a round, rune-inscribed table. Only one rune-inscribed table. Snape approached the alchemy desk, staring at it in disbelief. The classroom was set for only one student. Dumbledore had authorized alchemy to be taught, on short notice, for the benefit of only one student. The Board of Governors were going to have a field day. With a scowl and a grumble about irresponsible management of school resources, Snape seated himself. Immediately he recognized that the table was not to be a writing desk. It was round and completely covered from edge to edge in etched inscriptions that dimpled his parchment. Running his hands along the inscriptions carved along the outer ridge, he noted the golden panes set along the edge. He tapped his wand on the material, casting a spell of analysis. 90% gold, 9% copper, 1% other strengthening elements. With a sharp intake of breath, he took a step back. This lesson was already shaping up to be more extravagant than everything he'd ever owned. Dragging a desk and chair over next to the alchemy table, Snape sat in front of the mirror and scowled heavily into it. He ordinarily looked dreadful, but somehow the slight lack of sleep had rendered his deep-set eyes into dark, hollow pits. Coupled with his stringy hair and thin, stretched features, he looked like an eyeless skull with a comical nose. This is why he hated mirrors. Concentrating on anything else other than his reflection, he set out his quill and parchment neatly. Carefully, he pulled out a textbook on the basic principles of alchemy and sat it in front of him, open to the chapter he had marked with a scrap of parchment. He borrowed the tome out of the restricted section with Dumbledore's written blessing and had not set it down since. The hours were precious when he studied on borrowed time. He had read through the first 3 chapters during the free periods leading up to class, but due to the nature of the beast, he found himself slogging through it slowly. The reason of his consternation was the concept of transmutation, a true and permanent transfiguration. He had been an expert in potioneering and understood antidote crafting like second nature. The principle used for that craft had its roots anchored deeply in the concept of transmutation. That small dip into alchemy had been in regards to adding one key ingredient that unraveled a tangle of poisons. There had been none of these focus stones or memory imprint nonsense that this book threw about. It was as if there was expected alchemical knowledge for even those who ventured into the introductory chapter of a book entitled Basic Principles of Alchemy. Studying hard already, I see. A deep voice with a hint of a French accent jolted him out of his ministrations. Snape tried his best not to scowl when he lifted his eyes to the mirror, but he wasn't succeeding. It was simply his default reaction to facing towards a reflective surface. An elderly wizard sat before him in what looked like a lounge chair. He was garbed in several layers of robes of an elaborate cut, runes inscribed down the seams of his sleeves, not unlike that of the alchemy table. His hair still held not a wisp of its youth within their silver mane. His face was lined heavily by time, without even a beard to hide the weathering of his age. By all regards, he appeared to be a man in the very declining years of his life, but his eyes told a different story. A light amber brown that seemed almost honey golden, his eyes shone from his aged face both youthful and ancient and somehow timeless. "Student, what is your name?" the alchemist prompted in a deep but quiet voice. "Severus Snape." Snape answered, a student in true to the new concept of alchemy. A gentle smile graced the alchemist's features. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Snape. My name is Nicholas Flamel." Snape started. The inventor of the Philosopher's Stone. He hadn't meant to put so much surprise into his exclamation. He was certain Dumbledore was going to solicit the services of a well-established name in the field, but to nominate the champion of the craft, and for just one student. Flamel's golden eyes twinkled. "Alas, so many achievements in the field, and yet my earliest creation remains my call to fame. To refer to the key to immortality as merely an earliest creation. So is that the reason why you chose to pursue this craft?" The Philosopher's Stone. The twinkle in Flamel's eye disappeared. Once upon a time, Snape might have salivated at the notion of securing the stone for himself. A stone that could guarantee the holder fame, wealth, and immortality. A stone that would be his with a simple application of his sharp mind and studious nature. A stone that was withheld from him by the inability to afford an education in the craft. Snape lowered his eyes. No, those days were behind him. Wealth and fame meant nothing to a man who cared not for his future. Immortality, especially, was something he wished for never again. "I simply want something challenging to learn." After a moment's silence, Flamel smiled and straightened in his seat. "Albus had told me the student I was getting would be an interesting one. Too brilliant a mind for the classes he was taking, potential wasted on the mundane," he said. He leaned forward onto his elbows, clasping his hands together and resting his chin upon them. "Well then, what is your ability in transfigurations?" Snape could not help the sheepishness. "Not the best." His practical knowledge was well practiced, but his theory was rusty beyond measure. He had given his transfiguration textbook a quick glance through since his awakening, but never focused on any details in depth. "I don't satisfy the O requirement in owls." With a patient smile, Flamel shook his head. "I have no notion what that means, young student. I was educated at Beauxbatons more than a few centuries ago. I don't believe we operated on the same scoring charts. It means I'm underqualified for alchemy through my transfigurations." Snape confessed, galled by the need to voice his deficiency so clearly. Not off-put by this admission, Flamel continued. "Well then, what about your potioneering?" Snape couldn't help the slight smugness in his voice. "More than adequate." "Quick then, Galpalart's third law. The antidote to a blended poison is to add one key ingredient that transforms the concoction neuralchemically into a substance that counteracts the poison." Snape recounted from his years of delivering that very lesson. Some of the parts is greater than the whole. Spagyric theories. Plant alchemy. The first theory was posed by Chinese alchemists in the 2nd century that all medicine was 3 parts poison and 1 part cure. This formed the idea of hidden properties within ingredients and became the building blocks for Galpalart's third law. The second, "I'm convinced of your potioneering knowledge." Flamel conceded with a nod. "But if I were to ask you about the limitations of transfiguration?" That was simple first-year theory. It hadn't left him yet. There are 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. The first is that food cannot be conjured. The second governs the impossibility of the transmutation of true life. Flame interrupted. What about in terms of potion craft? Then you want Gamp's third exception, which is a transfigured element cannot take the place of the element which it is mimicking. This is why you cannot transfigure potions' ingredients. It is also why bread cannot be transfigured from a stone, Ronan's laws of microtransfiguration. Snape could not help but feel abashed. Nothing. With a stroke of his beard, Flamel appeared thoughtful. Well, we have identified which direction we should take upon your education in this field. I will, however, advise you to revise your transfigurations. A grasp on those theories is a must for any alchemist. Snape lowered his eyes. I understand, he muttered. One last question, Mr. Snape. Do you believe it possible to overcome these limitations? The answer would be no, but somehow Snape did not believe that's the answer Flamel was looking for. Not with transfiguration, was his carefully constructed answer, nor potioneering. A smile touched the old wizard's lips. Indeed, Mr. Snape, and that is what alchemy is about, overcoming the limitations of transfiguration and potioneering through a combination of their parts. In essence, the same principles that Galpalat had once stated. The sum of the parts is greater than the whole. Snape frowned. So are you telling me that it's possible to create bread from a stone? A wry smile touched upon Flamel's ancient but oddly youthful face. I find it curious you ask about something so small, when there is before you proof that greater miracles are possible. With the summer heat quickly fading away along with the season itself, Lily was desperately chasing the last wisp of the sunshine. Despite her imminent and crushing workload, she could not will herself away from the temptation of an afternoon by the lake, her favorite location on school grounds. With winter marching ever closer, warm, sunny afternoons by the lake would soon become only a daydream under blankets by the fire. Marlene had conceded to be her company for the afternoon. The tall Gryffindor chaser lay, sprawled out on the hill, rolling down towards the lake's edge, golden hair spilling loose about the grass. An active girl with a wild, tomboyish beauty about her, Marlene was not one for feminine graces. Lily sat closer to the water's edge. She had planned on dipping her toes in, but a sudden chill in the wind had changed her plans. Now she was content to simply watch the glisten of the lake as the dry winds trailed coolness pleasantly across her skin. Beside her, under the weight of a textbook and 3 scrolls of writing, sat her third roommate, Pandora McGonagall, niece of their stern Transfigurations professor. Last names were honestly where much of their similarities ended. Where Professor McGonagall was methodical and no-nonsense, Pandora was airy and abstract. The trait the two McGonagalls did share was their apparent insatiable pursuit of knowledge and a tendency to bring homework wherever they went. Whereas Ronan's second law of microtransfiguration clearly states the molecular properties of the transfigured matter will always remain untransformed from the original. So no matter how lifelike a mouse transfigured from a goblet might be, it will still be an inanimate object, just animated. Lily rubbed her temples as Pandora scrutinized her scrolls, each containing a draft of her essay. She decided the best use of a sunny day by the lake was to conduct an in-depth discussion on homework already completed. Please, I've just finished writing that paper. Can we just leave that in the past? The young McGonagall fixed her large green eyes on Lily, a shade closer to aqua than Lily's bright green. But that essay is due tomorrow. It's hardly in the past. Oh, crap. Marlene scrambled upwards. It's due tomorrow, Lily groaned Marlene, as her friend leapt to her feet, panic in her eyes. Pandy, babe, please, you gotta help me. She grasped for one of Pandora's drafts. Lily knew the studious girl wouldn't refuse. Sure, take this one. Pandora handed over the scroll she had curled in her lap. Unlike her elder counterpart, the young McGonagall did not have an aversion to homework sharing, the thought of which would no doubt curl her aunt's toes. Didn't have enough on the paradigm of Marlach's simulated motion postulates in relation to Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration. However, it does have a good part on Elpat's laws on restrictive similarities. Sounds awesome. You're a peach. The hopeless student exclaimed happily, clasping onto her scroll like a lifeline. Lily hated to burst her bubble, but you know Professor McGonagall isn't going to believe one whit that you wrote that. Marlene's face fell so quickly it was a wonder how her jaw didn't get whiplash. Aunt Minnie does tend to notice these things. Pandora agreed. Why not rewrite using the draft points instead? Lily suggested sensibly. Marlene groaned. But the effort. Honestly, a lazier Gryffindor there has never been. Well, no, that was an exaggeration. There were still Potter and Black and the Prowett twins, everyone on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. A worryingly common theme. I know you're planning on playing Quidditch after graduating, but don't you think you should perhaps have a passable academic record? You know, just in case. Marlene rolled her eyes. Yeesh, Lily. What are you, my mum? Actually, I think she sounds more like Aunt Minnie than Mrs. McKinnon. Pandora observed. She was right. Marlene's mother was far more likely to conspire with her daughter to find a chispaffle to pin the eating of homework on. Lily had met the McKinnons last summer when Lily was invited over to the McKinnon household, and a more similar mother-daughter combo there had never been. Lily had been in a bad way emotionally during that time. She lacked a best friend right when she needed one most, what with her mother's sudden passing. It was a tense few days with her father, especially when Petunia returned from London to attend the funeral. So when Marlene extended that invitation, Lily leapt for a chance a visit to the magical world again, to escape from the spat-filled sobriety of her mourning Muggle household. As for the vacant position of best friend, well, Marlene slipped into that role seamlessly. Come on, Lils. How much do you love me? Her new best friend begged, holding out the scroll she scored off Pandora. Lily rolled her eyes. A lot, but not that much. But you're so much smarter than me, I'll never get it done in time. Even with Pandora's expertly crafted draft, the hapless girl would struggle to complete her scribe. It wasn't that Marlene was stupid. Lily knew she had a brilliant problem-solving mind, especially when faced with Quidditch tactics. She honestly was just easily distracted, and for a lack of a better word, just plain lazy. Okay. How about this? You help me write up my essay. And I will stay back and help you finish up your care of magical creatures' practical load. Next time Lupin can't be asked turning up. You already do that, though. Lily mumbled. Marlene had indeed stayed back with her class partner and fellow roommate Susan O'Doyle the day before to help Lily finish composting her non-magical mooncalf dung. And Lupin gets sick. He can't help it. Care of magical creatures was one of the only times the Marauders got separated. This was mostly because on day one, Lily had bullied Lupin into partnering with her. Her best friend at the time had refused to take this class, and Marlene had agreed to partner with Susan before Lily had even submitted her class attendance form. Poor little Peter had to make do with Maxley, a Ravenclaw boy who honestly had just as little affinity for that subject as Lily had. Needless to say, neither he nor Peter were going on to Newt's. Okay, fine. Lily conceded with an air of exasperation. Marlene was always there to help her after all, but Lily couldn't help but feel homework was a whole other kettle of fish. I'll write it up for you, but this is the last time. Honestly, Marlene, you've got to take your work seriously now. We're in 6th year, and Pandora and I won't always have the time to pull you out of the fire. Thank you so much, Lily. Love you. Evidently, the only part Marlene heard was the first part. Lily silently hoped her best friend would get her act together. Prefect duties on top of pre-existing workloads were already beginning to crush the usually quite competent girl. She didn't need more work on top of her pile. Why did she have to pick a best friend that added to her pressure? Why couldn't Marlene be more studious and self-reliant? Why couldn't she be more like? Number Lily shook her head. Marlene did not stand to be improved by being more like him. Nobody was improved by being more like him, that stupid, angry, easily brainwashed idiot. I mean it, Marlene. This is the last time. Lily told her sternly with a sigh, made more irritable by the unkind comparison of her best friend with that of a friend who was no more. I already have Flitwick breathing down my neck and piling me with extra work. I honestly don't think I can keep yours on top of it. Marlene looked appropriately abashed. I'm sorry. Last time, I promise. Then frowned. Why's Flitwick got you down? Thought he liked you. All the teachers like you. He's being extra strict on me. Lily muttered. Told me I won't pass if I can't cast a spell wandlessly and wordlessly by the end of the year. What, but that's crazy talk, Marlene exclaimed. Most people can't even cast wordlessly, let alone wandlessly. But Lily can do both. Pandora supplied helpfully. Just not together, Lily conceded. Casting just came naturally to her. It felt odd to watch how others struggled. And that's not enough. Marlene looked aghast. Honestly, I never took Flitwick for such a hard-ass. Lily nodded. Dorcas thinks that it's how he shows favoritism, by pushing hard. I'm glad he didn't think much of me then. Marlene grumbled. What is the issue you're not overcoming in wandless, wordless casting then? As usual, Pandora cut straight to the technical aspect of the situation, flying completely over any human ones. Lily picked up a round pebble and laid it on her palm. She waved her right hand over it and muttered, Wingardium Leviosa. It floated easily from her palm and hovered gently. She snatched it and passed her hand over the stone again, this time focusing on forcing the magic through wordlessly. She could feel her magic escaping her grasp and knew she had failed before she had even finished her hand pass. The stone sat still upon her palm, marking her. Casting wandlessly is like trying to juggle. You have to control many elements of a spell at once without the use of a focus. She produced her wand. Then with a flick, that stone immediately lifted from her palm without a second's hesitation. Wordless casting is like trying to put more force into an action done more easily another way. Like pushing a tome across the table with your tongue. She caught the stone once again, rolling it around between her fingers. So doing both at once is trying to force a spell forward while controlling its many flailing elements, kind of like. She struggled for an example to describe it with. Trying to pour jelly through a sieve while convincing it to retain its shape. Pandora supplied helpfully. Exactly. Lily nodded as she floated the stone off her palm with her wand, hoping to direct it home into the lake. Akio, Pandora commanded, empty hand extended. Lily felt the slight tug of power meeting her own and dropped the stone in surprise. The little pebble clattered across the stony bank and rolled into the water with a plunk. Lily rounded on the young McGonagall with eyes wide. I didn't know you could wandless cast too. I've been practicing. Pandora conceded. I felt it. Lily confirmed. But it needs to be more. Her disappointment was palpable. It's a necessary skill for any enchanter. Why do you need to know that? Marlene asked with a shrug. Pandora huffed a half-hearted sigh. Because learning to cast permanent enchantments is part of the wand-making process. When everyone picked their career paths, Pandora had chosen wand maker. Needless to say, her aunt wound up with a frazzled look in her eye in the weeks following. To Lily, wand makers were a mysterious and intriguing lot, and simply left it at that. She had never bothered to find out what it took to become one. Evidently, wandless casting was one of them, and suddenly the elder McGonagall's consternation became far more understandable. I'll help you practice wandless casting. Lily offered, though she didn't know the first thing about how to advise someone on a craft that came naturally to her. Would you? Pandora brightened. That would be wonderful. In return, I can share what I have on the topic of enchantments. Sure, thanks. Though the craft seemed intriguing, Lily could not imagine dedicating any time to it through her workload. In fact, she could not imagine what she was doing still sitting by the lake after she added an additional piece of homework to her heaving pile. Well, that's enough of that. Lily almost sighed as she pulled herself upright and dusted the grass off her robe skirt. Work to do, daylight's burning. Marlene leapt up and fell into step. Thank you, Lily. Last time, I promise. In fact, I'll get started on my defense essay now. Not that she'd actually finish it before the last day. Pandora sprung to her feet. And I'll get you my beginner's guide to positive enchantments and their associated cores for you to borrow. Sure, that'd be nice. Lily wasn't eager to make time to learn the craft, but she was always eager to read. She tried to dedicate at least an hour every evening to reading something. The three friends made their way up the hill and followed the footpath that wound its way around the lake, heading towards the castle. As they drew closer, they could see a disturbance playing out just outside the courtyard. Lily quickened her steps. She felt the weight of her prefect badge as she hurried to the small throng of students. Her heart dropped as she spotted the flash of green of the Slytherin crest. And you actually thought to cut across my path, you filthy mudblood. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Didn't see you there. A little Hufflepuff who couldn't be older than third year was cowering before a looming giant of a Slytherin boy. Even from afar, Lily recognized the hulking boy. The Hufflepuff's friends stood by the shaking Muggleborn, but far enough away to be out of arm's reach. Hufflepuffs looked out for one another, but they weren't Gryffindors about it. Lily stopped just short of the cluster and took a deep breath. She always hated these types of confrontations. Excuse me, Prefect here. She tried her best not to let the nervousness into her voice. I would like everyone to calm down and take a step back. Marlene stepped up in line with her, knuckles cracking. A little backup never goes amiss. The large Slytherin boy turned to her, threat radiating from his frame. Mulciber stood a good head and a half above Lily in height, and at least twice that in width. One of Snape's awful friends, she thought glumly to herself. The look of disgust that shriveled his features when he laid eyes upon her made Lily's stomach clench with righteous anger. It was this awful mindset that destroyed everything. Another mudblood decides to crawl underfoot. He sneered down at the much smaller girl. And if it isn't Snape's mudblood at that, perhaps this is my lucky day. Lily felt Marlene bristle at her shoulder. Wand immediately grasped combatively. Lily's hand floated down to her side, hovering over the pocket where her wand was stowed. Back off, Mulciber, Lily commanded warningly. With her other hand, she gestured subtly to the little Hufflepuff boy, but the poor thing was stricken in his spot. Within the Slytherin crowd, she spotted Regulus Black, a recently promoted fifth-year prefect. He appeared bored but still standing among the crowd, neither participating nor assisting Lily with its dissipation. Black, Lily called out, grasping at straws on how to de-escalate this situation. As a prefect, you are obligated to act against bullies within your own house. Irritatingly, the Slytherin prefect simply shrugged. Didn't see any bullying going on. Not my problem. No smarmy smile, no sign of obvious dissent, just the flippant response of some bored, spoilt prat. In fact, I don't think he's going to see much of anything little Miss Gryffindor. Mulciber drew his wand and took a step forward threateningly. Marlene raised her own, ready to retaliate, but Lily threw out a hand to stop her. This didn't have to get ugly. I'm warning you, Mulciber, and all of you. She directed her glare to every Slytherin present. Disperse now, or you will all get detention. That got a few scowls from the bunch, but Mulciber did not appear to get the message. Get her, Mulciber, a voice called from the crowd. Send a message to that upstart Snape. A shiver traced down her spine. Lily's eyes widened as she realized the large boy that Snape was reported to have had an altercation with was a reasonable description for Mulciber. Was Snape fighting with his Slytherin friends? Lily internally shook herself. This wasn't her problem, especially not at this moment. Lily tensed as the hulking Mulciber smiled grotesquely, towering over the two girls. Marlene did not seem the least bit cowed. If it was just her and Marlene against the entire horde of Slytherins, things would likely get ugly and fast. But Slytherins had a tendency to leave each other to fend for themselves. If it was her and Marlene against just Mulciber, then the large boy didn't stand a chance. One last warning, Mulciber. Back off and disperse your crowd. Lily ordered him in an even tone. The Hufflepuff finally got the message and dashed off, his friends flocking to him the moment he was clear. Oh, look at you. Little Gryffindor getting all scared. Mulciber sneered. Yeah, we're pissing our pants. Marlene responded sardonically, like you must have been when you got your arse kicked yesterday by a boy half your size. Damn, she put two and two together as well, and without a moment's forethought went straight for the trigger. Calvinsto, Mulciber screamed, swinging his wand to bear against the offending girl. Lily hadn't even had her wand out. Pratigo, the unarmed girl cried, hand outstretched. A shield blazed to life before her, breaking the path of the hex. With that instant her wandless shield bought her, Lily fumbled her wand out of her pocket. Stupefy, cried Marlene, immediately on the offensive. Credit to where it's due, Mulciber defended himself with a well-timed pratigo of his own. Lily stretched out and grasped Marlene's wand hand, stopping her from attacking any further. Mulciber's eyes grew wide with triumph as he brought his wand down with a great roar of Calvinsto. Except his target wasn't either of the Gryffindor girls before him. Regulus Black went down with a squawk and sudden burst of hair. Mulciber had turned on the spot and hit Regulus with an instant scalping hex. Eyes unfocused, the large boy frowned at the sudden hiss of outrage that issued from the Slytherin crowd. Lily grinned, a little too pleased with herself, tucking her wand away with a flourish. Didn't notice getting confunged Mulciber. A look of horror dawned on the giant boy's dull face before morphing into rage as he rounded back around on the Gryffindor girls. That is quite enough. A sharp, stern voice rang over the courtyard. Professor McGonagall marched out from the entranceway, quickly followed by her niece. Lily had wondered where Pandora ran off to. Mr. Mulciber, 10 points from Slytherin for your belligerent display, and you can see me for detention on Saturday. And you're coming with me to see Professor Slughorn immediately." She rounded on one of the Slytherins in the shrinking crowd. "Mr. Carrow, see to it that Mr. Black here gets to the hospital wing." The young Slytherin nodded without meeting her eyes and accompanied the scowling half-plucked Black through the courtyard door, his long hair now sporting a bold strip straight down the middle. Lily stepped back with Marlene. Both girls were wise enough to know not to catch the professor's attention when her ire flared. It did her no good. M.S. Evans. McGonagall's commanding tone prompted the prefect to jump immediately to attention. "I am shocked to see you of all people scuffling like some common ruffian." "I did all I could to defuse the situation, ma'am," Lily offered, a little abashed to be scolded. "Yeah, they were abusing some poor Hufflepuffs." Marlene butted in, a little too aggressively. "We couldn't do nothing." "And had you not acted, did you really think the situation would have devolved into hospitalization?" "No," Lily answered, turning a tinge of red. "Well then, I think the correct course of action should have been obvious." McGonagall continued. "Find a figure of authority that could appropriately handle the situation so that all would emerge unharmed. I appreciate the sense of justice you girls displayed, but often not acting upon judicious instinct is for the greater good." With a curt nod to Pandora, who looked all too pleased with herself for being the only person to have done exactly as her aunt had endorsed, McGonagall turned and marched off with a glum Mulciber in tow. With a scowl, Marlene shook her head, any appearance of chastisement discarded. "I don't care what she says. We did the right thing." Lily peeked up at her from her position of humbling. "Someone was getting attacked who didn't deserve it. We acted when they needed help the most and bullocks to any who says otherwise. After all, the only ones who got hurt were some bloody snakes. If anyone deserves a hiding, it's them." Well, this is a sudden turn. Snape frowned at the Slytherin sitting in his corner at the dinner table. Polite greetings of Herr Snape and good afternoon greeted his ears. Carefully he settled into his corner seat of the bench, conveniently left unoccupied for him. Across from him sat Rosia, who smirked as he gave a curt nod. Beside him was Avery, looking withdrawn and sheepish. Snape frowned and glanced up the table, meeting the eyes and nods of other Slytherins of dark caliber that had migrated to his side of the table. It appeared the cloister of the Death Eater gang had joined him. Even the seventh-year Wilkes and Travers sat in his proximity. They didn't meet his eyes or acknowledge him in any way, but he knew their proximity meant they accepted his victory over the better-connected, pureblood Mulciber. Speaking of which, Snape's eyes slid to the far end of the table, narrowing at the sight of the lone figure hunched dejectedly over his plate, defeat red over his every feature. The brute of a boy wasn't even devouring his plate with the same gusto. Alas, our dear friend Mulciber had met a troubling humbling at the hands of that mudblood Gryffindor prefect. Rosia sneered as he followed Snape's line of sight. A chill settled in the pit of Snape's gut. There was little left to the imagination as to who that might have been and how that scenario might have come about. Suddenly Snape felt a lot less charitable to his defeated opponent. "How precious! Twice in 2 days," he sneered, loud enough for all in proximity to hear clearly. Their unkind sniggers carried all the way to the far side of the table, causing the humbled boy to shrivel further. Snape laughed along with them, with the haughty Rosia and the nervous Avery, with the low chuckle of Wilkes and the nasty guffaw of Travers. He laughed along with all the snakes, who would sooner stab him than help him should he stumble. All the while he seethed with a silent, insidious rage. That any of them should presume to attack her, his Lily, and believe that she would deserve it simply because she was born of Muggle blood. It was with that rage Snape stormed into Dumbledore's office, ready to demand the expulsion of every Death Eater to be in the noble house of Slytherin. He tore the door open, sending the heavy oak door slamming against the cushioning enchantment cast upon the receiving wall. "Albus!" he shouted into the circular office, his breath heaving from his wild rage and poor stamina. His commitment to the use of formal pronouns with this less familiar Dumbledore lay forgotten under his torrent of outrage. No voice of surprise, concern, or chastisement replied, only silence. The office stood empty of both headmaster and bird, and Snape's haze of rage ebbed briefly before flaring again. Outrage compounded upon outrage. He stalked into the office, destructive urge spiking as his fury urged him to let loose upon the headmaster's ridiculous plinking curios, warring with his sensibilities that cautioned with a reminder that he could ill afford to replace any of them. He set to pacing back and forth before the great claw-footed desk, working out his temper with that familiar agitated motion. Arranged for a bloody meeting every Thursday night, and doesn't even bother to show up for it. He muttered to no one in particular. Stopping suddenly mid-step, Snape's eyes set upon a frayed hat, propped upon a shelf behind that great desk. The hat that sorted him into this pit of deceit and evil, that had told him his ambition ruled him, that his cunning defined him, that there was no doubt he was a Slytherin. The hat that parted him from his one guiding light. He ripped the hat from its perch and slammed it down upon his head, its rim no longer finding his ears and nose, but fit snugly upon his crown. A quiet voice spoke into Snape's ears. A bit of time has passed since we last met, hasn't it? How odd. I did not feel this time the same way. It almost feels like 2 lifetimes since we've met. Snape gritted his teeth, calming his rattled heart and unsettled mind, composing into coherence the question he wished to ask. I already know your question, Severus Snape. You ask if I chose correctly, placing you in Slytherin. My answer remains the same. How? He rasped, suddenly too exhausted to take on a belligerent tone. My ambitions are dust. Your ambition is no longer so insidious, that part is true, but you are still shrewd, you are still cunning, you are still resourceful, traits Salazar himself would have anointed. Am I not brave? Snape bellowed, unable to temper his emotions. Am I not clever? Am I not loyal? Why am I still Slytherin? Silence met his ears for the longest time, until finally that small voice returned. Why is it, Severus Snape, that you think a Slytherin cannot be all of those? After all his indignation, he could not answer the hat. Is it perhaps because of another thought that had wormed its way into your mind? But Severus Snape, you of all people should know this answer. Slytherin does not mean evil. Snape tore the hat from his head, heart pounding in his ears. All of his earlier directionless rage dispersed into the wind. Anger often rendered his judgment ill, something he'd learned in his tedious and fruitless life. What the hat told him was something he had known, something he should not have needed reminding of. Slytherins are not evil. That had been his mantra when he took over the reins as head of Slytherin House, the house that did nothing to shelter him from the abuses of the world, a house that left him isolated and vulnerable for the darkness of the world. A house that was comprised of children, many of whom were equally vulnerable, whose paths were made dark by their inability to find a way to protect themselves by any other means. That had been why he forced the change in the Slytherin psyche when he took over. The unwritten rules became, no Slytherin will attack another of their house, not verbally, not physically, not emotionally. When one Slytherin is victimized by other members of the school, the house must pull together to protect and support that member, no matter what sparked such a situation. His actions had him accused of favoritism, but it was what the house needed above all else. An adult who would look out for them, regardless of the situation, even to the detriment of others. No Slytherin should be left isolated and vulnerable. That was why the House of the Snake became a house that looked out for its own. A house that should have been there for Snape when he needed it the most. His hands had balled into fists, the frayed fabric of the hat twisting under the force of his grip. Taking mercy upon the magical apparel, Snape released it, returning it to its position upon the shelf. His anger dissipated, his heart suddenly calm as he looked upon the situation at hand. He was no longer a man of power, just a boy embroiled within the politics of snakes. Yet with his experience, his lifetime's worth of wiles, he was able to claw himself into a better position than he ever held as a student of this house. Perhaps. Ah, Severus, so good of you to show. Apologies for my tardiness. Snape drew away from the hat and turned to greet Dumbledore, who stepped from the stairwell that stretched upwards to the headmaster's workroom and quarters. Upon the headmaster's arm perched Fawkes, intelligent eyes fixed upon the student who dawdled too close to his perch. With his temper shed and equilibrium restored, Snape felt somewhat abashed for his momentary loss of control. He stepped back from the headmaster's desk and allowed Dumbledore to reoccupy his place within the office. Dumbledore, he politely greeted with a nod as the headmaster settled at his desk. Fawkes balanced upon his perch, glaring at the younger man almost waspishly. Snape politely averted his gaze. I have not been waiting long. Dumbledore smiled with a twinkle in his eye. Glad to see you had found something to preoccupy yourself in the meantime. Saying hello to an old friend, I see. Snape scowled, unable to keep his face from coloring in response. The headmaster reached over almost absent-mindedly to straighten the sorting hat upon the shelf. If Dumbledore had heard his frustrated outburst, then he mercifully gave no indication. Well, if there is nothing more pressing to discuss, I would like to get started. Dumbledore's blue eyes fixed upon the younger Slytherin, who averted his own as he sat himself down opposite. Snape's pressing matter no longer seemed so pressing on this side of his temper. With a deep breath, Snape readied himself to once more delve into his sordid past, but Dumbledore made no move to summon his pensive. Instead, he reached into one of the many pockets on his silver-trimmed lime-green robes and produced a small pouch. Curious, Snape leant in, frowning as Dumbledore pulled open the knot and unthreaded the opening. Then, with an almost casual motion, he tipped the pouch over and allowed its content to spill upon the desk. With a light plink, a gold ring clattered across the heavy oaken desk, black stone set within its center, glinting orange in the lamplight. Chapter 7. Misguided Antipathy. Chapter text: A chair clattered across the office as Snape got suddenly to his feet. "Don't you dare put that on," he hissed, eyes glued to that deceptively insidious trinket. The dark stone with its inscribed triangular eye-like symbol sat snugly within its gold setting, a piece that leapt warningly from his memory from the shriveled blackened hand of another Albus Dumbledore. Of course, Severus. Dumbledore replied calmly, as if the young man before him had not jumped like Salazar Slytherin himself had materialized. "I am perfectly aware of what that ring will do to me, and I have no death wish." He picked up the ring delicately, placing it into a conjured glass box, and enclosed it within with powerful wards. "Do you remember our discussion yesterday on Horcruxes?" Snape scowled. "Of course. It takes more than a day for me to forget. That is the ring Horcrux, then, is it? I understand why it was in your possession, but goes no way to explaining what possessed you to put the blasted thing on. Alas, I cannot speak for my counterpart, but I can assure you I have no intention of repeating his actions," Dumbledore said lightly as he set the glass cube gently onto the desk. "For now, our focus is finding a way to destroy the ones we gather." "The sword of Gryffindor," Snape growled, unable to take his eyes away from the dark stone. "That was what I used to destroy it in your time." Dumbledore agreed with a nod. Snape delved into his archived memory. The artifact was located in the Chamber of Secrets, a room that is no doubt still just part of school mythos, but I can assure you that it is real. Dumbledore smiled. "Oh, I know the chamber is real, and also where the entrance is. The girls' bathroom on the first floor." "What?" Snape felt like he was headed for an aneurysm. "We spent a damnable year searching for that bloody chamber, and you knew where it was all along." "The knowledge does me no good," Dumbledore answered lightly. "I can speak no Parseltongue, and unless I've read the Prince line incorrectly, you cannot speak it either." Snape did not answer. He was speechless with rage, unable to fathom how the thought process went within that brilliant but daft mind of Albus Dumbledore. However, it does bring one niggling thought to mind. Dumbledore continued as if he did not notice the openly murderous expression upon his young companion. "You mentioned the sword was found within the Chamber of Secrets. Was that sword used to slay the beast that resides within?" Finding his voice again, Snape answered. "It was." He could make even two words bristle with vehemence. With a tired smile, Dumbledore shook his head. "Then I do not believe the sword can help us here. That sword is goblin make, and is enchanted to take within itself only what makes it stronger. It is not the sword we seek, but the venom imbued within the blade." With a wave of his hand, the pensive cabinet blew open, and the shallow metal pan floated out of its holder. Removing the glass cube, Dumbledore allowed the metal dish to take its place. Dumbledore uncorked a crystal vial he fished from his drawer, and with his wand coaxed out one specific thread of memory, casting it into the shallow bowl. Immediately the surface rippled with the image of the Horcrux diary, scarred with a terrible gaping wound in its center. The diary had been destroyed by a basilisk fang, so I am at least certain basilisk venom is a key substance. The sword of Gryffindor was likely imbued with venom during the course of its adventures, and is unlikely come to us so conveniently prepared. Snape frowned. But if it is down in the chamber, it is not. Dumbledore shook his head. I have no doubt in your time it had been used to slay a basilisk, but I can assure you the sword of Godric Gryffindor did not reside in the chamber before that time. That sword appears to any of Godric's chosen in their time of greatest need, and can only be taken through actions of valor. Though having the sword imbued once more would be an added convenience, I do not relish the thought of facing a basilisk for the expressed purpose of making it dribble on a sword. Snape glared silently into the pensive, watching the venom-damaged diary move across its rippling surface, turning over in his mind alternatives to their predicament. There are other methods. I recall Fiendfire to be one such. He lifted his eyes from the memory on display and met Dumbledore's. I believe that spell is well within your capacity to cast. Yes, Fiendfire. Dumbledore glanced away. I fear that method may be too crude. Snape scowled. There is no such thing as too crude a destructive method. Perhaps, if it comes down to it. But for now, so long as this is not the last element to our quest, then I shall wait. With a flick of his wand, the cube floated across the room and pressed against the curved wall. It passed through the seemingly solid mass, leaving seamless stonework that spoke nothing of its secrets. The portrait of Armando Dippet flipped back down with a ruffled squawk, hiding the occupied space behind it. Dumbledore turned back to the younger man, who watched him with a muted confusion. Snape could not fathom why the headmaster would take the risk of waiting. I ask that you trust me, was all the assurance Dumbledore was willing to give. Without a word, Snape gave a stiff nod. He will not contend with Dumbledore on matters that did not involve Lily. She was his only concern, and his methods be damned if the old man could bring about the war's end sooner. With that, I believe, we should return to formal matters at hand. Dumbledore drew the string of memory out of the pensive and restored it to its bottle. If you would, Severus, I believe we were at the events preceding my tumble from the astronomy tower. Suppressing a sigh, Snape relaxed into the chair and opened his mind once more to the headmaster's probing eyes. It was an exciting few days for the House of Gryffindor. Again, the common room was abuzz with chatter when Lily stepped through the portrait hole. Apparently the news travelled fast. The dinner table chatter had been of the mundane variety, yet within the space of the journey from the hall to the tower, the news of Lily's fight infected all sources of gossip. Well, that wasn't entirely as short a span of time as that seemed. Lily had to make a detour to McGonagall's office to hand in a formal prefectorial report on the incident she was involved in. In the calm of that ordered office, the professor seemed far more forgiving of Lily's transgressions, even going so far as to commend her sense of civic duty. As mixed messages from adults went, McGonagall's was the easiest to decipher. Any Gryffindor understood valor, even if it went against overall productiveness. Nevertheless, it had only been half an hour between the dinner table and the tower, and within that span of time news had traveled to every Gryffindor ear. It was of no surprise, then, that the first person that greeted her in the common room crowd was James Potter, brows creased with concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, his energy reminiscent of an anxious puppy. "Did they hurt you?" "I'm fine," Lily insisted, hands held up in a warding gesture. James tended to be handsy when he got worried or emotional. "Leave her alone, James. Course she's all right," Marlene bellowed from the other end of the room. As a fellow chaser on the Quidditch team, Marlene and James were on first-name basis. Lily often wondered why James didn't simply redirect his flirtatious energy to his fellow team member. They were already quite friendly. Not that it wasn't flattering. James was handsome, funny, and from a well-established family. Lily could see herself falling for him if it weren't for his mean streak. His actions, likely childish in nature, but often malicious in result, it was something she could not overlook. In recent days, however, he was cleaning up his act. His recent pranks appeared scaled down and less destructive in nature. His recent efforts bespoke a new interest in establishing himself as a noble defender of Gryffindor, a vocation that was not dissimilar to what Lily had done today. "Perhaps. You really are something, you know, Evans." James went on with a cool smile on his face, ruffling his hair with a seemingly casual but obviously deliberate motion. "Taking on a horde of snakes all by yourself. I was there, you know." Marlene's voice rang out from the throng once more. "Right." James nodded with an awkward smile, his rhythm obviously thrown off. I mean, I expect it from Marlene, but it was real brave of you, Evans. Lily's eyes narrowed. What is that meant to mean? A look of horror crossed his face. I didn't mean to say you're not brave. Heck, you're in Gryffindor, of course you'd be brave. I just mean that. He trailed off, seemingly struggling with words and the expressing of. Sirius suddenly slid into sight and attached straight to James' side. What Prongs here is trying to say is, good job showing those snakes their place. Right. James nodded, bolstered by his best friend's support. Not many could find it in themselves to confront a throng of Slytherins alone. Hey, Marlene exclaimed again. And fewer still could wreck them as expertly as you did. A little flattered, Lily suppressed a smile and replied coolly. Only one of them wanted to fight. It wasn't like I was taking on all 6 of them. Yet you somehow managed to humble 2 at once. Sirius snorted. My idiot brother's never going to live down his new haircut. Mary materialized from the crowded room, holding Lily's patrol sash. Lily had asked her to fetch it for her when she headed up to see McGonagall. All prefects had to wear a luminescent sash of their house colors when they were out on patrol, so they wouldn't be accidentally misidentified by patrolling teachers, or ghosts, or Filch the caretaker. It also made it too easy for marauding students to spot and take avoidance measures. Are you going to be all right out there tonight? The brunette asked with a worried frown. I'll be fine. Thanks, Mary. Lily reached for the sash. Mary jerked back, holding the sash just out of her reach. I'm serious, Lily. Have you actually thought about your safety? Lupin said you're scheduled to patrol with a Slytherin tonight. That had been a niggling worry at the back of Lily's mind all afternoon, but for the sake of not encouraging the marauders to break curfew and dog her down the hall, she had to fake flippancy. It's just Rosier. I've patrolled with him before. Honestly, I'll be fine. The truth was, Rosier was Snape's friend, and from a family that was known to be a blood purity supporter. Though he was ever so polite and soft-spoken, nobody was fooled. He was as much a Death Eater as the hulking vile Mulciber. Want me to tail you just in case? James offered, which was the exact thing Lily had hoped to avoid. Absolutely not. Thank you, Potter, but it isn't necessary. I have a suggestion, Lily. Remus entered the discussion in an even reasonable tone. How about I switch patrol shifts with you? I have Sunday evening with Amelia Bones, a 5th-year Hufflepuff. That would have been a wonderful solution had it not been literally the day after Remus' transformation. The boy was white as a sheet, and he could barely stand as he spoke, needing to lean on Peter halfway through his sentence to catch his breath. No, Remus, you've just been ill. You need to rest. Lily sighed, snatching the sash from Mary's fingers. I'll be fine, honestly. Slytherins might be nasty, but they're not dumb. At least not Rosier. He'll not risk trying anything when he'll definitely get caught. James opened his mouth as if to argue further, but Lily rounded on him before he could get the first word out of his mouth. And if I find you breaking curfew, that will be 20 points from Gryffindor and a week's worth of detention. I'm sorry, Potter. Your concern is sweet, and all but I will not tolerate rule breaking on my watch. James flushed and closed his mouth. Why do you like her again? Sirius muttered from his shoulder loud enough for Lily to hear. With her sash fastened, Lily rushed out of the common room before anyone noticed her reddening color. Potter's interest in her was the worst-kept secret in all of Gryffindor, and it was becoming harder to hide her growing interest in him. With some luck, everyone would interpret her haste to leave as eagerness to escape the coddling of peers. With a sigh, Lily committed to her long walk down the darkened stairwell, trying her best to suppress that squirm of guilt. She couldn't deny James was physically attractive, and when he wasn't being a complete arse, Lily found herself imagining what it would be like to simply give in to his frequent attempts to court her and simply humor him for a date. That train of thought would always be accompanied by a squirm of guilt. A guilt that had no right to foster a place within her. A guilt that she was betraying someone who had betrayed her first. James had been horrible to Snape. There was no denying it. But Snape had been equally horrible right back. There had been frequent hospitalizations of both parties. Lily could distinctly recall once in 3rd year James had slipped a newt spleen down the back of her once friend's robes in potion class. Snape's retaliation had been to upend the Gryffindor boy's cauldron, spilling the boiling contents onto him, scolding him so badly he had to spend a day in the hospital wing, all for a simple, harmless prank. No. One act too far, one error too many. He was no longer part of Lily's life. She should not factor him into the decisions she made any longer. While James' actions had been equally reprehensible in later years, in recent days he appeared to have calmed. Apart from one or two minor spats, he did nothing too outrageous. He certainly didn't seem to be hounding Snape any longer. If he was willing to change, then who was she to hold his past against him? Perhaps. With that thought in mind, Lily stepped into the entrance hall, almost walking straight into Rosia. The tall, suave Slytherin stood silently by the foot of the entrance hall stairs, leaning his slim frame against the railing. His green sash glowed in the darkness, tinting his dark grey eyes a murky lime. "Hello," Lily offered into the silent hall, catching the reclining boy's attention. "Sorry I'm late. I had a little meeting with McGonagall." She winced. Last thing she needed was to remind the Slytherin of what she had done to his friend earlier today. To her annoyance and profound relief, he didn't even acknowledge that statement, or her in general. He simply stood straight, stretched briefly, and proceeded to head towards the side door leading to the ground floor corridor. After a moment's hesitation, Lily followed after him. Their patrol route was a simple round sweep of each floor by following the corridor around the circuit of the castle. When done properly, it should take no more than 2 hours, provided patrol was uneventful. Unfortunately, in a magical castle, uneventful patrols were less the norm. Most patrol nights, Lily crawled into bed exhausted and would wake the next morning bleary-eyed and grumpy. Luckily for now, in the initial stages of the patrol, exhaustion had not yet reared its ugly head. It was the looming prospect of 2+ hours of mind-numbing boredom that weighed heavy on her mind. The ground floor went by quickly, but as always, the first few floors were always the easiest. Time had a tendency to drag the closer to the finish one came. Lily's footsteps echoed loudly in the hallways of the sleeping castle. A low whistle sounded down the darkened corridor, a symptom of the high winds penetrating the drafty castle. Somewhere behind her, a suit of armor turned its head, causing its joints to creak. During her first patrols in 5th year, these random old castle noises set her nerves a-jitter. Now her imagination craved the prospect of those noises to be more than just a byproduct of aging magical castle, just for some form of mental stimulation. She'd been on patrols with Rosia before in 5th year. He honestly wasn't as bad as Astra Burke, his female prefect counterpart. Though he also looked at her like she was something he scraped from the bottom of his shoe, he was not outright abusive. When they had to exchange words, they had always been cordial, but make small chat with a muggle-born Gryffindor he did not. This is why when he suddenly spoke, Lily almost jumped out of her skin. "So, how are you this evening?" He asked that as they approached the grand staircase once again, ready to ascend to the 2nd floor. Lily paused at the first step and glanced about her. Somehow it felt more likely that Rosia was speaking to some apparition that materialized from the walls. "I said, how are you this evening?" Rosia asked again with a little more insistence. He slipped a sideways glance to her. His cold grey eyes appeared dark and bored, and not at all convincing Lily that it wasn't a rhetorical question. "I'm fine," the Gryffindor girl answered hesitantly. "How are you?" For a moment, it looked as if he regretted saying anything and would return to his stifling but less baffling silence. However, it appeared to be an evening where nothing would go as expected. "Growing bored of indulging pleasantries, but thank you for asking." Lily bit her tongue on a sharp retort. If he didn't want to speak to her, then why did he start? As much as it galled her to not rise to his obvious bait, she was above bickering over semantics. Arriving on the 2nd floor flight, they turned down the darkened hall of the corridor. "You still seeing Snape on the sly, then?" That question came out of nowhere. Lily turned her head so quickly it cricked her neck. "No, what?" Rosia gave a half-bored smirk, but his dark grey eyes were fooling nobody. "The two of you made quite the show over your fallout last year. I'm asking if it was just that, all for show. I can assure you I have nothing more to do with him." Lily ground out through gritted teeth. "Really?" Rosia's eyes lingered on hers once more. "Because not after a day he made his move, you humiliated his opponent in front of a crowd of his peers, essentially handing victory to Snape. Now, I never took you to be the cunning, patient type, but coincidences like that seldom occur." Lily bristled at the insinuations. "Well, I don't know what you're expecting, but I can assure you I did not set out to crown Snape when I encountered Mulciber today." Rosia did not appear convinced, but he fell silent regardless. He turned away before Lily had finished her sentence. For an irritated moment, Lily thought Rosier had simply decided to drop the conversation midway through, but then he suddenly stopped mid-step. Lily followed his line of sight, and with a thrill of alarm, picked out a dark figure striding through the hall ahead of them with steps so light they did not sound even in the silence of the night. The wanderer was hurrying away from them, having obviously noticed their glowing sashes, his size and stature painting him as a student, not a teacher. "Stop and identify yourself," Lily called out as she broke into a run. To her surprise, the curfew violator froze in place. She had expected him to make a run for it like most rule breakers did. There wasn't enough time to stop gracefully. The most she could do was twist to the side so she didn't barrel directly into the figure before her. An arm swung out to brace her and pull her upright. Lily didn't feel like she had been in danger of tripping, but she turned to thank the Good Samaritan regardless, only to almost bite her tongue in shock. "Why, good evening, Snape," Rosier greeted in an affable manner, as if he hadn't just been hissing conspiratorially about his fellow Slytherin just moments before. Lily scrambled back. She tried not to meet his pitch-black eyes. She was suddenly thrust into the intensely uncomfortable position of needing to reinforce her commitment to ignoring him and honor her duty as a prefect to indict him for curfew offenses. She stole a quick glance up at him. He grew taller since she last remembered, now standing equally matched in height. He had been noticeably shorter the last they spoke, outside the portrait hole. Lily averted her eyes, resentment building again from memories that came unbidden. Thankfully, Rosier was more than comfortable enough for the both of them to speak. "Well, what strange fancies bring you out for a midnight stroll? You're hardly the adventurous type." "It's 9, not midnight," Snape growled, a hint of discomfort in his tone. Unlike Lily, he was very much the type of person to argue semantics. Lily shot another quick glance to him, only to catch his dark orbs sliding across her form. Another uncomfortable reminder of how things had changed, how he had changed. She remembered the shy boy who'd meet her eyes and only her eyes, but never so casually ogle her as he had now. "I had just almost fallen. Perhaps he was making sure I'm uninjured." A hopeful voice sounded in her mind. But even as she lifted her eyes to confirm her theory, his dark eyes were fixed upon her. Even in the dim light, they burned with a dark intensity. She suppressed a shiver and took an involuntary step backwards. That broke the spell, and his eyes instantly darted away, a panicked motion that could not be mistaken for a casual panning glance. Lily, too, looked away, catching the eye of her fellow prefect and unrepentant Slytherin. A strange expression was etched on his face, hidden in subtleties behind his relaxed posture and affable smile. He was watching them with a gleeful gleam, as if he were a boy with an ear to a gift he was not yet allowed to open. Lily knew whatever friendship Snape had struck with the boy, it was not one of mutual well-wishes. "As much as it would pain me, I cannot allow your rule-breaking to slide, alas." Rosier sounded anything but broken up about the prospect. "I don't think docking points is necessary, but some form of punishment is needed. How many days of detention do you think this warrants, Evans?" Lily started. Being addressed directly was not something she was prepared for. I mean. One is standard. And docking points is always." She trailed off, unable to summon her confidence back. She hated this, being forced to confront him. It sapped all her willpower just to stop herself from wondering of his welfare. She could see even in the dark he had not yet fully recovered from the emancipation of his summer break. His cheekbones stood out prominently from his sallow face. "Stop it. He is no longer my concern." But even in her heart, she knew her conscience was always to be her burden. The question of, did I do the right thing, would always rear its obtrusive head. The question of, who does he have to lean on now, who does he have to care for him, would never be far from her mind. She already knew that answer, and knowledge of that matter did not settle her heart. Snape appeared calm in the face of punishment. It was a strange sight to see when she remembered that even the threat of her disappointment used to send him scowling in shame. Something was different about him now, and for the life of her, she could not imagine what could have changed so much in the 4 months they had apart. "Come now, surely detention is all that's necessary," Rosier offered rather insistently. Evidently, even while reveling in Snape's misfortune, he begrudged every point sacrificed. Snape finally spoke, breaking his strangely dark, broody demeanor. "Let me spare you the consternation. I have a hall pass from the headmaster excusing my presence past curfew." He extended a parchment, held lightly in his skeletal hand. Rosia took the offered note, glancing over it briefly before handing it to Lily. The signature was unmistakably Dumbledore's, and she did not feel the need to read the note further. Seeing Dumbledore so late past school hours, Rosia questioned with apparent polite inquisitiveness. He was an expert in hiding his insidious undertones. Snape gave a curt nod. "And I shall be, quite frequently, at least once a week. He is my alchemy tutor." Rosia appeared surprised. "Alchemy? You are studying alchemy?" His incredulity was evident in his voice, perhaps his first honest expression. Lily could understand why. Alchemy was a very expensive class to attend and famously hard to learn. "I mean, don't get me wrong, Snape. I by no means doubt your ability. I simply doubt your means." A light scowl touched Snape's features, no doubt incensed at the allusions to his poverty. That was a familiar response to a familiar situation, and Lily almost allowed a bubble of relief to seep onto her face. "My alchemy kit was donated by an anonymous benefactor." He mumbled under his breath, every word of accepted charity etching a line of distaste into his scowl. Rosia cocked his head in apparent confusion. "That is not the kind of charitable coin you tend to keep anonymous." "I thought so too." Snape turned his dark eyes up, meeting those cold grey ones. "That is why I believe it might be from someone who wishes to remain unknown, someone who believes I have potential, that I might serve better with alchemical learnings." Every pause was emphasized with an unspoken connotation. Lily felt a chill at those words as the Slytherin prefect's eyes widened. He spoke like she wasn't there, like she wouldn't understand the meaning behind his words. Did he take her for a half-wit? The truth of his inferred words, the reality of the world, crushed the breath from her lungs. She suddenly wanted to cry, to scream at him, to take his shoulders in both hands and shake him until he sees sense. The horror must have shown on her face, because with one glance he looked away. His outward demeanor appeared calm, but something was off, something so small Lily could have just as easily imagined it. He almost appeared ashamed. Wishful thinking, she thought as her heart beat loud and low. This was the reality of their friendship, a harsh reminder of what she was protecting herself from when she ended things with him. "Then watch yourself, Snape," Rosia offered with a casual smirk. "Back to the dorms you pop. No dawdling." With a silent nod, Snape swept around and strode down the corridor, taking the same route to the grand staircase the prefects would. Lily stood silently for a moment more, watching the once familiar figure round the bend and disappear into the darkness. "All right, I'll admit it," Rosia suddenly offered with an askew smile. "You have a way with coincidence. A house divided was a house made vulnerable. If anything was to truly be done about this situation, then Snape could not afford to be petty." The once professor approached the hulking boy sitting, dejected at the breakfast table, inhaling his ham and beans half-heartedly. Mulciber wore the scowl of a defeated man, too ashamed to even look up from his plate. This was perhaps why Snape's sudden presence opposite took him so much by surprise. "What do you want, Snape?" he hissed, face tinging ruddy from rage and humiliation. With a casual air, Snape pulled up a plate and set about gathering his own breakfast. Yogurt, fruit, and toast would do. If he was still hungry, he might go for some eggs. Mulciber watched him with hateful eyes. "Here to gloat, are you? Not done having your fun?" Bringing his cup to his lips, Snape took a deliberate sip of black tea before he answered, taking his time to glance over the boy's unguarded mind. "I'd rather have a truce, Mulciber." Those words tasted bitter on his tongue. He could not forget that this boy had tried to strike out at him through Lily, could not forgive that if he tried. But the path he chose to take had rarely been composed of scenarios strictly to his liking. The light burned as badly as the darkness ever had, but at the very least he could not lose himself upon his path. "Truce," the boy frowned, an almost pondering look upon his gormless face. "Why would I accept that?" he spat. "You're right. You're in a much better situation with me turning the whole house against you." Snape drawled, eliciting another snarl of anger from the boy sitting opposite. "But believe it or not, I do not wish to see you fall, Mulciber. You have a funny way of showing it." The boy muttered, but with fading vehemence. Mulciber wanted a way out of this, and it was warring with his pride, something Snape could sympathize with. "I will ensure you will continue to have a place among our associates." Snape continued as he buttered his toast with a thin scraping over the top. And I will have you continue to sit with us over on our end of the table. There needs be no division between us. And what do you ask in return? A very slithering question. Because random acts of kindness do not just happen. Snape smirked, his thin, knowing smile. There are advantages to having a well-connected pureblood in my association. I do not plan to waste such opportunity. Right, Mulciber murmured slowly, a steady confidence to his voice. This would benefit both of us. Though the boy appeared calm and unaffected, Snape could see in his eyes the straining desperation to grasp for this olive branch. No child wishes to be alone. You doing charity work this morning, Snape? Rosier appeared by Snape's shoulder, throwing Mulciber a contemptuous smile as he lounged quite comfortably at this unfamiliar end of the table. Bristling, but very much in control, Mulciber retorted, "This benefits the both of us." "Right." Rosier smiled in his dryly amused way, appearing not the least bit convinced. Finishing his bite of fruit, Snape reassured the boy. "Peace, Rosier. There is much more to the future than can be seen from the threshold of Hogwarts, and it benefits us none to tear ourselves apart upon each other. Planning to be a politician, Snape?" Rosier smiled as he gathered his toasted tomatoes and hash browns, but seemingly content to let things be. A week had passed with agonizing sluggishness. Apart from attending classes, Snape found he had too much free time on his hands. He could easily finish all homework given with 1 day of distribution, each piece of assigned writing taking no longer than an hour apiece. Snape wondered why students so often struggled with making these deadlines. It seemed so trivial. Had it not been for alchemy and his renewed struggle in the field of transfiguration, Snape would have been bereft of mental stimulation altogether. It was perhaps fortunate that he wound up with too much time on his hands, as his presence in the Slytherin common room was not just accepted, but desired. He sat on one of the plush armchairs along with Travers and Wilkes, the seventh-year Death Eater destined, while the others of their gang conjured their own seating or dragged smaller chairs over. It was a position Snape never had his previous life. His seat had always been on a conjured stool, while Mulciber's was in this chair. The fallen boy no longer had a place amongst the honored within the aspiring Death Eaters. His place was now in the back of the circle, his presence only tolerated. Beside Snape, Rosier took another soft-backed seat, his position in his previous life, as it was in this life. Rosier knew how to find power without putting himself directly into a position of antagonism. Avery took a chair at Snape's other side. Despite his pedigree, Avery never had a prominent position in the house. His father might have been one of the Dark Lord's first followers, but the son was too meek to impress himself upon his peers. Black, too, had a seat within the circle, and the boy appeared just as disinterested with proceedings as Snape was. The two boys would exchange glances every now and then in an empathetic exchange of boredom. It was perhaps the greatest irony that Snape would attain the honored position only when his aspirations were dust. He was surrounded by the youthful shadows of those who would go on to commit the most heinous atrocities. Snape could not help but feel revulsion and contrition in equal measures, for was he not once destined to do the same? The only true difference between him and his peers was only one choice. It was this thought that pressed upon his mind as Travers boasted of a fifth-year Ravenclaw muggle-born he had strung up and stuffed into a suit of armor. Damn boy squealed like a pig as I shoved him up the back of the suit. Was a bit of a porker, too. Perhaps next time, for the sake of efficiency, I'll just transfigure him the rest of the way. A smattering of laughter rippled through the circle. That was all these meetings were about, pathetic boasting of heinous acts upon those they deemed to have deserved it, a childish play-acting of how they believed the Death Eater's inner circle worked. In some regards they were not too far off. Boasting was as much ingrained in the psyche of the Slytherin adult as it was the child. "Careful, you'll put Snape to sleep if you tell another one." Rosier's silky voice jolted Snape from his inattention. All eyes were on him as he met them glaring. Travers glowered right back, taking his disinterest very personally. It became apparent to Snape his lack of drawn conflict with Mulciber was somehow displeasing to Rosier, despite his own gains from the arrangement. He now spent much of his time trying to provoke some type of conflict between Snape and the rest of the gang, but whether it was a power play or simply the antics of a bored, spoilt child, he did not know. With a suppressed sigh, Snape drew himself upright from his seat. "I'm just tired," he muttered, allowing his ever-present weariness to color his voice. "Alchemy giving you a bad time, Snape?" Avery asked with emulated concern. It was a passable excuse. "It is not an easy class to take. I best retire early tonight to better prepare in the morning." With that, he took his leave, the younger Slytherins scrambling from their seats to make way. Avery, too, slipped from his seat and stepped back. He had been bending over backwards to appease Snape since Mulciber's fall from grace. He gambled badly, and often that meant a dizzying fall alongside his backy. But to his eternal relief, Snape did not push the matter, allowing him to keep his place of favor within the gang. As Snape stepped out of the circle, a small trickle of laughter sounded from its center, invoking his paranoid suspicion he was being marked. Cruel laughter followed him down the halls of this school all his life. It made no difference whether he were the student or the teacher. In the end, fear was the only respect he could ever command from those cretins. A harsh lesson learned and taught his last life, a lesson he would keep in this one. A wise man heeds the lessons gifted by those who walk the path before them. Only a fool would ignore the lessons of a path walked twice. Stalking down the winding stairs into the belly of the earth, Snape quickened his step. His footfalls did not echo, a skill he had mastered after years of sneaking up on rule-breaking students after dark. It was perhaps for this reason, when he yanked the door to his dorm open, he caught Miles Lester by such surprise. The boy yelped and darted back from the furnace in the center of the room, apparently in the middle of toasting marshmallows, an activity not usually done in solitude. On the floor was his homework, spread out as if he'd chosen to complete them resting on his belly, rather than commandeer an empty desk in the common room. With a panicked motion, Lester set about gathering his scrolls and quills, as if he feared Snape would vandalize his work. It would not surprise him in the least if someone had in the past ditched the boy's homework into the furnace. He was after all a muggle born in a house of pureblood supremacists. He was never going to be in for an easy school life. "Just finish your damned work." Snape growled as he sat upon his bed to work his boots from his feet. They were 2 sizes too small, causing the faux leather to split along the sides. But wear and tear was preferable to enduring the constriction of an ill-sized shoe. The soles had been worn thin. Some parts had holes worn straight through, revealing equally hole-filled socks. It did not look as if these shoes could support him if he grew much more, and he knew he had a little more growth left in him. With his boots thrown unceremoniously to the stone floor, Snape let out his long suppressed sigh and glanced up, meeting the hesitant eyes of Lester. The boy had his books and quills gathered in his arms, but he stood frozen with indecision. No doubt he found reason to distrust Snape's words. The once professor could not remember how he had treated Lester in his youth, but he was beginning to suspect he might have been eager to take out his own frustrations upon another in an equally unfortunate position. "I meant what I said. I won't bother you while you do your homework." Snape muttered. Whatever horror he might have been in his youth, he was no more. His temper and flaying tongue were the armor and weapon he wielded as a professor, but never would he ever turn them against one of his Slytherins. It was something he had impressed upon his house as a young professor, perhaps the only positive legacy he had ever left behind. A Slytherin who could not find a place within their own house would find themselves completely alone and vulnerable. His first talk with his new charges each year had been to convey these rules. No Slytherin should ever attack one of their own, no Slytherin should ever be made excluded, and no matter their creed or heritage, under the domain of the snake all are allies. They had enemies enough without turning against one another. It proved a popular rule. It never took too much effort to have them adopted. At their core, every child wanted to be accepted. Nobody wished to be alone. So Snape had ensured the vulnerable young in his charge had at the very least him and each other to count on. While he would use discipline and fear to control the children of other houses, he would never impress his forceful means over his own, and in return they ensured he never needed to. Hesitantly, Lester knelt down and spread out his parchments again. His inkwell had tipped in his haste to remove it and stained his hands and half his scrolls. He stared at the mess half in despair. Snape could see by the textbooks laid out the boy had been working on his history of magic, another Thursday class for 6th years. Why did students always leave things to the last minute? Use Turgia. Snape growled. If you're careful, you can salvage it. Lester looked up at him in surprise. Thanks, he uttered before suddenly averting his eyes as if he was chastised for speaking out of turn. Snape turned his nose up at the boy's pathetic attempts at the siphoning charm and pulled out his own textbook, The Basic Principles of Alchemy. He renewed it at the library earlier, and after revising his 5th and 6th year transfiguration theories, the going was a lot smoother. Turgia. Lester attempted once again, his voice taking on a resigned tone. Snape had been getting ready to settle into bed with his reading when his own mind prompted him. He may not be a professor now, but his learned lessons in life would continue to serve him, as would the morals he developed through the difficult path he walked. Without a word, Snape summoned the parchment from the wide-eyed boy's hand. With a slow, methodical wave, the ink began to fall away in layers. Working with potions, Snape knew how to separate liquids on vellum. It was harder when it was the same ink as the writing, but it was still possible so long as the damage was fresh. The liquid portion fell away first. Then slowly he pulled out the ink imprints until only the impress of quill marks remained. With a quick flick, he sent the parchment back to the boy's extended hands. Trace over what's left with ink. Thanks, Lester uttered, this time not averting his eyes. A strange puzzlement touched his features. Why are you being nice to me? Snape weighed his words. It was not in his nature to be nice, but it was no longer in his nature to be cruel, at least not to outcast Slytherins. After a moment, he decided to not answer the question directly. Why did the hat put you in Slytherin, Lester? I don't know, was his muttered reply, awash with bitterness. Snape did not need to hear the answer. He saw it shining brightly upon the surface of the boy's mind before he had turned his eyes away. You did not choose this house, did you? Snape continued. Of course, why would you? When every child would have warned you about the dark house of Slytherin from platform 9 3/4 to the steps of the Great Hall. A frown twisted across Lester's features. It said Slytherin would suit me, he muttered. Said my thirst to prove myself painted me undoubtedly a Slytherin. Against all my wishes it placed me here. The sorting hat would only heed a child's choice in the event of a hat stall. If it believed there was no doubt, then it chose without any other consideration. You were placed in a difficult situation. Snape acknowledged in an even tone, not committing to any false shows of empathy. Ha! Lester barked a half-hearted laugh. I even tried to pretend I was a half-blood. Didn't take long for anyone to figure that one out. A boy cast adrift in the isolated house, a house that had not yet learned to look after its own. Snape, at the very least, had the twisted support of his peers. The dark path they led him down had been horrific. The scars of that choice would never leave him, but not for a moment did he ever consider he was better off alone in Hogwarts. Not after being alone at home and alone in the world. Snape may have chosen in later life to dissociate himself from it all, but that was not a choice that a child should ever have to make. After a moment's consideration, Snape spoke his mandate in a quiet, even tone. No Slytherin should ever have to stand alone. If you promise me something, I'll find a place for you. Lester's eyes grew wide. Hesitant hope scrawled across his features. What would you have me do? With a thin-lipped smile, Snape impressed upon the boy. Watch my back for those who would see me fall. Warn me of plots you overhear. He nodded eagerly and without hesitation, a small price to pay for a place to belong. But there was one last danger to caution him to. And when this is all over, do not try to follow the house to where they would go. The Dark Lord's side is no place for Muggle-borns. The thin film of dark liquid bubbled within the cauldron. Liquidized lead, the universal transmutation base material due to its molecular density. Carefully, Snape stirred it with a flick of his wand. His hands gripped the edge of the cauldron, shielded with an invisible barrier to protect him from the toxic substance. With a low mutter under his breath, he cast again into the liquid brew, allowing the destabilized metal to absorb the magic and its intent. He didn't yet know what he was looking for, but he followed the instructions to the letter. 3 casts of a molecular phase shift transfiguration between each stir of the material. Never allow it to reform in the process. It was a feat of incredible juggling of charms, and 2 different types of transfiguration that put perspiration upon Snape's brow. He did not know why an outstanding in charms wasn't added to class requirements. With one last application of the spell, he took a deep breath and began chanting the incantation. In a deep voice, he issued a ringing command as he upended the cauldron, allowing the toxic material to spill onto the table. With the magical catalyst, the focus stone settled in the heart of the runic table, Snape directed the forming mass into a neat cluster in the table's magical center, not far from its catalyst. It slowly shrank before his eyes, the coloration tinged orange as a metallic sheen applied itself to the surface. Small bead of copper sat in the center of the transmutation table, in place of where the liquid lead once was. A light smattering of enthusiastic applause sounded from beyond the mirror. "Well done, Mr. Snape. That was a very good result for your first attempt at transmutation." Professor Flamel seemed oddly delighted that Snape's pound of lead turned into 4 ounces of copper. Snape flicked the little knob of metal unenthusiastically, not in the least thrilled by the result. "Now, I know that look." Not happy with the results of your first transmutation, no less, Flamel tusked. "Most students would not even be able to produce that. It usually takes months of practice just to be able to cast the second spell while holding the reagent in its liquid form. They don't like staying that way at room temperature. You managed it in 1 try." That assessment appeased Snape a fraction as he gave the orange pebble another flick. "However, if I might venture a suggestion, wandless casting. The reason why you are having so much difficulty juggling spells is because the technique was always meant to be done ambidextrously, holding the reagent in liquid form with your wand hand and casting the alteration with the other." Flamel held his wand out in demonstration, altering the lump of copper he had sitting on his own table beyond the mirror into a liquid state. After a few silent passes with his left hand, he released the material, and it coalesced into a dense gray ball, approximate to the amount he started with. "Nickel," the alchemist observed as he rolled the ball about the table. "You see the sort of affinity with spellcasting this art demands from you." Snape frowned at the alchemist's result, then looked down at his own. All 600 years of difference in power and experience on display. "I shall work on my transfiguration." Snape finally relented, putting a smile on the old alchemist's face. "I believe you shall, Mr. Snape. For the time being, I like what I see. Not many could juggle these complex spells one-handed like you can. Albus was right about you. We'll make an alchemist of you yet." Had Snape been a child, these simple words of praise would have put him in a good mood. As a bitter, jaded adult, it fell hollow upon his ears. "Well, that's it for today. Homework would be a, let's say, 1.5 foot on spell permanence upon substance rendered in molecularly disassembled form." Snape gave a curt nod, and the mirror faded back to his own reflection. Shouldering his bag, he laid it gently upon his back. The sores had finally healed due to his calm and care, but still, he would not take undue risks until the last scab shriveled and peeled. He pushed out the door into the corridor, his lessons swirling about his mind. Having read that chapter the night before, he did not believe that was the kind of homework that would assist him with his current stymie. Perhaps later tonight, using some of his tutorial time for actual tutorial work was in order. In the distance, thunder pealed, rain gusting through the unshuttered windows into the hallway and ran rivers down the stone floors. Magically conjured culverts appeared along the edges of the stonework, forming a drain edging the length of the floor. Squelching footsteps sounded as 2 tall Gryffindor boys made their way down from deeper down the corridors. The Prowett twins. Snape narrowed his eyes. Their resemblance to their nephews was not just down to looks. Undoubtedly, they were off making mischief again, likely through the use of the secret passageway that connected the 7th floor to Hogsmeade grounds. How else could they explain their absolute saturation? Filch had his work cut out for him today without these 2 clowns treading mud down the corridor. Snape bit back his chastisement. This was not his battle to fight, not at this time, not in this state. As the 2 redheads passed, they glared at him with open hostility. Undoubtedly, the sight of a Slytherin on the 7th floor was an unwelcome one. He sent a glare right back, fearing no reprisal. Even in their 7th year, there would be no match for him should they choose to challenge him. They walked silently down the corridor, headed for Gryffindor Tower, no doubt. Unfortunately, that was en route to the grand staircase, and Snape could not help but tail them. They rounded on him as he knew they would. "Shove off, Snake. Quit following us," the wider one demanded. He could not be bothered to learn their given names this time round either. If you haven't noticed, this is the way to the stairs." Snape growled. Gryffindors possessed a terrible lack of external awareness. "If you don't mind, I wish to pass." He stepped purposefully around them, with every intention of reaching the stairs without a fuss. But he was stopped mid-stride by a powerful shudder of hatred as he laid eyes on that arrogant Potter with his arrangement of marauders, striding purposefully from the fat lady's corridor. It had been the raised voices that alerted her of conflict. Lily dashed up the stairs, ready to enforce prefectural order. The wet weather always caused a little anxiety within the outdoorsy Gryffindor horde, so she had been expecting it all day. However, the voice she heard was not one of her Gryffindors. "What of it, Potter?" Snape's voice rang over the stairwell, stopping Lily in her tracks. That self-assured voice of James Potter answered back. "I'll tell you what I think. I think you're lying in wait for Evans, waiting for when she pops up the stairs. I don't have to answer to you, but you will." Lily could not hesitate any longer. She urged herself to dash up the last flight of steps, inserting herself right in the middle of 7 drawn wands. Somehow both Fabian and Gideon Prowett found themselves participating in this protracted grudge match. All eyes turned to her. The twins lowered their wands quickly, assuming innocent expressions. James and his marauders barely moved. "Herr Evans." And a quick ruffle of his hair was the only response she got out of that boy. He didn't even have the decency to look surprised, his wand still leveled on his opponent. Snape, on the other hand, lowered his wand, eyes wide, anger fading. Mortification had taken its place. "I want everyone to lower their wands this instant," Lily demanded, eyes fixed firmly on the still aggressing marauders. Almost everyone leapt to her command. "You too, Black." Reluctantly he obeyed, glare still murderously fixed on the Slytherin, teeth bared in a sinister grin, as if marking a prey who got away only by the grace of good fortune. James took a step towards Lily, hands raised in a placating gesture. "He was sitting in that empty alchemy classroom for an hour, waiting to ambush you." Snape's eyes widened, then glared murderously at the marauder. "I was in alchemy class, you dull nitwit. Had you spied competently, you'd have realized that." James snorted in derision. "You, alchemy. You can't even afford a clean pair of underwear." For a moment it looked as if Snape was on the verge of hexing his marking tormentor, starting what would be a very one-sided fight. In fact, Lily had expected it. Self-control had never been the ill-tempered boy's strong suit. It was to her immense surprise, then, that the rage suddenly disappeared from his face. His eyes took on a blank, glossy quality. Without another word, he marched forward, ducking around the gathered Gryffindors, brushing closely past Lily. She turned in shock, watching his retreating figure head for the stairs. He suddenly tripped over thin air, falling into the railing as Black's voice crowed out, "Watch your step, Snivelus," and a cruel sniggering sounded behind her. To his credit, Snape did not lash back. He simply pulled himself upright and proceeded down the stairs in a dignified silence. Acting in every way unlike the boy she remembered, Lily rounded on the giggling pack of children, outraged. "I thought you were above that." Though angered by everyone involved, she directed that to James. James, who had appeared to be maturing. James, who was supposed to be becoming more noble than trouble. The trip jinx was Padfoot. James quickly pointed to his best friend. Black rolled his eyes, but did not seem at all bothered about getting thrown under the hippogriff. "That wasn't what I meant, and you know it." Lily was close to tears. "Why can't you all just leave Severus alone?" "Oh, back to Severus now, is he?" James asked coolly, his displeasure evident on his face. "I don't need you managing my affairs," she hissed, "but it seems you need a reminder." James waved his hand, indicating down the corridor. "That creep was lying in wait, not moving for an hour. Only when you started making your way up the stairs did he come out and position himself." He waved his hands about as he spoke, frustration manifesting itself in extra energy. "Can't you see I saved you from a bad situation? Can't you see I saved you from that evil rot Snivelus?" Lily could match frustration with frustration. "Get it into your thick skull, Potter. He was not stalking me, and he did not lie about having alchemy classes." James opened his mouth as if he was about to retort, but Lily cut him off. "So yes, he'll be coming up to the 7th floor. Yes, he'll be spending hours alone in that classroom. And no, it is not your business to manage how far he is away from me. That is my business, you understand?" Finally cowed, James averted his eyes, Black glared at her as if she was the perpetrator of the terrible misdeed. Remus hung back, as he always did, pretending he was not part of the picture, with Peter hiding timidly behind that useless prefect's cloak. "And you?" Lily rounded on the Prowett twins, edging slowly towards the portrait corridor. "You are tracking mud everywhere." They squeaked and hurried the rest of the way, squelching with every step. Though bold rule breakers they were, even they were unwilling to face Lily when her temper was so raw. With one last withering glare to the marauders, and more specifically James, Lily turned on her heels and marched down the fat lady's corridor, fuming that they would presume to act so. And hurting from the darkness she knew her friend would never return from. Chapter 8. Regrets from a Distant Past. Chapter text: Dreams haunt his night. Regret, agony, cradling the body of that lifeless girl. Ariana, was it? But even as those images came to mind, they faded into the grey. Even as he cradled the body of that young dead girl, she faded, replaced instead with the cold, still form of Lily. With a jerk, Snape awoke, heart racing, tears in his eyes. With gritted teeth, he wiped them from his face. His own nightmares were returning, little by little each night, as Dumbledore's nightmares faded away. Slowly he drew himself up, settling his wildly beating heart. Sweat beaded his brow as he buried his face in his hands. Those nightmares had been especially insidious during the last years of his previous life, ever since he was gifted the memory of the Dark Lord's murder. A crime that in truth had been as much his own as it had been that monster's. With a muffled sigh, he pulled himself upright, slicing open his silencing charm. No pain bothered him, no stiffness haunted his muscles despite what he was certain was a tense night of thrashing teeth clenching. This was one of the great benefits of a youthful body, almost counterbalancing all of the negatives. Almost. Because hormones were not something he ever wanted to deal with again. It was fortunate then salacious thoughts were so far not at the forefront of his far older mind. Though his hormones caused mortifying thoughts to come unbidden, he was far too wise and cynical to indulge any of them. Nothing made a fool of him more than this pathetic drive. Wisdom of age had taught him some people were simply meant to learn strength and simply endure. It did not change how blasted unstable this all made him. He would constantly run hot and cold under the collar without reason. It was all he could do to keep himself reined in. As he quietly pulled himself out of bed, he glanced to the darkened windows. It came as no surprise to him he woke too early once again. He slipped on his robes and picked up a change of clothes, starting his day with a quick shower when the bathrooms were empty. More than a month after his rebirth, Snape was beginning to find his routine in student life. It was amazing how quickly a young mind could adapt to a situation. He expected to struggle to find his studying stride, but he fell back into the student's rhythm with remarkable ease. Homework was always complete within 1 to 2 days of its assignment, leaving a lot of time for free study. He had expected to struggle with the workload by now. His memory of his last years of school had always featured it prominently. Perhaps it had been an illusion created from the lack of contact with Lily, having no other anchor for his life to hold onto. Perhaps, too, his spell development had provided the extra layer of pressure in his youth, especially for Sectum Sempra, the spell he dedicated the prime portion of his time to for the purpose of securing his place in the new order. That path was dead to him, set aflame with the letter Lucius had sent him. Near scalding water poured down around his ears. Snape pressed his head against the cool stone partition, allowing the clash of hot and cold to distract him from the disturbances of his mind. Even a month into his new life, he could not shake the phantoms of the last, especially now, when his sleep became disturbed by the mistakes that were his own. Despite the unadorned pale white skin upon the underside of his left arm, he could still feel the disturbing tingle of the dark mark. Perhaps it was an illusion of his mind, a manifestation of his guilt, but nonetheless it persisted, along with his nightmares. He sighed as his skin reddened under the near-scalding torrent. His mental health had been far better with Dumbledore's nightmares pretending to be his own. It wasn't just the comfort of avoiding his own demons, but the reassurance that foolish mistakes were not just the symptom of the weak and depraved. For if a man like Albus Dumbledore hid a past like he did, if he found a way to carve himself out of that mire, it made a lost man feel far less alone. With a quick twist of the tap, Snape shut off the water. He stood in silence for a moment, watching the curl of steam rise from his pale skin. He had endured all of this alone before. He bore his own conscience admirably along his short, fruitless life. But things were different now. He was not the boy he was at this age, and apart from imposing a few changes to the order of his house, he had no way of divorcing himself from his situation of the present. Through Dumbledore was perhaps the only true difference he was making with his new life. Dumbledore was certainly the only person who knew of his sordid past, or as one might see it, his aborted future. And Dumbledore was the only man he knew who regretted as much as he did over actions of the past. How had he come to terms with it? How did it not twist him, embitter him, saturate his life as it did Snape's? It was a question that began to form in his mind after those foreign memories began to fade. The first day his own nightmares returned. Would he take badly to questions? Snape certainly would have, but Albus Dumbledore was a different man at his core, a teacher in true. Would it be presumptive of a trapped and powerless man, filled with regrets, to ask the only man he could how it was that he found peace with the world and with himself? Perhaps it would be received badly, perhaps he would not get the answers he sought. But the only reason to not ask was his own sense of pride. And after weeks of sleep-disturbing nightmares along with maintaining his daily ruse, of living a routine devoid of stimulation, of fighting, struggling with his frustrated teenaged self, his pride appeared a small sacrifice for a measure of peace of mind. It should have come as no surprise to Snape when he decided to turn up to the headmaster's office unannounced and early in the morning that Dumbledore might not be in. Not even Fawkes sat upon his perch. The office stood completely bare and unmonitored. Likely the headmaster was resting up in his tower, his phoenix resting along with him. He stepped over the threshold. Slightly irritated, he did not feel the push of a security ward ejecting him from the room. Perhaps, then, Dumbledore had set his security to the distinction of friend or foe. Snape remembered the old man had a propensity for such wards. If this was so, Snape's intentions would not have warranted expulsion from the premises. After all, he was simply here to seek answers. Answers he knew he could find, even without Dumbledore's presence. For it was a matter of memories, and Dumbledore had a device here that could answer him possibly better than the headmaster himself could. He slowly stalked around the desk, pausing before the cabinet that housed the pensive. Hesitantly he pulled it open. No alarm tripped, no great force blasted him back. There was only the pensive, sitting silent and dark within its great stone holder. Pressing his wand to his temple, Snape drew out a line of memory, from the part of his mind he could not physically recall. With a gentle twist, the long silvery strand broke from the tip and flew gently into the bowl, bathing the surface with light. With a quick practiced motion, Snape leant over and pressed his face into the swirling memories. He did not have to brace himself. He was familiar with how a pensive worked, with the sensation of falling that accompanied entry, with the swirling confusion of light and sound that would issue forth. So too was expected the materialization of a strange new reality, of the noticeably off-color palette and slightly garbled sounds. But where it was not familiar was the setting and the characters involved. Whereas Snape had only ever dived his own memories in the past, a different mind was a new territory. Snape glanced about his location, craning his neck to take in the high, smooth-laid stone walls, the tall, hollow hallways, the echoing screams of the insane. The memories he plucked from his partitioned mind arranged themselves in order, and it seemed the earliest was that of the visit to Azkaban. Snape tried to suppress a shudder. This was one threshold he wished never to cross. By only the grace of Albus Dumbledore had he avoided imprisonment his last life, but at the time he behaved less than gratefully. He had still been a wild, vengeful child at heart, still too raw from his grief, too burdened by his mistakes, not yet wise enough for remorse. When Dumbledore spoke at his trial, all Snape could do was sit slumped in the stand, unresponsive and unthankful for the headmaster's support. For without it he would have been quite familiar with these halls, those screams might have included his own. His ruminations was disturbed by echoing footsteps. He turned slowly, knowing who it was he was going to meet, but unprepared for the form he took. Albus Dumbledore, unmarked by the years, his auburn-haired untouched by silver, no beard adorned his unlined face, revealing a sharp, angular chin. Had it not been for his overly long, straight nose, the young Albus Dumbledore would have had an uncommonly handsome face. His blue eyes were where things differed the most. The serene blue eyes of the Albus Dumbledore, he knew, were set in his young counterpart, awash with troubled thoughts. The frown that touched his not-yet bushy brow had creased his not-yet lined forehead and darkened his deep blue eyes. This was the visit to his father, Snape remembered. It had to be because of emotions he felt in this very dream, because he actually sympathized with this young Albus. Empathy was not a common state for Severus Snape. He did not venture often into the feelings of others. Albus strode forward, his steps hesitant, but none the less it echoed loudly. Before him strode a guard robed in the uniform of Azkaban, his hound Patronus lighting the way. Snape followed, silencing his steps on instinct, a needless action in this territory of inexistence, but he could not help but feel like the intruder. They stopped before a metal door, the prison cell that housed Albus' father. He watched the boy physically steel himself with a breath, his fear plain upon his face. The guard reached over and slid open the panel. Snape did not have to look to know the sight that must have greeted the child. He focused instead on the young Albus, those blue eyes widened, the corners twisted upon his downcast lips. "Father," he whispered. No answer came as Snape knew it to be. "Father, it's me." Albus insisted more loudly. His expression softened briefly with the relief he must have felt when Dumbledore the senior met his eyes. "I'm sorry," came the weak, emancipated voice from beyond the iron door. A calm fell over the young Albus' features. "Take care of her for me." After a silent moment, the boy's eyes cast downwards, no longer able to maintain eye contact with the man beyond the peephole. The anger and frustration Snape knew to have been building within the boy never surfaced, at least not in a form Snape recognized. The scene shifted. Suddenly he stood upon a hill. Glancing about, Snape quickly spotted his quarry and knew immediately which memory he was witnessing. The young Albus stood silently with his blue eyes cast down, a coy smile touching his lips. Beside him stood Gellert Grindelwald, young, tall, and exceedingly handsome, a shadow of the darkness he was yet to become. Albus' eyes finally did lift from the ground, a shy glance at his companion, unaware he was making eyes over a man who would become the greatest dark wizard of their time. Snape felt a shudder wash over him, disgusted by the empathetic humiliation he felt for the boy when he was caught peering not discreetly enough. Foolish youth, with foolish hormones promoted acts that precipitated in humiliation. Even Dumbledore was not immune. The young Albus quickly turned away, mortification awash his reddened face. His companion watched him coolly. His mismatched eyes did not turn away in disgust, nor sparkle with mischief or soften with acknowledgement. For who could mistake that sort of a reaction, even if it was from another boy? Instead, Snape saw in there an expression he knew too well, learned from years of close association with Slytherins. An almost predatory gleam shone within his dark and grey eyes. He reached over and took the blushing boy's elbow, turning him around almost forcefully. "For the greater good," Gellert stated firmly, his grip tightened on the smaller boy's arms. The unscrupulous expression on the dark wizard's eyes disappeared under the scrutiny of Albus' blue eyes, never revealing to the boy the dark workings within that no doubt insidious mind. "Don't lose sight of that. I'll need you by my side for what is to come." The blush receded from Albus' face, blue eyes never wandering from that mismatched pair. The boy nodded, determination replacing fancy upon his young, foolish face. "He's using you," Snape thought grimly. Perhaps a most fitting origin for the puppet master Albus Dumbledore would become. The world shifted again. The scene that laid before him was the one he'd known best. The one scene that kept cropping up over and over again in his dreams. The one nightmare that remained still, even when all others faded. The girl laid still upon the floor. The haze of spell fire drifted on the air. Even extracted, the memory would always be incomplete. It would never show who laid the deadly blow. Perhaps Dumbledore had intended it that way. Perhaps he never found the courage to face the truth. Perhaps he obliviated that part, so he could no longer find the strand to complete it. If that were the case, Snape could not blame him. After all, he too had been tempted by that easy escape. It was only by his own nature, his firm belief he deserved the pain, did he ever choose the harder road. Before him, the scene played out as he remembered it. The young Aberforth howled at his brother, his face contorted with grief and rage. Albus stood silently, taking the abuse, blue eyes shimmering from the tears that were no doubt forming. Gellert Grindelwald stepped back, eyes meeting the shimmering blue ones of his once friend. With a scowling realization, the young dark wizard finally stepped away and slipped out the door, leaving the two grieving brothers without a backwards glance. The door slammed closed. Aberforth calmed to a low, mournful sobbing. Albus finally took a long, shuddering breath and allowed the tears to fall from his eyes. The scene faded away, the sorrowful silence penetrated suddenly by the cacophony of shouts and spell fire. For a second Snape started, reeling from the chaos around him, his fight-or-flight instincts aflame. A red light streaked towards him, and he threw up a shield in response, forgetting momentarily his magic did not work in the realm of a memory. The spell passed through him harmlessly, and he was finally able to calm himself, to divorce him from the chaotic scene around him. This is not reality, he reminded himself. This a memory of a time long past. His eyes searched the faces of those that surrounded him, his calm finally allowing his observant mind to work. These fanatics did not wear masks, they wore their madness plainly upon their faces. Around each of their necks sat a symbol Snape had seen once before, the symbol inscribed upon the ring that would eventually lead to an elder Dumbledore's death. Through the writhing crowd, he finally spotted him. Many years must have passed since the memory of his dead sister. Lines adorned his brows and marked the corners of his eyes. A short beard, flecked with silver, had formed upon his chin, a shadow of the great majesty it was to become. His once straight nose was now crooked, bringing his features ever so much closer to the Dumbledore he was to become. The greatest difference perhaps was his posture. He stood tall and proud and strong, no shadow of that burdened boy remained, his face untouched by uncertainty, untouched by fear. Fear Snape knew the man would have felt at this very moment. It was then he knew Albus Dumbledore feared like any man, even if it did not show. That was the courage of Gryffindors, that seemingly foolhardy immunity to the wisdom of survival. A mask to wear for the benefit of those around them, but a mask shaped from a true courage within. For Albus Dumbledore feared at this moment. He feared deeply, but not once had he ever allowed that fear to turn him from his path, the metaphorical and physical path that opened up before him. Formed as he parted the combatants that stood against him, revealing the dark wizard, his once friend, Gellert Grindelwald. Albus Dumbledore stepped calmly down that formed corridor. The battlefield around him fell suddenly silent. The maddened Grindelwald greeted him with fury and hatred, a look of betrayal that had no place upon the face of the man who walked out of a grieving household. No words were exchanged. No words were needed. With a savage swipe, an enormous gout of fire swept its way into Dumbledore's path, and without so much as a gesture of his hand, the flames were brushed away. Ash flecked down upon them, burnt remnants of the dust and smoke upon the air. Around them the battle died completely. A great circle had formed. Allies and foes alike watched with eager eyes, witnessing what would go down in history as the greatest duel ever fought. A duel Severus Snape had never thought he would ever bear witness to. With a great snarl, Grindelwald swung his wand down upon his old friend. No words passed his lips as a deadly red curse burst from the tip of his wand. Bringing his wand down in a short, sharp strike, Dumbledore met that spell with a silent streak of red of his own, and the two spells clashed and dissipated in a burst of bleaching white. Before the light had even faded, another bolt had struck forth, headed for Dumbledore, but it passed through thin air as the man no longer stood in that spot. Instead, the young Dumbledore appeared, 2 feet behind the dark wizard, wand swinging forth ready to deliver a silent strike. With unnatural reflexes, Grindelwald spun on his spot, wand flicked upwards with a shield upon its tip. It flared powerfully, knocking Dumbledore back physically by the backlash of his own spell. The dark wizard's empty hand swung up in an open-palmed motion, sending a great jolt of invisible magic right into the aggressing Gryffindor. Flung backwards, Dumbledore stumbled, but before he even planted both feet firmly in the ground, he disapparated, appearing once again behind his opponent. Grindelwald turned once again, ready to defend himself as a streak of red smashed against his shield. He thrust his palm out, knockback Jinx flung easily forth, smashing powerfully against Dumbledore's own wandless shield. The dark wizard brought his own wand around, a form that Snape suddenly recognized. For it was the wand that became Dumbledore's, the wand for which Snape's own life had been ended. From its tip issued forth that invisible shockwave, more powerful than any Snape had ever seen. It smashed into Dumbledore's shield charm, splintering it and sending the man flying. Albus Dumbledore did not land gracefully this time. He skidded in the earth, face awash with blood. The blow had shattered his nose, as well as his wand. His hand opened to release the splinters, unarmed and seemingly defeated. With a flick of his hand, he propelled himself upright, stumbling as he found his feet. With a gasp, he doubled over, clutching his chest. A wheezing noise issued as he breathed. Grindelwald grinned maliciously as he advanced with slow, methodical steps. His power was unmatched by anything Dumbledore could muster, that much was clear. To him, victory must have seemed assured. But Snape knew raw power was not always the deciding factor of a duel, and he knew for certain it did not decide this one. Pulling himself up straight, that young Dumbledore, face smeared with blood, looked his opponent in the eye. With one shuddering, wheezing breath, he disapparated once more. This time Grindelwald was prepared. He was already partway through his turn before Dumbledore finished his materialization. But so too had Dumbledore. Without so much as touching the ground, he disappeared again, allowing the white bolt to sail harmlessly through the spot. Grindelwald spun again, certain of the pattern his opponent was taking. But that had been his error, for above him a great shadow loomed, and too late did he face upwards as Albus Dumbledore dove towards him, striking him down with a skillful blast of wandless red. Not content in going quietly, Grindelwald swung upwards as the stunner struck him, a snarl upon his lips, directing at his opponent a streak of white light. With a great burst of song, an ash fox materialized before the falling Dumbledore, absorbing the powerful white blast. The blow burnt the bird to cinders, bleeding through to the falling man. With one last wandless casting, Dumbledore slowed his fall and slammed into the ground, only lightly battered by his momentum. Smoke curled from his body, singed but unmaimed by the weakened curse. It had not been dissipated in its entirety by his phoenix's sacrifice. A great gaping wound was torn into his knee, a remnant of where that deadly curse had struck him directly. Battered, bleeding, and singed, bruises covering his face and hands, his robes torn from the madness of his encounter, Dumbledore turned his head. His eyes met those mismatched ones leveled on his own, opened wide despite the loss of consciousness, frozen in a snarl of hatred. A glance so different from the one he bestowed as a boy. A look no longer filled with adoration, but a calm acceptance. He reached over one shaking hand, taking a hold of the unconscious man's hand, and prized the dark wizard's fingers from the wand still firmly clasped in his grasp. The wand of Gellert Grindelwald, the wand that became Albus Dumbledore's, and the wand that the Dark Lord was destined to take. Snape realized he watched its heritage, the moment of its passing from one hand to another. With his unburdened hand, Dumbledore reached into a pile of ash formed between the two fallen wizards. From within, he brought forth a small, bold bird, squawking meekly, eyes squeezed shut against the harshness of the day. With Grindelwald's wand firmly in his grasp and baby fox cradled against him, Dumbledore finally closed his eyes, just as the press of wizards and witches rushed forth to his side, allies ready to minister to his wounds and incarcerate his fallen opponent. An end to the chapter of darkness that was the reign of Gellert Grindelwald. With a blink, Severus Snape stood once more in the empty circular office. The silence and calm was off-putting after the calamity of that final memory. Glancing around with a subdued air, Snape noted Dumbledore had not yet returned. That was fortunate, for when before he had merely suspected himself of prying into the man's personal affairs, he now felt he could be doing nothing but. With a quick flick of his wand, he dispelled those memories from the basin and shut the cabinet door, restoring it to its original form. Quickly he headed for the exit, not willing to risk another moment. Worried that if Dumbledore's wards did not see him as a foe before, his blatant breach of the headmaster's privacy might see him painted as such. But even as he crossed the threshold, no spell met his passage. Even as he slipped down the spiral stairs, he remained unimpeded. When he stepped forth into the gargoyle corridor, mind thrumming with swirling thoughts, he strode forth down the hall without a second glance back. The view from the astronomy tower reached the far corners of Hogwarts grounds, touched golden by dawn's first light. In the far expanse, dark patches roiled, whispers of storms threatened from the distant peaks of the Scottish mountains. Leaning gently against the railing, Snape took in the sweeping view from the highest point at Hogwarts. It was a calm morning. The only sounds he could hear were that of distant birdsong and the occasional shriek of a thistral or hippogriff. He never bothered to learn the difference between the beast cries. Snape didn't know what brought him here in this moment. Perhaps it had been the memories swirling about his mind, the thought of Albus Dumbledore. The history of that great man had once ended upon this tower, by Snape's own hands, a place of great significance to the both of them. That was a moment where he felt the most betrayed by the man. After all, he had been made to swear, to never again harm another, to never delve into the dark arts again. He was cornered by Albus Dumbledore to land the killing blow, an action that propelled him into his greatest year of solitude, to have immersed him so deeply into the darkness, and burdened him so completely with the hatred of those he had once called allies, an action that ultimately led Snape directly to his own death. Was the Dark Lord not seeking ownership of Dumbledore's wand when he struck down the killer? In many ways, death had come as a relief, but it did nothing to minimize the pain and fear of the moment. A fitting finale to the year he had been forced to endure on Albus Dumbledore's behest, and with his final act being to pass on the old man's ultimate plan to Potter, to Lily's son, so that he too may choose to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Snape snarled, clenching his hand against the railing. Choose, there was no choice, not for the foolish Gryffindor that Potter was. The moment he would learn that the only way to defeat the Dark Lord was through the sacrifice of his own life, he would not hesitate. That much Snape was certain of. And with him, the last of Lily would disappear from that world. That child she had died for, that spark of light he worked so hard to protect. The Potter boy he could not bear to look at, with his mother's eyes shining from his father's face. An eternal reminder that Lily had chosen James Bloody Potter and forgotten Severus Snape entirely. But in the end, no matter what he might have thought of the boy, Snape had not wanted him to die. He was the last piece of Lily in that world. His life was the everlasting reminder of her love, and Dumbledore had demanded it for the greater good. Snape gritted his teeth, willing the failures of his life into the silent corner of his mind. The first half had been his own doing. His own foolishness brought damnation to himself, and the only person he ever loved. The second half had been Dumbledore, bleeding what meagre scrap he had left into the dust, blood upon the altar for his greater good. It was good to finally have a face to the name. That seemingly benign vocation had its roots dredged so deep into darkness that Grindelwald stood upon the other end. Though Dumbledore had never once uttered it through the time Snape had known him, his actions had screamed the phrase, right till the end. He demanded much sacrifice from those around him, many lives, many futures, for the future of the greater whole. From Snape he had demanded everything, his life, his free will, and anything that ever mattered to him, one man's complete suffering for the greater good. Then I leave you with one last gift, so that you may know you are not alone. Was this what Dumbledore had meant by giving him those memories? To tell him he had made terrible choices too, to force Snape to empathize, to ensure he would serve him once again, despite every shred of evidence pointing to a man who cannot be trusted to act in Snape's interest. In a world where he was forced to hide his true self from the world, Dumbledore had become the only man who knew Snape truly for who he was. It was true before, and it was true once again. That ancient wizard was able to procure himself a powerful ally and weapon in the early stage of the war, just with the offer of a few select memories. He created the illusion of being the only man who could understand Snape's tragic situation so that the younger man would foolishly trust him once more. That was a fine bit of manipulation. After all, nobody wants to be alone. With a shiver of self-loathing, Snape gritted his teeth. Slowly he leaned his forehead against a post, allowing the coolness of the stonework to douse his spiraling thoughts. In the end, despite everything, he had made the choice again without a second's hesitation. He pledged himself to Dumbledore with no guarantees of any gain, knowing very much the type of betrayal the man was capable of, just for one chance. So that she may live. It is all he asked for now. That she may be allowed to continue to exist, that there would be a world where her light would never die. Even if that light was lost to him forever. Depressing as his brooding thoughts had been, a loud clanking and moaning tore him into an equally depressing reality. For whatever feckless reason, the Baron chose to arrive then, cornering Snape in an area that was out of bounds to students. In hindsight, he supposed it was his own bloody fault, having been a resident in Hogwarts for pretty much his entire life, and a Slytherin at that. He should have remembered the astronomy tower was the Slytherin ghost's favorite haunt. What's this? Student in the astronomy tower. In his time, the Baron had been the natural ally in keeping the head of Slytherin informed about student rule breaking within his ghostly realm. Snape sighed and bowed his head over the railing. Detention on top of everything he had to deal with. That's just great. He supposed he could take solace in the fact he had an abundant amount of free time. Spending it in detention was as good as anything. The ghostly figure floated through Snape and spun to face him. "Chin up, boy. Look when I speak to you." The Baron barked, an almost frenzied look twisted into his ghostly face. "If you plan on jumping, I will tell you now. I shall not house your ghost within Slytherin. Of all the I'm not suicidal." Snape snapped. The Baron's face calmed, but his doubt wore plainly upon his brows. "Were you not that same student that I found moping in that empty classroom that week after school term commenced?" Well remembered. Snape scathed, his once professional relationship with the Baron thrown to the wind in the face of his black mood. "Then, student, step back from the edge right now." The ghost ordered in a gruff, subdued voice, likely the most compassionate impression the Baron could make. "I do not pretend to know your issues, but I can promise you, if you step off that ledge, you will not likely leave this place. You will never be free of your regrets. I already know death cannot cleanse my regrets." Snape grumbled, suddenly embarrassed by the need for sympathy from a ghost. The Baron floated further out of the tower, nearly invisible in the brightness of the new day. "Good. Wisdom will serve you well. Heed it and step back." Snape sighed as he released the railing and relented with a deliberate back step. Floating inwards, the Baron's face became visible and relief was worn plainly upon it. A shred of courage. "Good," he muttered, still awkward in his attempt. "Do not act upon a moment of madness. You are a Slytherin, not a Gryffindor. Think before you leap. Deathly regret may last an eternity." Snape could not help his grim smile. Perhaps some regret is well deserved. The Baron gave him a long, hard, scrutinizing look. "You are too young to have regrets that burn that deeply." Scowling, Snape turned away, suppressing the fury that bubbled in response. The ghost had no idea how deep this thorn struck. Gritting his teeth, Snape struggled to bring his anger under control. He had been too long in this form that he was forgetting his discipline. Had he been so raw during his spy years, he would not have lasted, yet why was it now so difficult? His blasted hormones likely, just as every other slip of his control could be attributed to. He hated this age. Even solitude was a problem now, when for the past 19 years of his life it had faded from his notice. Even when he knew the last year of his previous life it had been measurably worse, the minor solitude of his youthful present could somehow still rattle him deeply. Rattle him enough to pry into the headmaster's affairs and run head first into a haunted out-of-bounds area. Scowling still darkly, Snape trudged towards the stairs. "Boy," the Baron called, but Snape ignored him. He could not stand this stifling farce. Have him turn me into Slughorn, he thought darkly. Detention was just another pointless exercise to add to his pointless routine. "Stop and listen." The Baron appeared suddenly between him and the stairwell, his ghostly form rippling in a visage of fury. Even knowing a ghost could not physically touch him, Snape took an instinctive step backwards. "I will not see you up here again, boy. Do you hear me?" the ghost commanded. "Rest assured, I have no desire to risk an eternity trapped in this hellish school." Snape replied scathingly. With lips curled with distaste and another emotion Snape could not quite recognize, the Baron floated a little ways backwards into the stairwell, giving distance between the two. "If it is only the school that troubles you, then time is the only solution you need. If it runs deeper than that, then find the root of it and make peace. If it is matters of the heart, some obstacle you cannot overcome, perhaps there's wisdom in surrender." He shook his head, his great wool wig swaying from the motion. Snape scowled half-heartedly, eyes downcast. It galled him how the ghost should so presume. It galled him more that his words struck so close to his core. But in this moment of spiraling solitude and mounting frustration, the prickly Slytherin ghost was the only one to offer support in his own gruff way. I have a duty to see things through. I will not rest until my role is complete. Snape muttered to the floor. It is no longer my happiness that matters. Silence met him, and for the longest moment silence was all there was. Snape looked up, believing the Baron to have simply uprooted and left, assured his young charge would not do anything stupid or drastic. However, the Baron floated still 5 feet away from him, watching him with an appraising frown. If you are able to conclude such at your age, then I do not doubt the depth of your regrets. The ghost finally spoke with his deep, hollow voice. If you find the strength to see your vows through then at the end of your path, when rest finds you, should you arrive to us once more, I shall see to it personally that you have a place amongst the ghosts of Slytherin. Evening fell early in the Slytherin common rooms. The storm clouds that threatened the horizons that morning spilt forth, chasing the students from the grounds. The Slytherin Quidditch team had attempted to brave through the weather, desperately trying to get in practice time before their first game against Gryffindor, but in the end they too had been driven back into the snake pit. In this crowded cluster of Slytherins, caught in the awkward time between classes and dinner, Snape sat staring glumly within the circle of his gang. The arrangement had not changed much within the month that had passed. He still sat in a prominent seat, along with Avery to his left and Rosier to his right. Mulciber had a place within the circle once more because Snape had chosen to have him sit with them at the meal tables, indirectly including him back into the group. The boy had not said a word of thanks, but he made no more attempts to make difficult Snape's life. As good as gratitude from a proud Slytherin. The only real change that Snape had managed had been the addition of Lester on a stool seated directly behind his left shoulder. A mudblood, really, Snape. Travers had contended the day Snape brought the boy to the circle. I got bored and wanted to see if it's possible to civilize one of them. Snape had answered dismissively with a shrug. If we must have them within our noble house, we should at least ensure they appear presentable. We can't have our reputation tarnished by the stragglers. A cruel chuckle passed through the circle of snakes. Lester kept his eyes down and mouth shut, but Snape could see his reddening ears. Travers smirked condescendingly, but gave a small nod. Point made. See to it his filthy roots do not show so clearly. A galling position that no Slytherin could ever bend their pride enough to accept, but Snape knew that a boy who lived 5 years of fear and solitude would grasp any position offered, no matter how degrading, as tight as he would a lifeline. It was not perfect, but there were no perfect solutions to be had. Still mostly ignored, Lester at least had a seat behind Snape now. He was treated as part of the furniture, but at the very least he was no longer bullied in his own dorm. So long as Snape continued to show him favor in a distant, casual way, the smaller articles of the gang did not go out of their way to torment him. The other elements of Slytherin that contributed to the situation withdrew, unwilling to tangle with the Death Eaters-to-be. In the energetic, bustling common room, the Slytherin gang commandeered most of the space and sitting positions, placing them as per usual right in the center of the room, right in the way of efficient thoroughfare. Boasting was on the agenda again. The fourth-year Rufus Gibbon had jumped a fifth-year Gryffindor from a family with known leanings to blood traitor politics. It was the usual laughter, and pats on the back for a simple case of twisted ears that Madame Pomfrey could fix within minutes of consultation. At this age, even the most devout pureblood supremacist hesitated to cause any serious and lasting harm, especially if they were still too young to fully understand why they were supposed to hate who they do. Approval of their peers would only serve to strengthen this behavior, and over time, they simply stopped questioning it in their minds. Another round of cruel laughter rang out as the Gibbon boy mimicked the reaction of his Gryffindor victim. Snape squeezed his eyes closed, the sound of twisted laughter grating upon his skull. The gloom of the chamber was doing poorly for Snape's patience. The windows that pressed against the belly of the great lake offered poor lighting at the best of times. But with the sun held hostage by the roiling clouds above, no light peeked through the layers of murky green. The lashing rain did not sound this far down beneath the castle. Storms only ever brought darkness to the dungeons, never the rhythmic beat of the droplets against glass and stone. "You okay there, Snape?" Avery asked hesitantly, noticing Snape's pinched brows and clenched teeth. With a sigh, Snape simply nodded. If asked again, he'd simply lie and call it a headache. and not the spiraling sense of frustration he could not claw his way out of. Bored again, Travis drawled with narrowed, dark eyes. You'd think after getting your arse handed to you daily by Gryffindors you might want to listen for pointers. With a dark, calm Snape replied silkily, "Remind me again about how you triumphed in your last scuffle." Wilkes' eyes grew momentarily wide as beside him Travis' mood grew dark. The two seventh years had a bad scrape with the Prowett twins the week before, ending with a detention apiece and points docked all round. With teeth bared, Travis hissed, "At least I wasn't strung up like a turkey with my barlacks on show for the entire school." A streak of red-hot rage sent a shudder through Snape. No matter how much time stood between him and that incident, the simple mention would invoke his hatred. Yet there is no doubt between you and I who would prove the most utility when the moment comes. Snape hissed, any previous notion of not rocking the boat ground beneath his sudden uncontrollable fury. "Tell me, Travis, how much use do you think you'll be to the Dark Lord when you are barely scraping through defense?" With a growl, Travis stood, towering over Snape's chair, wand grasped in his ham fist. Everyone drew back from the circle, eyes wide, the uncertainty of the politics rearing its ugly head once again. Snape did not even bother to stand. He stared up coolly, head lolled casually in his palm, with fingers resting gently against his temple. "Want to start something, Travis?" A small, cruel smile curled onto his lips. "By all means, show me my place. Use every means you're capable of." The taller boy did not move, his anger still plastered across his face, but he did not act. His hesitation said it all. He feared the younger boy, the young Slytherin that all knew to be a genius. This boy who had been too eager to appease, who up till this year had seemed destined to become nothing more than a useful tool. "Is this you conceding?" Snape asked the unmoving aggressor. It was as if his voice had broken the spell. With a snarl, the seventh year swung his wand down upon the lounging upstart. Before his wand made its arc, it leapt from his hand, flying across the room to strike the wall. Everyone jumped at the sudden sharp clatter, and silence fell within the cramped common room. Snape slowly stood, his own wand gripped gently in his hand. Nobody had even seen him draw it. With a casual, wordless flick, he summoned Travis' wand to him and caught it lightly in his left. Silently, he offered it back to his opponent, handle first, and without hesitation the larger boy snatched it back. Anger receded from the boy's face as worry replaced it, the dawning realization of how badly this exchange had backfired. Snape leaned in and whispered, "The penalty for speaking louder than your capabilities is far harsher out there." His voice just loud enough for those standing closest to hear. "Do not presume you are my superior because of your age. Life is not. First come, first serve." With that, the bold upstart turned and swept out of the common room, leaving slack jaws and disbelieving stares in his wake. Chapter 9. A Dangerous Unity. Chapter text. October was a wonderful month. Summer had passed in its entirety, taking with it the beautiful long days and sunny warmth. September was the month of autumn that still remembered the summer, but October was the month that swept together the remains of that season and made something magical of it. Orange brushed the treescapes, not yet completely washed of their green. One last tribute to the colors of life before November winds arrived to strip the branches bare, to prepare the land for the great bleach that winter brought. Within the castle, the seasons change paired with a mood of bustling excitement. With the lowering of heat, activity rose, especially amongst the Gryffindors. The Quidditch teams practiced with an additional layer of added fervor as the first match of the season was drawing ever closer with the passing of the month. As such, the presence of Marlene and Half, the Marauders, became increasingly scarce in the common rooms and occasionally in the classrooms. However, to the rest of the school, Quidditch was still not the event in the forefront. Weeks away was to most still an indistinct spot in the future, and between that time and now stood the grand finale of the month, Halloween. Every year the feast of the Hallowed Eve would crown itself the most anticipated event of the year. This was the first feast of the year that did not accompany a certain level of return to school and post-sorting anxiety, and unlike Christmas, all were available to attend. All round it was a damned good time, and as it was the only people who looked upon it with dread were grouchy Filch, griping over the increased activity in the hallways, and the good prefects in charge of the preparations. Lily led the pumpkin carving team. Her table worked with ability and efficiency, and aside from a few first years, autonomously. When not assisting them, Lily spent her time carving pumpkins with a simple tap of her wand and expert efficiency. With a quick flick, she would send it to her left, where Remus and a Hufflepuff volunteer stood ready to secure a lit candle and levitate it into the air. The Great Hall was a bustle with prefects and their helpers, throwing together the Halloween decorations for the evening feast. They only ever had 5 hours on the day to complete this task, spanning the hours between when lunch ended and when the event dinner was to begin. Having volunteered for these tasks since first year, Lily watched successive pairs of head girls and head boys stress themselves to the bone over this day. They took turns in their breaks visiting each station, comparing each stage of work to a meticulously planned roster of tasks and timetables. The pumpkin carvers were possibly the only group ahead of schedule, and though Lily didn't like to toot her own horn, she knew a large part of that came down to the experience she gained through yearly practice. This was why it was so important to encourage participation within the first years. Heavens forbid what a shock the duty would be to a prefect fresh into their first Halloween prep, as she could see from the rivulets of sweat that seeped from the regrown hairline of Regulus Black. He had been part of the team setting up decorative singing skulls around the great tables, and beside him, a seventh-year Hufflepuff prefect tore her hair in frustration at how slowly the Slytherin boy was moving. By comparison, the atmosphere at the pumpkin carving table was positively jolly. In fact, the two Gryffindor prefects even found the time to chat, a far cry from the storm of anxiety at the next table over. James isn't a bad guy. Remus insisted earnestly for the third time this week. If you just sit down with him, you'll see it too. Lily rolled her eyes. I doubt I could make him sit long enough to have a conversation. Ever since their little spat in front of the fat lady's corridor, Lily had been treating James with a cold and distant touch. It wasn't so much that James had once again indulged in a childish act of acting out against Snape, but that he should so presume to do so out of some misjudged nobility on Lily's behalf. The first 2 weeks flew by with both mutually soured by the encounter, but as was expected, James mellowed first, and with his attempts to make amends, his friends flocked to his assistance. Remus, perhaps, was in the best position to put in a good word for his forlorn friend, and Lily could honestly see him trying. He just has your best interest at heart, Lily. Honestly. Lily sighed. As much as I'm sure he believes that's the case, he needs to realize he can't act with such impunity. He's not always right. His actions certainly aren't, and he needs to stop treating people like how he thinks they deserve to be treated. Appearing to almost physically droop, Remus conceded with a sigh. You're right. With a flick of his wand, he sent up another pumpkin, then slowly shook his head. James, just a bit of a bonehead. He doesn't know how to see things from another's perspective. I don't suppose you could make it easier for him by laying it out for him, Lily asked casually, knocking the jagged smile into the scooped pumpkin that passed to her from her right. Ah, no. Remus gave a nervous smile. Please don't tell him I called him a bonehead to your face. Lily rolled her eyes again. You know, Remus, one of these days you have to get that tail from between your legs and tell your friends what you really think. I mean, what kind of friends are they if they push you around? Conversation lulled for a moment, and Lily shot a sideways glance to her friend. Remus didn't wear his expression outwardly, but she could tell with one glance that he was suddenly uncomfortable. She mentally kicked herself. She had accidentally touched upon his lycanthropy with her thoughtless turn of phrase. She couldn't even apologize for it, because she wasn't supposed to know. Lily had thought many times before to reveal to Remus her knowledge and acceptance of the matter, but each time she had been stopped by the niggling notion that perhaps it was presumptive of her to do so. Remus would tell her if he ever wished for her to know, and it wasn't something for her to confront him about. That's the final pumpkin. The scooper by Lily's right told her as she was handed the hollowed fruit. With a quick tap, she passed the vessel onwards and leaned back with relief, finally unburdened by the day's duties. It's a while before dinner, Lily said with a gentle smile to her fellow prefect and friend, attempting to sweep away any anxiety she might have invoked with her thoughtless words. What do you say we hang out until then? The skinny, straw-haired boy turned to her with a pinched smile and a quick nod. Lily beamed and took his hand, pulling him to his feet, more than ready to stretch her legs after the past week and a half of bundled tension. "Well, where do you two think you're going?" Lily winced as the Ravenclaw head girl, Angelica Tills, swooped on them. "If you're done, help Mr. Proud with the enchantments." She gestured to the sixth-year Hufflepuff, boy chasing Black the Younger about the table, fixing his ill-fixed skulls. The front doors suddenly burst forth as Rubeus Hagrid squeezed in. Over his shoulder hung a large, wriggling sack. "Brought bats," he announced loudly, beaming through his shaggy beard. "Fresh from Transfiguration they are." And without further ado he set about untying the sack. "Don't release them yet," Angelica screeched, but it was too late. The black flapping mammals burst forth and rose towards the rooftops, knocking pumpkins in all directions. Lily waved her wand to save a few from hitting the wall, but unfortunately the damage was already done. Angelica's mouth hung agape, watching hours of work unravel as fine pumpkin bits showered them. Lily sighed as she brought down the few pumpkins that were salvageable. "It's fine. I can fix it," she quickly told the head girl, who looked very much moments away from breaking down into sobs of frustration. Hagrid ducked with a sheepish grimace on his face, sneaking out as quietly as his hefty bulk could allow. "I am so glad that's over," Lily exclaimed. She sank back against the stone wall. Lupin sank down beside her on the bench that edged around the circular wall. They took shelter in an alcove on the first-floor corridor, Lily's favorite hideout spot, behind a trick wall for extra coziness and privacy. They had only just managed to fix things to an acceptable state in the Great Hall, finishing just after all the other teams had completed their tasks, and leaving only when Angelica stopped sobbing. Lupin gave a content sigh and closed his eyes. Lily turned a worried eye on him. The full moon was coming within a week, and the effects were already showing. She didn't know what other physiological changes occurred to the poor boy besides the transformation, but he always began to visibly fatigue in the days preceding. "How are you feeling, Remus?" Lily asked quietly, worried the volume of her voice might disturb him unduly. "Oh, I'm feeling just peachy," he answered politely with a tired smile. "Thank you for your concern." Lily shot him a worried grimace. "Get better soon, all right." She already knew it would get worse before it got better. She wished he would simply come clean to her about this, so she wouldn't need to tiptoe around this topic every month. But in the end, it was about Remus, not her, and if he did not wish to tell her, all she could do was stay by his side and support him silently. A stray thought led Lily to briefly wonder about whether James knew of his friend's condition. He wasn't exactly the most observant guy, but he had his moments. Being good friends with a werewolf for 5 whole years, surely. Lily mentally rolled her eyes, even if Remus wanted to tell, as if that arrogant boy would let him get even a word in edgeways. "He's not so bad, you know," Remus mumbled, almost as if in response to her thoughts. She prompted, content to not be combative with her ailing friend. Remus turned, a gentle pale smile on his prematurely lined face. "James, he's a really great guy when you get to know him. A good friend, a good man. Give him a chance, who knows?" "Sure, it's possible." Lily conceded to Remus' blink of surprise. "But I don't feel like competing for attention with his reflection in the mirror." That elicited an involuntary chuckle from the sandy-haired boy, an almost guilty grimace twisted across his smile. Lily gave him a small pat. "At least you tried." Remus appeared to struggle with himself for a moment before looking away, a resigned frown on his face. "I just wish you'd just give him a chance to just talk. Just sit with him and hear what he has to say. Maybe one day you'll be able to see what I see in him, what we all see in him. That quality that James Potter has, the great man that he is." A smile touched Lily's lips. "I know for sure he must be quite something to inspire such loyalty from his friends." Remus smiled back, his eyes taking on a tired glaze once again. "And I see his qualities. I really do." Lily continued, listing them all off in her mind, but refusing to give voice to any of them. Especially not the one about how handsome he was. She would never live down the mortification. "But I just can't get over the fact that he's disruptive. He's egotistical to an obscene degree, and worst of all, he's a bully." Lupin sighed, rolling his head side to side as it rested against the wall in a mimicry of a headshake. "I cannot argue with you there. Besides, I don't think I could ever get in between you four." Lily conceded with a gentle smile, leaning her head against the stonework as well and meeting the boy's tired eyes. I know at the very least Black hates me. I'd cause so much friction. Sirius wants what James wants. He'll get over it, Remus replied. Lily rolled her eyes. Megalomaniac, she muttered, to which Remus conceded a small, tired smile. They sat for a few minutes in a companionable silence. The ill boy lulled against the little corner niche and appeared to drop off. Lily sighed, observing the time, knowing no matter how much Remus looked like he needed a rest, she would have to disturb him for the festivities. Hey, Remus, Lily invoked in a quiet voice, waking him from his light doze. Sorry, but it's time to go. She stood and extended a hand, which the sickly boy took gratefully and allowed himself to be pulled to his feet. Standing, he appeared to be far more alert to the great relief of his fellow prefect and friend. Slowly they strolled down the hallways, listening to the rising clatter of footsteps as they neared the grand staircase. Lily shot her friend a glance, making sure he was keeping well at their pace. It appeared she needn't have worried as he grinned back, as bright and rosy as ever. As they descended the stairs, a sudden shouting and a clattering scuffle greeted their ears from the direction of the entrance hall. The two prefects exchanged a momentary glance before both setting off in a dash for the bottom of the staircase, parting the other students before them. As they pushed their way through, the crowd stopped up on the entrance hall flight. Lily froze in a step. Remus stopped too, having spotted what she saw, and glanced quickly back at her, worry etched into his brow. For down in the entrance hall, wand drawn, fury etched into his face, was Severus Snape. Students parted before him, fear and confusion swirling about the rippling crowd. Snape raised his wand, pointed dominantly at two wide-eyed Gryffindor boys, no older than fourth year. These fools had presumed to sneak down into the dungeon and attack one of his first years. He had caught them in the act of trapping the boy in a classroom, filling it with conjured rats, and laughing cruelly as the boy screamed in horror. Already set in a foul mood by the crowd's inactivity, and haunted by the heavy brooding that accompanied every hallowed eve, Snape acted quickly and violently. Without so much as announcing himself, Snape blasted the two Gryffindors away from the door and released the trapped boy within, dispelling the scurrying rodents from the torrent that spilt forth. Turning his wand and his fury upon the two intruders, he drove them before him, forcing them to scupper quickly down the narrow halls of the dungeon and through the traveling, slithering crowd, ejecting them into the entrance hall. The little first-year Slytherin followed him, delighted at the sight of justice being wrought. With a meek but grateful look in his eye, he glanced up at the older student who stepped forward to champion him. The two Gryffindors stood before him now, belligerence replacing fear on their face now they were out from Slytherin territory. The crowds that swarmed the entrance hall in anticipation for the Halloween feast parted before the scene. Reds, blues, and yellows shone from the crowds. This was no longer a situation where he could expect no intervention should he choose to discipline those Gryffindor boys. However, as reprehensible as their intentions had been, they were not the focus of his ire. Instead, Snape turned on his heel and marched straight to the gathering crowd of Slytherin, their eager sneers wiped away in the face of Snape's looming rage. "Are you not a prefect?" Snape growled up towards a wide-eyed Rosier. "Why then did you not respond to the calls for help?" A nervous look touched the tall boy's eye. "What's gotten into you, Snape?" he beseeched with a half-hearted attempt at his cocky, self-assured grin. "Do you not think it's your responsibility to step in to protect the younger Slytherin?" He turned his eyes to Regulus Black, who stared back almost expressionless. A line formed in the severity of Snape's brows, darkening his already black eyes, his teeth bared in a maddened scowl. He knew his emotions were ruling him, and he allowed them to. These youths, they did not respond to reason. What use was calm collection? "We are the pariah house," he roared into the gathered Slytherins. "There is nobody to look out for us if we do not look out for ourselves. We cannot afford to ignore each other's cries for help." To their credit, both Rosier and Black cast their eyes down in a semblance of chastisement. Around them, Slytherins took note, and a hint of humbling rippled through the crowd. Surrounded by the eyes of the other houses, surrounded by whispers of those ignorant fear-mongerers, the House of Slytherin stood silent as one of their own berated them for apathy. Snape turned his furious eyes upon the Gryffindor boys before him, stumbling them back with the force of his glare, the confusion on their faces replaced with surprise and a hint of fear, that they should so presume to invade Slytherin territory, attack one of their most vulnerable, a first year, a child who had not yet found their place within their own house, much less the school, a child who was vulnerable to the influences of the world, vulnerable to the darkness within their house. Protect the students. That had been Dumbledore's final request, a duty to which Snape committed fully, that he had seen to the best of his ability. Failure had been his result. Failure like all things in that life he led, a life that had been a mockery of itself. On this night, the night of the hallowed eve, the night when his sins danced like prickles upon his skin, his every failure marking him from every corner of his thoughts. This was when the weight of his duties became the anchor to which he clutched. He turned slowly to the silent Slytherins, their eyes boring into him in an almost tangible way. I lay the decree tonight. None should harm another of their house. None ignores another's cries for help. He turned, directing his last to the suddenly silent crowd. The fearful Hufflepuffs and the confused Ravenclaws, the proud and arrogant Gryffindors. Slytherin stands together despite you all, he roared, and as his deep echoing voice faded, silence greeted him back. He felt it then, the staring of hundreds of judging eyes, the fear and anger that buzzed within the crowds, that derisive laugh of disbelief he knew that would drive his house together more surely than any command ever could. The tension left Snape, when beside him the fourth-year Slytherins moved to make room for the first years to step between them, an almost protective air about the action. Snape smirked towards the crowds of outsiders that surrounded them, knowing they would find a far harder target in a united house. But then his attention turned upwards to the flight between the entrance hall and the grand staircase, his eyes finding hers. Those large green eyes, filled with a fear that struck him to his core and invoked a flash of white-heart guilt he had not been prepared for. Suddenly unable to face a night of feasting and joviality, Snape turned on his heel and stalked back down the hallways to the dungeons. The crowds of the younger Slytherins parted before him, watching him with a sense of awe, and from those that had been outcasts, a sense of hope. Surrounded by confusion and anger, Lily stared with disbelief down onto the entrance hall. He had stood there, too skinny and dressed poorly, yet standing tall and proud as he addressed those hostile eyes that stared out at him. Slytherin stands together despite you all. Lily felt her heart race as a bubble of fear touched her throat. Those cruel snakes that attacked others out of their misplaced superiority. Those who would stamp down people like her just for their parentage and ancestry. Should they suddenly sport a collegial mindset, that scene played out in her head once again, where she had challenged Mulciber for his bullying of a young Hufflepuff. She had no illusions about how differently would things have worked out had those Slytherins at his back raised their wands against her. A united Slytherin would be to the detriment of all, and Lily could not help the panicked rush of fear, the fear she was sure Snape had seen when his eyes suddenly met hers. It was as if his fierceness melted away as a small ripple played across his face, a shadow that hinted of regrets and disturbed thoughts. For a brief fanciful moment, Lily had hoped he'd recant his orders for her, on behalf of the friendship they once had. But those hopes were dashed when he suddenly turned away and swept back down the corridor from which he came. Jeers erupted from the crowds. Unkind chatter filled the air as the Slytherins appeared to bunch together in the face of such hostility. Rosier, who had been staring after the retreating back of Snape, turned. Apparently incensed by the words thrown at him, he began conducting his housemates into the hall with no polite distance or hierarchical concerns in their procession. To Lily's increasingly worried mind, this was the most unified she had ever seen this house. All because Snape had ordered them to band together. When did they start listening to him? She muttered in disbelief. Remus turned and regarded her with a worried look. I heard tell that there had been a power shift amongst the unsavory Slytherins. They're all unsavory, Moony. Lily whipped around and met the dark scowl of Sirius Black. Beside him, James stood oddly silent, watching the procession of green. Peter had turned an odd shade of green-tinged pale and attempted to mimic the first-year Slytherins by standing between his two larger friends. As the Slytherins disappeared into the hall, the volume of the crowd died down, their jeering fading into fearful mutterings of uncertainty. James finally spoke then, in a strangely subdued voice. Recruiting aggressively. The conviction of his tone made Lily look at him sharply. You don't know that's what he's doing. she insisted, an almost desperate edge to her voice, trying to convince herself more than anything else. Then were you even seeing what the rest of us were seeing? Black growled as he swept his hand in an arching gesture to the slowly emptying entrance hall. I didn't see him handing out flyers. No, he just gave an order and they all clicked. He subsumed them in an instant. Lily shook her head, more in disbelief than anything. I still can't, Lily. A hand fell onto her shoulder. She raised her eyes to the concerned ones of James Potter. Wake up. There is no allusion to where the loyalties of his little gang lies. There is no allusion to where he is going. Reality, cruel and sharp, it struck her. I know, she muttered miserably. Suddenly, the uncertainty in those hazel eyes lifted. Leave it to me, he said with a smug smile, and Lily felt her stomach clench at the implication. Oh, I know that look, Prongs. A devilish grin stretched across Black's handsome face. Come on, spill. But James shook his head. All in good time, my dear Padfoot. They were planning something bad, something that no doubt entailed disrupting that Slytherin unity. Something that would involve Snape. Lily bit her lip, her protest on the tip of her tongue. Every fibre of moral decency rebelling at the idea of allowing such a thing, dredging up every terrible memory of every terrible clash. But this Slytherin problem was more than what had been between her and Save. He was part of that problem now. He was to become a man who would attack people like her, just for being born a different background. And with his newfound power, he now set about luring others into that evil path. A Muggle idiom once said, cut off the head of a snake and its body will die. Snape was the head now. Surely there's another way. Lily beseeched a little desperately. She did not wish him harm, no matter what chasm lay between them. If you have an idea, please, I'm all ears. Lily grit her teeth and looked away. James regarded her with a sigh and relented a smile. All right, I'll promise at the very least I won't hurt him badly. For you, Lily. Snape laid on his bed on top of the covers, curled up against the hollow pit of his stomach. As a professor, he had missed the odd meal, but never had the clawing hunger been so consuming. Another weakness of his younger years. Youth could not be over soon enough. Still, he did not regret missing out on the Halloween feast. That evening meal was dedicated to sweets, not his favorite category of food. If only that was the only issue he took with the night. He turned in his bed, feeling his heart clench alongside his stomach. This was a night he wished for nothing more than to spend alone. Alone to mourn, for something he had no right to mourn. After all, it had been his fault. He curled up slowly, hugging his head, willing the terrible, swirling thoughts to stop. The guilt he felt for his part in her death had never let up, even after all the years that passed. It twisted him inside, embittering him to the world, a truth he could never escape. Something he could not escape, the reminder of every year on the night of the hallowed eve. A reminder made all the worse with the punishment gifted by the Dark Lord. He clenched his claw-like fingers into fists, squeezing his eyes shut, trying to dispel the terrible image of her death from his mind. To no avail. The memory was branded into his mind, as real as any trauma he had suffered in that pathetic pit of misery he called a life. It would forever linger, like the most insidious of curses. A most fitting punishment for his crime. In the silence of his present solitude, all he could hear this night was her begging screams. In the past, he had imagined what her final moments might have been like, a perverse exercise in self-castigation. Yet he took minor comfort in the idea that his imagination was likely far worse than what had actually transpired. And it had been true in part. It was far less bloody than imagined. Far quicker. But in his mind, she had always faced death standing proud and strong, like the Gryffindor she was. The memory shattered any comfort he built for himself. She had died, crying and scared, begging for the life of her son, begging in futility. She had left the world without ever knowing her actions had saved her son that night. Died believing she had left her defenseless child to the absent mercies of a madman. Snape's breath hitched with suppressed sobs. My fault. He had been the reason the Dark Lord learnt of the prophecy, the reason he had made Harry Potter his target, the reason she had died trying to protect him. He had often thought, had he another chance to remake his decisions, he'd sooner strangle his idiot younger self than allow her to suffer that again. A product of fanciful remorse, a piece of foolish determination found only after the fact, which was why he could not waste this chance. With a deliberate exhale, Snape steadied himself. Slowly his body relaxed as he grasped onto the one fact that clawed into the forefront of his mind. She is alive. Despite all rational belief and reasonable hope, he had been given another chance. A chance to choose anew, to not simply atone for his actions, but reforge them. If he could save her this time, if his actions meant that she could live a long and prosperous life, then he would suffer anything. He clutched her memory tightly, willing the dark ones away. Yet again she would have to be his purpose, his strength. Her memory would light his way in his darkness. Even if she never turned his way again, his breathing calmed to a slow, even draw. The hollow, gnawing pain of his stomach provided shelter for his soul. Suffering was the only atonement he knew. The silence of the room was intruded upon by the gentle click of an opening door. Snape's eyes flickered open, his breathing ceased as he sat up, alert and listening. Nobody should have been back yet. The feast was not even half over. With struggling effort, he pressed down his morning thoughts. This night of all nights, he longed desperately for the privacy of his professorial quarters. Slowly, he lifted the edge of his curtain, peeping from the gap created in the middle of his four-poster bed. From across the way, standing by the furnace, staring straight at him, was Sebastian Urquhart, the true loner of Slytherin. Outlined by the fire, Snape could not see the boy's eyes, but he was left with no doubt it was fixed on his. With a flick of his wand, Snape parted the posters. He pulled himself upright with a casual swivel, his young body responding without protest, despite the undue stress he stubbornly placed it under. There he sat silently, meeting those challenging, shadowed eyes. No surprise touched the boy's face, leading Snape to know for a certainty that the purpose for Urquhart's early retirement from the feast had been to seek him out. The seconds rolled by, with neither speaking a word. No thoughts seeped upon the surface of the boy's mind, leaving Snape with the impression that this boy, if not formally trained in occlumency at the very least, had impressive mental discipline. Sebastian Urquhart, the son of a man unknown to Snape, but his uncle was a well-known figure. Elphinstone Urquhart, a senior administrator within the Department of Law Enforcement, and a man who had risen through the ranks not through the Aura path, but rather through the far more difficult route of progress with the Wisengamot administration services. With a blink, the boy's stare finally faltered, preparing Snape for the words that followed. "I don't know what to make of you." It struck Snape quite suddenly that he didn't even know what Urquhart's voice sounded like. The boy had never spoken to anyone in the common room or dormitory, and Snape had not been paying much attention in class. Perhaps not a commanding voice, but it bespoke the intent to not be taken lightly. It was not deep, but nor was it pitched awkwardly high. A comfortable tenor tone that should not have been unusual, but somehow from the severe-looking fair-haired boy with deep-set brown eyes, it sat at odds. With a flick of his wand, Snape enveloped the room with silencing wards. If they were to exchange words, it shall not reach the ears of an eavesdropper. If you have questions, by all means ask. My question is, will you be an ally? All right, then. Urquhart paced forward from the furnace to stand directly before Snape. The young professor suppressed the urge to stand himself up, partially because he did not wish to come off as threatening, partly because he did not wish to remind the boy just how much smaller he was. Why? Snape raised a thin black brow. Elaborate. The boy complied. Why did you make your display today? What is your purpose? You do not believe I truly wish to protect the stragglers of our house? Snape asked with a small smirk. No, Urquhart's tenor voice replied, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. An outcast by choice he might be, but as cunning and shrewd as any Slytherin the older man had ever met. You believe me evil, Snape stated more than asked. I know you're evil, was the smooth, expected reply. In silence once more Snape brought his fingers together and rested his chin against them. In his mind, he turned over the replies available to him, and the benefits and the dangers of revealing his position. The best result would be to gain a useful ally, provided he judged the boy correctly. But if he was wrong, he risked losing all that he'd gained with what he was attempting to do. The best move, therefore, would be to take the risk, without taking too much of a risk. Do you believe yourself superior to us, Urquhart? Snape asked in his silky tone, provoking a narrowing of those sunken brown eyes. While you parade about aloof, secure in your family dynasty, some of us had to struggle to find a foothold. I see no struggling within your blessed group, Snape. Urquhart responded, his tone impressively withholding the anger that was burning in those eyes. Then perhaps you should look harder. Snape growled. Have you not seen what became of Mulciber when his position shook from beneath him? And I'm sure you're all broken up about that. Urquhart replied, expressing an impressive amount of sarcasm in his light, wispy voice. Will you believe me if I told you I wished no ill to have befallen Mulciber? No. Then herein lies the problem. Snape stated with a ghost of a sigh. Altruism is looked upon within our house with such a cynical eye. With that I try. What, do you take me for a fool? Urquhart snapped. Snape fell silent, watching the boy struggle, watching the words pry themselves from his clever, but still inexperienced mind. Anybody with half a brain could see where you and your lot are headed. Altruism and butchery do not run the same course. With almost a smile, Snape pressed. Are you accusing me of something? You know damned well I'm accusing you, you bloody Death Eater. Tone, context, emotions, and phrasing. Unless Urquhart was as excellent an actor as the well-worn spy, Snape was convinced the boy meant what he said. This was the smallest window of risk he could make for himself. I will not become a Death Eater. For a heartbeat the boy said nothing, but slowly his disbelief turned to confusion on his face. Likely within that calculating mind, he had reached the only conclusion that he could have, that he could not see the purpose of such a lie. Finally, the words came to him. What? I will not be a Death Eater, Snape repeated. Slowly, the confused boy took on a more determined expression. Why? Snape raised his thin, dark eyebrow once again. Elaborate. If you truly mean what you say, why are you with them? Surely you know. It is because I did not wish to be alone. His answer touched too close to the truth. A shadow of discomfort fell upon the professor's heart, something he did not allow to show upon his face. Urquhart fell silent once again. His frowning face took on an openly curious tone. Snape pressed on, cautious back and forth, was no longer what the situation called for. Isolation is the most dangerous factor for a child's fall to dark ideologies, do you not think? Not many our age could choose ostracization like you did, Urquhart. The boy leant in, an almost urgent tone to his light voice. Are you telling me that's what you're trying to do? Fight the influence of darkness within Slytherin by reaching out to the isolated and vulnerable. You summarized that succinctly, Snape said with a nod. Then I want you to know that I think that's a terrible idea, Urquhart snapped. Snape almost smiled. I take it my speech was received well. You have every outcast at the table from one end to the other, beating their hopeful lashes at your damnable lackeys. You know, the ones that actually are evil. So had I actually been recruiting for the darkness, I've been resoundingly successful. Yes, you Urquhart fell silent, flushing with apparent anger. Snape finally relented a tired contentment, not quite a smile, but the closest he was able. Be at ease. I was not lying when I told you I have no intention to walk the path of darkness. Still hesitant to relax, Urquhart muttered under his breath. Whether by intention or not, his high voice carried. Then you've sold them to the enemy. A small smirk played around Snape's lips. Inspiration is a powerful force, would you not say, Urquhart, if you inspired them in the right direction? The boy muttered darkly. Had I been sitting at the table, their eyes would have been on me. The boy fell silent again, sunken eyes opening wide in realization. Wait, are you going too? The smirk receded from Snape's face as he met the boy's eyes. He spoke not of his intentions, but he did not need to. The excited, almost gleeful gleam that shone uninhibited from the boy's eyes told Snape that he understood. Urquhart stepped forward, hand outstretched. When the time comes, you can count on my support.